In case you didn't know, have you ever been charmed by someone? Drawn in by an irresistible allure, without even knowing whether you were being seduced by a human? Or perhaps by a yokai, and yokai still exist, the most dangerous yokai of all. A tiger with white fur. With razor-sharp eyes, the Jangsan tiger can pounce on smaller creatures of its kind with overwhelming strength and incredible speed. It can mimic strange voices. On top of that, judging by its appearance alone, it also has shape-shifting abilities. It can freely turn into anything at all, a beautiful young woman, a seductive lady, or even an old man, and so on. It's even said that just brushing against its breath can cause supernatural phenomena in humans. Hair becomes silky, skin turns white as snow, and all the senses of the body are enhanced as if by magic. But this spirit's most terrifying ability isn't its overwhelming strength and speed, nor is it some mysterious demonic power. The moment your eyes meet, your heart is instantly shaken. The mad allure in the Jangsan tiger's eyes, that is the most dangerous thing of all. Humans fall for it instinctively, and once they do, they are devoured. Then suddenly, a girl's scream rang out inside a room. Another voice shouted, "Are you crazy?" On the phone screen was an article about the Jangsan tiger. Hong Aji was the #1 insider at Jangsan High School. The pink-haired girl holding the phone smiled so brightly that her two friends beside her, though not understanding, also leaned in to look. "Aji, that's so scary." Aji looked at her friend and said worriedly, "I heard someone went missing in Jangsan this time. Don't you think the Jangsan tiger did it?" The long black-haired girl beside her raised a hand and asked curiously, "But honestly, isn't the Jangsan tiger really sexy?" The short-haired friend on Aji's left chimed in too. "It can even copy someone's face." Aji looked up and fantasized. I want to get charmed just once too." The long-haired friend blushed and said, "If I had that ability, I'd turn into a man and go to the black boys' dorm." The short-haired girl said excitedly, "Only a supernatural being could pull that off, with the black boys lying on their beds." Aji kept daydreaming. "Exactly. I want to be enchanted at least once too." While the three of them were chatting about all sorts of nonsense, 3 boys from their class came over. One of them was wearing a white jacket and was so tall that Aji only came up to his chest. He patted her head and laughed. "Not you." His tone was teasing. "You're too tiny, so no one would even see you as a girl." The Jangsan tiger probably wouldn't be satisfied. Hearing that, she got annoyed. With both hands on her hips, she shouted, "Hey, Aji is not tiny. Aji is super tall. I'm still growing, okay?" Ignoring the boys after that, she stood up and saw a familiar figure from behind. Aji immediately ran over and hugged her ponytailed friend, who was wearing glasses and diligently doing her work. "Sia, what about you? What do you think of the Jangsan tiger?" Sia stopped writing, pushed up her glasses, and repeated the name. Jangsan tiger? Hong Sia was the top student in the entire school. She hardly paid attention to things like this. After adjusting her glasses for a moment, she turned to look at Aji and said she wasn't interested. Aji awkwardly replied, Sorry. Sorry for making you talk while you were studying." After saying that, she went back toward the boys. Seeing that she had tried talking to CA, they asked, "Hey, Hong Aji, why are you talking to that gloomy girl?" CA sat far away from them, but she could still hear every word. Thinking back to when Aji had mentioned the name Jangsan Tiger, it wasn't that CA had no interest at all. She thought to herself, so it has abilities like that? A bed in the black boys' dorm wouldn't be enough to satisfy me. She imagined herself dressed in black, carrying a huge sack of stolen valuables, jumping from building to building. That really would be fun. If it were me, I'd scam people every day and spend money without a care. CA then imagined herself holding a bank book in her hands, with bills fluttering all around her, or transforming into Samsung chairman Lee Jae-young's daughter. She continued her wild imagination. I've been bewitched by the mask of Jangsan. In her imagination, CA became a lively girl wearing a black floral dress and a hat, gazing at the sea and traveling freely all around the world. Those images filled her mind, making the girl resting her chin on her hand long for them. But then all those glamorous visions suddenly went dark. In their place appeared the image of her little brother holding an inhaler, patting his chest and coughing as he called out, "Sis, I can't breathe." CA wished that one of her siblings could be cured of asthma. Then her younger sister, covered in red scratch marks, said, "Sis, I'm so itchy." CA wished again that her sister's allergies could be cured too. The image of her and her two younger siblings smiling brightly appeared in her mind, making Say silently hope, I just want the three of us to live well and stay strong. As she drifted in thought, the voices of the classmates behind her still hadn't stopped gossiping, and Say heard them too. Why are you friends with someone who abandoned her parents and ran away? Those boys looked at Aji and said, seriously, stop hanging around with someone like that. Another added, it's because Aji is too nice. CA seemed far too used to hearing such sarcastic, cutting remarks about herself. She could only lower her head with a blank expression and stare at her pile of books. But then a voice shouted loudly, startling her. Hey! At that moment, Aji stepped in front of CA and yelled at the boys, what did you just say? Don't talk carelessly. After hearing her shout like that, the mocking laughter of the classmates suddenly died down. Aji stood with her hands on her hips and looked straight at the boy who had brought up Sa's family. If you don't know anything about Sa's situation, then don't mention her parents. Sa is my family. Hearing Aji say that, Sa was startled and turned to look at her. That girl was still speaking boldly. Apologize right now. At that moment, looking at the situation before her, Sa thought, Hong Aji and I are cousins. She remembered the past when Hong Aji was little. Aji had loved to smile and run up to her, calling out brightly, hello, sis. All the adults around them adored the little girl. Oh my, this pretty little girl is so adorable. Wow, she's so cute. Ever since she was little, Aji had been friendly and quick-witted, growing up surrounded by adult affection. In Sa's memories, Aji was always at the center of attention, pampered by everyone, while she herself only stood off to the side, hugging a stack of books. That was how they had lived their whole lives, being compared to each other. So even though they were friends, CA had always wanted to be like Aji. She felt envious seeing Aji defend her like that. The boys shouted loudly, Aji, why are you protecting that gloomy girl? Then another voice suddenly rang out. That's enough, guys. A hand was placed on one of Sa's shoulders. The boy who came over was Baek Jundu. He stepped in and helped CA out. She's Hong Aji's family, and she's my friend too. CA looked at the friend beside her and thought, my friend of 10 years. The moment Aji saw him, she immediately ran over and hugged him. Oh, Jundu, you're here. He quickly pushed her away and frowned on purpose. What's with you? Watching them. CA smiled to herself. These friends. Even after being pushed away, Aji didn't get upset. Instead, she ran back and threw her arms around both Baek Jundu and CA, laughing. Why are you pushing me away? CA smiled too. They were the only friends who looked at me without prejudice. After hugging them, Hong Aji smiled brightly, winked, and said, you remember my birthday party tonight, right? You both have to come. She squeezed herself between them, linked arms with both of them, and said, we're the Jangsan trio. Aji was worried CA wouldn't come, so she kept rubbing her cheek against hers and acting cute. CA had no choice but to smile and say, if I finish my part-time job early, I'll go. Aji asked excitedly, really? Then Jundu replied, Hong Se, you should go. After he said that, the atmosphere became a little awkward. CA's cheeks flushed red. Aji glanced at him, then tugged on Sea's hand and said, but you know, lately everyone's been in an uproar because of the disappearance case in Jangsan. That's our playground. It makes me so sad. Hearing that, Se hesitated slightly and thought, disappearance. Meanwhile, outside Jangsan, after the criminal from earlier, the sky gradually darkened and the moon had already risen. Outside the forest, police officers had cordoned off the area with tracking dogs and were searching nonstop. Hurry up and check over there too. There's nothing here, damn it. Their irritated voices echoed through the dark night. They had no idea that high above them, a figure with white hair and two small horns on its head was watching them. It sat there calmly, one leg draped over the other and its chin resting on its hand. As for those people below, that night's snow began to cover the city. CA wrapped a scarf around her neck and walked down the street, her breath coming out in white puffs. Her hands were freezing, so she lifted them to her mouth and blew warm air on them. After school, she hurried off to her part-time jobs, delivery work early in the morning, handing out flyers after school, working at a meat restaurant in the evening, and at a convenience store at night. While working, she noticed drops of blood falling onto the table. Say covered her nose. She had a nosebleed from overworking herself. She wondered, why am I living like this? She pulled out the notebook she always carried with her. Living expenses, rent, school tuition for the kids, transportation, school supplies. Total, $10,008,721. CA had a heavy burden to bear. Her deceased father, a mother who had left home, and the younger twins she had to take care of. At the meat restaurant, a drunk customer shouted, "Hey girl, pour me a drink." CA pressed her lips together and endured it. She had to shoulder all of these problems alone. Though exhausted, she forced a smile onto her face. As part of her job, she brought the alcohol over and poured it for the customer. After work, the restaurant owner thanked everyone. "You all worked hard." In her hand, CA held a small square box. Inside, it was a cute heart-shaped earring. As she walked, she looked at it and wondered, Aji will like this, right? She took out her phone and texted her friend. "Aji, I got off early today, so I'm heading there now." But while she was walking, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly. "Hey, student." The one who yanked her back was none other than the fat drunk man who had made her pour him drinks earlier. With a nasty grin, he asked, "You need money. That's why you work part-time, right?" The man laughed in a disgusting way. His face was flushed red, twisted with perversion, and his teeth were yellowed. "I've got plenty of money. Do a little something for me." CA looked at him in revulsion. She shoved him away and shouted, then ran with all her strength. Of course, the bastard didn't let her go and chased after her. "Stop right there." CA kept running with everything she had to escape the pervert. She didn't even dare look back until she finally saw a dark forest ahead of her. "What do I do?" I ran without thinking and ended up in Jangsan. She ran and panted, wondering why. Why does this kind of thing only ever happen to me? She squeezed her eyes shut and kept going without paying attention, then stepped right off a cliff. Just like that, CA's whole body fell into the abyss. In that desperate moment as she was falling, she thought, actually, I also wanted to go. CA imagined herself holding a cake. "Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Aji. Put the birthday cake over here." That lively scene filled her mind. I wanted to go to my friend's birthday party too. I wanted to share interests with my friends the way they all chatted with each other. The Jangsan tiger is so scary. She even imagined a happy family scene, with friends beside her, with her siblings healthy. Something that simple. Her body kept falling aimlessly. Tears streamed down with her. Just something ordinary. Then suddenly, CS back hit the ground. She groaned in pain and shakily stood up. Her hair had come completely loose as well. "I'm still alive?" Say, he groped around beneath her. She couldn't see because it was dark. Her glasses had fallen off, so she couldn't make out anything in front of her. Why is it so soft? She had the strange feeling that she was touching soft fur. Suddenly, CA felt a change in her body. The wound on her face strangely healed on its own. CA widened her eyes in shock. She looked around blankly. After searching for a while, she suddenly saw the shape of a huge white tiger and realized that she was sitting on its tail, which made it growl continuously. Terrified, CA seemed to realize what it was. The Jangsan tiger. Her whole body began trembling in fear. The tiger started growling louder, as if it were about to attack her. Shaking, CA shouted, "Stop." She pressed her lips together and squeezed her eyes shut. When everything suddenly went quiet, she finally dared to open them again. To her surprise, what stood before her was a cute tiger, sitting obediently like a cat in front of her instead of the ferocious beast from moments ago. She couldn't understand what was happening. The tiger in front of her raised a paw towards Say. She panicked, backed away, and shouted, "Wait." But then a loud sound rang out. What stood before her now was a young man with long platinum hair and cat ears. And so, on a certain winter day, third-year student Hong CA picked up a cat in that desolate forest. A girl's voice echoed out, "Stay still." On the ground was a training manual for pets. A little girl in an orange dress sat there with a serious expression, giving orders to the creature in front of her. Sitting obediently across from her was a small kitten, staring at her with wide, round eyes. The little girl, who was CA as a child, burst into a satisfied smile. "Good job." Suddenly, the kitten let out a growl. Not understanding, CA tilted her head. In an instant, the little kitten transformed into a huge tiger, growling as it lunged at her. "Startled," Siat gasped. Then Hong Dan yanked the blanket off her and shouted, "Second sis, wake up." So everything until now had only been a dream. Hong Dan's voice continued, pulling her back into reality. "Why are you still in bed? Do you even know what time it is? Are you planning not to go to school?" Lying on a mattress, still breathing hard in fear, Sifia thought it was a dream. She looked over at the two children and thought to herself, "What? Dan and Buell are still home, and I'm still okay." She recalled all the images from the tiger to the man who had appeared and wondered, so all of that was just a dream? While she was lost in thought, her aunt rushed into the room and shouted, "Hey, you should have gotten up early and made breakfast before sunrise." Startled, CA sat up and scratched her head. "Yes, I'm sorry." She got up, changed clothes, washed her face, tied her hair up high, and got straight to work. Her morning routine was a little different from that of other high school students. The house she was living in originally belonged to Aji's family. Her mother had left the 3 siblings there, and naturally CA and her younger siblings ended up under their aunt's care. From then on, their aunt was the one looking after them. Even though she had cut ties with CA's parents, she still let them stay in the storage room. While living there, CA and her siblings were responsible for the housework. After cooking, she sat down at the table with her siblings for breakfast. CA's aunt stood up and shouted toward the room, "Good grief, these kids only know how to eat. Aji, aren't you going to school? Eat breakfast before you go." Aji replied lazily, "I'm not eating." Saya looked at her aunt and thought, even if she's a little rough around the edges, I'm still very grateful. She helped us when we had nowhere else to go. That's why we do housework, to repay her kindness. Once she was ready, she led her 2 younger siblings outside and bowed. "We're leaving now." After greeting her, Hongdan looked at her sister's face and frowned, then pointed and said, "Wait, sis, you forgot your glasses. How do you even forget that?" Boel also looked up with wide eyes. "You look prettier without your glasses, sis." Hearing the children mention her glasses, CA froze. She immediately realized it herself. "I haven't been wearing my glasses this whole time?" She glanced around and saw that everything still looked normal. She thought, then why can I see so clearly? When CA got to school, she sat in class scrolling through her phone. She opened an encyclopedia and searched for the tiger spirit of Jangsan. It said it was a yokai with long white fur, immense strength, and the power to charm humans. She shut her eyes tightly and tried to calm herself. No, forget it. There's no way something like that could be real. It was all just a dream. While she was thinking that, Baek Jundu came up behind her, leaned in to look at her phone, and asked, "You're interested in the Jangsan tiger too?" She startled and turned around. "Oh, Jundu." He came over and sat across from her, resting his chin on his hand as he asked, "Have you ever seen that being? Though honestly, what's so great about it anyway?" Baek Jundu ran a hand through his hair and said coolly, "What really matters in a man is having enough strength to protect the person he loves. Even from ancient times, you should really pay attention to your health too." CA just kept looking at him without saying anything. Noticing something different about her face, he asked, "Your glasses." CA lowered her head and covered part of her face. My eyesight's gotten better lately, so I just took them off." Jundu didn't suspect anything and nodded. I think you look prettier like this." Hearing him say that, her face unconsciously flushed. Then Aji's voice came from behind them. "Sia." The girl ran over, threw her arms around Zaya's neck, and said with a bright smile, "You should have woken me up. I overslept, so my mom had to drive me to school." Sia smiled back at her. "Sorry, my bad. How was the party yesterday?" Aji asked in confusion. "The party? There wasn't any party yesterday." Hearing that, Saya's eyes widened. "What?" With both hands on her hips, Aji said, "Why would I have one if you weren't there? It wouldn't mean anything. I postponed everything and told everyone to go home." Blushing, she smiled and said, "I was planning to hold it again today. Can you come?" CA felt guilty and said, You didn't have to postpone it because of me. If that's the case, then I'm really sorry." Aji smiled, took her hand, and placed it over her own. "CA, before you became my cousin, you were my best friend first." She took out a gift box and pushed it towards CA. "I feel like I haven't really paid much attention to you lately, so I feel even more sorry. Will you accept this?" CA picked up the gift box and asked in surprise, "Oh my god, what is this?" Aji replied, "Oh, this?" She started striking cute poses. "You'll be the one opening my party. Today, I'm choosing a princess theme. I'm sure it'll suit you. Let's have lots of fun today." Looking at the girl in front of her, CA felt moved. Aji had thought of her. She remembered when they were little. She had always stood to the side, watching everyone dote on Aji. She had always thought no one would ever care about her, because between the two of them, she was the ugly one. Back in the present, she smiled and said, "I'll definitely wear it today." Aji sat beside her and said, "Oh, but say." She leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Why aren't you wearing your glasses?" Her cheerful expression suddenly turned cold and sly. "You look much better when you wear them." By evening, the party had begun and the table was laid out with beautiful desserts. CA opened the door and stepped inside. She saw that everyone else was dressed normally. The students nudged one another. "Hey, look, CA's here." The person next to them turned to look too. No way. CA was wearing the dress Aji had given her. She had her glasses on, and her hair was tied in a ponytail. Hi, everyone." Seeing the silence and everyone staring at her made her freeze up. Then Aji's voice rang out. "Sia." She was wearing a dress exactly like CS, with her long hair down and tied with a red ribbon. Waving, she called out, "You're here. Over here. Hurry up." Aji walked over, grabbed her hand, and smiled. "Wow, we're wearing matching outfits. So cute." She smiled and added, "Just like I thought, this outfit suits you really well. You have such long legs." Sie seemed to realize the problem and gave an awkward smile. Matching outfits? The whispers soon started drifting into her ears. Wow, comparing the two of them like this, it's seriously crazy. CA turned and saw her classmates glancing at her and laughing mockingly. A group huddled together and whispered behind their hands. Aji is cute, but Hong Sie? She looks like a middle-aged woman wearing children's clothes. Ha! Seriously, how much confidence must she have had to wear that? Ha ha! Another chimed in, Aji is literally a goddess. From afar, Sie looked at Aji, who was shining in the middle of the room. It was as if all the light in the room was focused only on her, while Sie herself was left alone in a corner, unnoticed by anyone. As if finally facing reality, Sie thought to herself, right? It's always been like this. Aji really is a smart and beautiful girl. She remembered when they were children, playing with blocks together. Aji had said, this time I'll do it like this, and Sie had simply followed along. Even back then, she had overheard the adults saying from a distance, that Sie girl is a little gloomy. She turned and looked at the backs of the adults as they gossiped, right? She always looks kind of sad. TSK, TSK. It must be hard for her to turn out like that. She really does look depressing. From that moment on, Sie had thought of herself as Aji's shadow, following wherever Aji went. Back at the party, she pressed her lips together. This is so humiliating. I want to leave. Then from behind, she felt someone drape a suit jacket over her shoulders. CA turned around and saw that it was Baek Jun-do. Without beating around the bush, he told her, you look pretty. It was as if she suddenly understood something, right? The reason I had the strength to do all this was because her mind returned to childhood. Back then, she could only sit still and listen to the unpleasant whispers. And then after that, a little boy's hand had covered her ears to comfort her. Don't listen to what they're saying. Young Baek Jun-do sat down beside her. He smiled and said, those stupid adults don't even know what they're talking about. You're pretty just the way you are. The party continued. CA took Jun-do's jacket and walked around the room. She stopped at a string of hanging photos. Looking at the picture of the three of them together, Se, Aji, and Baek Jun-do, Se picked it up and thought, even though I shouldn't feel this way, the three of us are friends. I can't let my feelings ruin everything. While she was standing there looking at the photo, she heard a voice. Hong Aji, are you having fun with this? Sia, startled, she realized the voices were coming from the room next door. Huh, that's Jun-do's voice. The door was slightly open. Inside, Jun-do and Aji were sitting by the window. When Aji heard his question, she said, what did I do? He asked angrily, don't you think this joke went too far? Standing outside, CA wondered what's going on. Are they arguing? Then she heard Aji say faintly, besides you, no one knows anything, Hong. Aji is the main character, and Hong CA is just someone who helps me shine. Hearing that, CA froze, for words echoed in her mind, just a supporting character. Inside, Aji kept talking. Just think about it. Even if she's good at studying, who would ever like that dumb girl? In the end, I'm the one people love. Even though we're relatives, I'm still really grateful I wasn't born with a face that ugly. Laughter came from inside the room. What? Stop it. You're making me laugh. CA still couldn't move. She tried to reassure herself. No way, right? Her legs trembled so badly, she could barely stand. This isn't real. They're just lying. That's all. Inside the room, the curtain fluttered. In the kitchen, Jun-do and Hong Aji sat on the windowsill, holding hands and kissing. Seeing that, CA felt a sharp pain in her chest. Clutching her chest, she struggled to breathe and forced herself to leave the party. In Jangsan Forest, Jangsan Tiger suddenly felt as if someone were squeezing his heart. What is this feeling? Grabbing at his chest, he dropped to the ground in discomfort. What a nuisance. All evening, CA ran as fast as she could, while images of the three of them playing together as children kept flashing through her mind. All our memories were lies. Each scene now seemed cracked and stained with spilled water. It was never about the three of us. It was only ever the two of them. The more she remembered, the more she realized the truth. She was the only one who had been deceived. Everything from the party came flooding back, Aji running up and taking her hand. She thought, if only I didn't look so gloomy. If only I were a little prettier. As she crossed the street, a large truck suddenly came barreling toward her. The glare of the headlights slowed her steps. In Sei's mind, only one question remained. Would I be loved to? A loud crash exploded. Glass shattered, and drops of blood fell to the ground. Her hand was bleeding. She thought she herself had just been sent to heaven. But in front of Sei, Jang-san Tiger appeared, shielding her from the powerful impact with his own body. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked up at him. Her hair had come loose, and her glasses had been knocked away, leaving only her pretty, aggrieved face exposed. Regaining her senses, Sei looked at the person before her in shock and asked, "You're the one from last night?" Then it wasn't a dream. You really. When she cried, his heart ached too. Jang-san Tiger stepped forward, took her hand, and pulled her toward him. "Don't cry. My heart hurts when you're like this." He fell silent, then asked, What are you saying?" Suddenly, a light flashed from the center of her forehead. Jang-san Tiger seemed to realize something. Damn it, she suddenly recalled something she had once read. There was a god who could bewitch humans with a single breath, with hair as smooth as silk and skin and eyes as clear as crystal. All of his senses would be heightened. They called him the Jang-san Tiger God. After pulling Sei into his arms, Jang-san Tiger seemed to realize something and clenched his teeth. Damn it. He immediately brought her to the forest where he lived. She was thrown to the ground and cried out as she fell. Ow! Holding her head, Sei shouted angrily, Hey, how can you throw someone like that? She dusted herself off and looked around. Wondering where she was, she could no longer keep calm. Turning toward the back of the man who had brought her there, she shouted, Where the hell did you bring me? He ground his teeth in anger. I was sealed again. Again, Sei saw how furious he was, so angry that the aura around him turned red. Jang-san Tiger's hand tensed, fur instantly sprouting from it, and his nails lengthening into claws. He turned around to look at her, making Sei drop to her knees in fear. Stammering, she said, Please, let me go. Enraged, Jang-san Tiger's eyes went wide, all white, and his mouth opened to reveal 2 fangs as he shouted, Who do you think you are? He roared so loudly that the wind nearly knocked Sei to the ground. Jang-san Tiger approached her, saying as he walked, Because of you, I have to stay in this disgusting human world for another 10 years. As he came closer, Sei instinctively braced herself with her hands and backed away. Trembling violently, she screamed, Stop! He unconsciously froze at her command. She looked at him in surprise. Sei tried again. Stay away from me. Instantly, Jang-san Tiger's whole body was forced backward. With her hair hanging messily around her face, she stared at what was happening and thought, So my commands. He was shoved into a tree, his whole body slamming against it and leaving cracks in the trunk. Seizing the chance, Sei immediately got up and ran. This is my chance to escape. But before she could take more than 2 steps, she heard Jang-san Tiger say, If you leave now, you will definitely die. Sei stopped and turned back to him with a confused expression. Looking at his strained face, she heard him say, bit by bit, If you leave me here, you'll die. Sei's expression shifted from confusion to anger. Gritting her teeth, she thought, what a joke. Then she shouted at him, What nonsense! You're the most dangerous thing here to me. Jang-san Tiger remained seated while listening to her curse at him. You don't even think about following me. You better stay right there. After saying that, she ran off on trembling legs, getting farther and farther away. Then a light suddenly appeared in the middle of Jang-san Tiger's forehead. He sat there and let out a soft breath of white smoke, thinking, maybe I should just eat that girl. On the road, Sei ran aimlessly, her mind spinning. It's true. Everything I saw that day, it was all real. She frowned, trying to escape the crazy thoughts in her head. Sei ran all the way home, grabbed the doorknob, and opened the door. This is insane. Her aunt suddenly stepped out, glared at her, and shouted, Hey! Frowning and grinding her teeth, she demanded, Where have you been? Looking at her aunt's face, Sei replied fearfully, stammering, Aunt, what should I do? She thought, Annie must be angry because I was out all night. How am I supposed to explain this to her? But to her surprise, her aunt didn't care at all about where she had gone. Instead, she only asked who was supposed to make breakfast if you were gone. Sei looked shocked. Her aunt dragged her into the dining room, pointed at the table where everyone was sitting, and shouted, Why don't you ever contribute anything to this family? Lowering her head in fear, she said, I'm sorry. Sei had been standing there normally, but suddenly her head felt like it was splitting apart. Sei clutched her head with both hands and frowned in pain. What's happening? When she looked up at her aunt, she saw only red and black colors on her face, which made her look even more terrifying. Tears welled up in Sei's eyes as she covered her mouth in discomfort. I feel sick. Ignoring her aunt, she immediately ran to the bathroom. Seeing this, her aunt continued nagging. What the hell is wrong with you today? After cleaning up the house, Sei went to school as usual. When she arrived, she saw Baek Jundu holding Aji's hand, joking around with her. He looked at Sei and smiled as if nothing had happened. Oh, you're here. Aji, standing beside him, also glanced over. "CA, help me." Through her glasses, she looked at them and thought, "I'm seeing things I never noticed before. I thought the three of us were a group, but that was only what I thought." Standing in the doorway, watching the two of them cling to each other and play around, she felt miserable. I was never in the same world as Baek Jundu and Aji. Sitting on the desk, Aji smiled and asked her, "Do you want to go eat tteokbokki with us after school today?" CA answered too, "Of course I can," though her feelings were complicated. "Even though I know everything, I'm pretending not to know." Her face darkened as she stood there looking at the two shining before her. "Because if I don't have them, I'll be completely alone." Just then, Aji casually acted as if nothing had happened and ran over to ask Se, "Why didn't you tell me why you suddenly disappeared in the middle of the party yesterday?" Suddenly, her body started showing strange symptoms again. Xiao wondered, "Oh, this energy." At the same time, everything around her turned black and white again. Aji's face looked strangely sinister too. "A lot of guys were looking for you yesterday," Aji said, covering her mouth to suppress a laugh. "Why didn't you go hang out with one of them?" Say covered her mouth, trying to hold back the nausea just like before. She ran to the teacher's office. He asked, "You want to leave early?" Sweat poured down Sea's face as she replied, "Yes. I don't feel well. I want to go home early." She was so exhausted she could hardly breathe. "I've never felt this tired before. I'm so weak I feel like I'm about to faint." At that moment, the teacher gave her a strange smile. "Huh, do you really think I don't know?" The teacher angrily shouted, "This is the third student who's asked to leave early. I know there's a concert in town today. You want to go there too, don't you? Do you think school is a joke? How are you supposed to get a scholarship if you keep missing class? Don't you want a scholarship?" His words immediately frightened CA, and once again she began to feel strange inside. This energy. At the mention of the scholarship, CA gave in. "I'm sorry," she said, then ran off. Hearing that, the teacher stood up from his chair and pointed at her. "That's it? You think I'd still write you a recommendation letter after this?" Aggrieved, tears welled in her eyes. "Admit it, Hong CA. Your life is nothing but bad luck." She remembered everything that had happened to her. A monster had suddenly appeared. You were abandoned by your childhood friend, and now your body is reacting too. As she was running, someone grabbed her wrist. Baek Jundu held it and asked, "Are you okay?" CA said nothing, only looked at him with anger in her heart. He pretended to look concerned. "Let's go to the infirmary. I'll take you home." Aji also rushed over from behind, pretending to be alarmed. "CA, are you okay?" Aji grabbed her hand, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Baek Jundu tugged at her hand and said in a worried voice, "Hong Se, you can lean on me." Then Aji grabbed her other hand. No way. "Stay here. Jundu. CA, lean on me." So now she was once again standing between the two of them, listening to their fake concern and fake questions. CA suddenly remembered the previous night, when she had seen the silhouettes of the two of them talking together behind the curtain. Aji had said, "Think about it. Even if that girl is smart, who would ever like a country bumpkin like her? Even though we've known each other for a long time, I feel lucky I wasn't born with a face that ugly." The image of the two of them kissing appeared before her eyes. CA regained her composure and quietly said, "Let go." Aji thought she must have misheard and asked again, "Huh?" CA repeated with effort, "I'm fine, so let go of me." Hearing that, Aji instinctively sneered to herself and came up with a plan. She pretended to lose her balance right in front of CA's shocked face. She dropped to the floor. Not understanding what had happened, CA asked in alarm, "What?" Aji immediately spoke in an aggrieved tone. "I'm sorry, Sia. I didn't know you hated me that much." CA couldn't believe it and could only wave her hands, trying to explain. "And no, that's not it." Jundu came over and helped Aji to her feet. The people in the hallway who saw it all assumed CA had pushed Aji. They began whispering nasty things about her. Is she crazy? How could Aji put up with her? Someone else covered their mouth and chimed in, "Why would she even hang out with that ungrateful girl? She must be a saint." CA felt her body changing again. This is strange. Today is really strange. I can usually endure this every day, but today... Too many classmates were standing in front of her, criticizing her. CA's emotions became unstable. This is bad. Why is nothing but bad luck happening? It's like the face of Jang San Tiger suddenly appeared in her mind. I've been cursed by a spirit. She clenched both fists and tensed up. Finally, CA looked up and said, "I've had enough." Aji looked up and asked, "Huh?" CA could no longer maintain the calm expression she had before and turned to the two hypocrites in front of her. Ongaji, stop this fake act already." Everyone was shocked and stared at her. Aji, too, asked in surprise, "Huh? What?" Then CA's eyes suddenly changed from black to blue becoming the eyes of Jang Sin Tiger. In her head, a voice echoed, Hong Xie, I can understand how you feel. As if she were being controlled, she boldly spoke up. Staring straight at little Aji, she said, You filthy piece of trash. At that moment, CA realized that she was under the influence of the Jang San Tiger. Through CA, Jang San Tiger witnessed the fake faces of the two friends she had trusted the most. This time, under the Jang San Tiger's influence, Hong Se finally dared to get angry and stand up to protect herself. CA walked toward Aji, who was pretending to have fallen to the ground. Aji looked at her in shock and stammered, Say. She stared at the girl before her with eyes full of disgust. Then the onlookers started mocking her again. Has Hong Ca really gone crazy? What is she even saying? Living in the same house. She swept her gaze over them all and thought to herself that she could see everything clearly now. More and more students crowded around her, and Aji watching and laughing. What a traitor. Haha, she should know her place. Jang San Tiger, linked clearly with Se, could see more and more distinctly how they had always treated her. Sia's voice changed now, or rather, she was no longer herself. Sia spoke. You humans really never change, do you? Jundu helped Aji to her feet while she merely sneered and said, Why do you keep competing against one another when you're all the same species? Everyone around her froze, unable to understand. Even Aji looked blank. What's she talking about? Suddenly, a blue light flashed above S head. The image of Jang San Tiger appeared in the form of Tiger God. The people standing around stepped back because of that light. But what they could also see was the disturbance in the sky outside. One female student hurried to the window and asked, What is that? Why is there thunder and lightning all of a sudden? Aji immediately started clinging to Beck Jundu again. I'm so scared. CA sneered as she looked at them. Even after hundreds of years, humans haven't improved one bit. She walked away coldly as the students trembled. Patati Kumans. As she moved through the other hallways, Jang San Tiger could see the reality of the present. Modern society had rotted away. Glancing into a classroom, he saw girls bullying another student. He thought that this era was gradually becoming not so different from the Joseon dynasty with its class discrimination. In that era, there had been a class called Chanmin, the very lowest rank. They had no human rights and were treated like objects. Inside the classroom, a brown-haired girl who looked like trouble was grabbing the collar of a short-haired girl in front of her. The students beside them did not help at all. Instead, they took out their phones to record and laugh. Jang San Tiger suddenly pictured scenes from his own time. People who relied on their power would tie up and torment their servants, humiliating them. Unable to endure such behavior, he moved forward using Sia's body and grabbed the bully's wrist. Annoyed at being interrupted, the girl frowned and shouted, What the hell? Who are you? Sia said nothing. Without even seeming to use much force, she twisted the girl's wrist and threw her down. A cry burst out as pain shot through her. Sia spoke sharply. How disgraceful, treating others like insects just because you think you have a little power. When the bully's friends saw their girl get hit, they immediately rushed over and helped the long-haired girl up. Jeonjin, are you okay? Has this crazy bitch lost her mind? One of the girl's rude friends frowned and charged over. Now you've done it. CA seized the front of the girl's shirt and lightly threw her down, sending her crashing to the floor. The move was so fast that the girl could not even react in time. The moment the pain registered, she immediately went limp. Seeing her friend like that, Jeonjin ran over, dropped to her knees beside her, and shouted, Oh my God, Lee Jean. He dusted off her hands and said, You really are just a roadside troupe of clowns. In the old days, there had often been performers whose job was to amuse the nobility. She laughed in scorn at this foolish world. Then, from behind, a heavy discipline book came crashing down on her head. The person who hit her sneered, You little orphan. When she turned around, she discovered that the one who had struck her was a teacher. He pointed straight at her face and shouted while the bullies looked on triumphantly. What do you think you're doing? Jang San Tiger thought to himself that he was like a district magistrate. Naturally, he would side with them. He addressed others with terms from the Joseon era. The teacher stepped forward and scolded her. This is why orphan children can't get along with others. You clearly weren't raised properly. He jabbed the edge of the book against Sea's forehead, humiliating her even though she was a scholarship student. As he spoke, he raised the book high and started bringing it down toward her head. Let me tell you something. You're still nothing but a troublesome brat. But before the book could hit Se, she struck his hand away without hesitation. He looked down at the grade book and panicked when he saw that it had been split in two. Facing him, CA mocked him with a laugh. Oh, a cut. Jangson Tiger thought of scenes from his own era and sneered. I suppose even corrupt officials take time out of their busy schedules to keep watch over the poor. Hearing the strange tone in CS' voice, the teacher asked in confusion, "What did you just say?" CA took step after step toward him. The water at the source must be clear before the water downstream can be clean. Jangson Tiger meant that those above must set an example for those below. Standing in front of him, she said bluntly, "If the water at the top is like this, then what lies beneath must be far worse." The teacher stiffened and immediately said, "What did you just say to me?" CA ignored the question and shouted, "Why would you do that? Is it because she's younger and weaker than you, so you look down on her? How shameful, being arrogant just because you're in a slightly higher position." The teacher stared blankly at Say, feeling indignant on her behalf. Jangson Tiger used her body to speak. "I heard that a teacher is meant to guide students onto the right path. But looking at you now," she spoke as she walked out of the classroom, "it seems the meaning of those words has become twisted. The difference in rank is supposed to be about respect." The students around her followed her every step in stunned silence. "You belittle others because they're weaker than you, then think that makes you impressive." CA shouted the final sentence aloud. "What a joke." That voice echoed in her ears, and Say suddenly opened her eyes, startled awake. She saw that she was lying on a mattress. The surroundings were her aunt's house. Doubt filled her again. A dream? A sharp pain throbbed through her head. "Ow, my head." Dan's voice and Buell's voice came running toward her. "Cease, cease." CA looked at the two of them in confusion. "Why are you?" Buell beamed excitedly and said, "Sis, do that thing from yesterday again." Dan folded her arms and stood there helplessly like a tiny old woman. "Buell's been making a fuss about it all morning, so I had to wake up early too. You can do it again if you want." CA asked in confusion, "What are you two talking about? What do you want me to do?" Buell spread his arms like an airplane and said, I mean the super fast flying thing. I want to fly like that again, so I already finished all my homework today." Seeing the boys so excited, she asked in surprise, Like every other morning, CA got up and helped her aunt prepare breakfast. Her face looked dazed and exhausted. Her aunt watched her with a strange expression. The woman placed spoon after spoon on the table. Seeing this, CA wondered again, "Why is Aunt helping me today?" She forced a smile and said, "It's okay, really." Scooping rice into a bowl, she laughed awkwardly. "I could do it myself." But when she raised her hand to serve the rice, her aunt recoiled in fear as if she were about to be hit and cried out, "Dear God, have mercy." CA stood frozen, staring blankly at her and asking herself what was going on. After breakfast, when she got to school, CA was once again met with the judgmental stares of her classmates. Everyone turned to look at her and stared. What's wrong with everyone? She pressed her lips together, clutching her bag and trying to stay calm. Why are they acting so strangely all of a sudden, like something happened yesterday? Suddenly, she heard a voice in her head. "How do you like my gift?" Sia flinched. Jangson Tiger. He smiled and said, "That's right. Didn't I light a few sparks in your miserable life?" Yesterday's memories came flooding back to CA. She had carried both younger siblings on her shoulders and run at high speed while they squealed with delight. At the store where she worked part-time, she had punished the one who always bullied her. And when she had been home alone, she had flipped over the dining table after hearing her aunt's barbed remarks. She had even snapped her teacher's book in half. She broke out in a cold sweat. "What is this? Were all these memories?" Jangson Tiger asked. "I did well, didn't I?" She walked up to the notice board by the door and answered, "Yes, if what you wanted was." Posted, there was a notice that Hong Se's scholarship had been revoked because she had caused a disturbance at school with incomprehensible behavior. According to school regulations, the scholarship payments would be canceled immediately. Without emotion, CA said, "You pushed me from the edge of a cliff into hell, Jangson Tiger." She turned on her phone and got a message from the store manager. From now on, she no longer needed to come to work. When she reached her desk, it was covered with hateful words. "Deep trash. Watch yourself. Get lost." Standing in front of the gate of her aunt's house as it slowly closed, she endured the pain of reality. When it shut, she and the children were left outside, thrown out. No miracle could change that anymore. Images of posters advertising brutal competition programs appeared everywhere. Surely everyone has seen something like that at least once. Grown men throwing themselves at each other. Teenage boys too. a red-haired one, his mouth full of blood, straining with all his might to break the other person's teeth until tears spilled from his eyes. We have all seen such things at least once, haven't we? The spectacle of the bullied person turning dark and fighting back. Her mind seemed to shatter like glass. Yet all of it. Sie gripped the strap of her bag tightly, helplessly staring at the chaos before her. Her desk was covered in frightening red curses. All she could do was throw a rag onto it and start wiping them away out of habit. Looking at everything, she could not help but conclude that things could not get any worse. Such turnarounds existed only in novels. If I were inside a story, Sie thought, as she kept wiping the stubborn ink stains from the desk while laughter rang carelessly around her, I would probably be nothing more than a side character. At the classroom door, dazzling sunlight streamed in as if welcoming the heroine of a novel. A shout rang out. "It's Aji." Concerned voices surrounded her. Some asked anxiously, "Are you feeling better now?" Others chirped flatteringly, "We were so worried about you." Seeing that, all CA could do was admire her and think she's the heroine. Hesitantly, CA called softly Aji, but that single call made all those smiles vanish. They turned toward her with undisguised disgust. The moment Aji saw her, she turned away without a word. CA hurriedly grabbed her hand to explain. "Listen to me first. I'm sorry about yesterday. I think the cold medicine I took was too strong, and that's why I acted like that." But what happened next drove CA into despair. That was the hardship of being a side character. The instant she finished explaining, Aji forcefully shook CA's hand off. It left CA utterly stunned. Aji pulled back in shock. "I'm sorry." Lowering her eyes, she said in a trembling voice, "Can we talk later? I'm still a little scared." And so the classroom seemed to split in two. On one side was weak, fragile Aji, surrounded and protected by everyone. On the other side was lonely CA, bearing all the hateful stares. Unable to change the direction of the story, she listened as gentle friends looked at Aji and asked, "Why are you still being nice to her?" Others, more blunt, even said, "Han Aji, you don't have to force yourself." Standing amid the curses and contempt, Se could only remain like a rigid statue, taking it all. How shameless. Just ignore her. No need to answer. Every word was like a rusty knife tearing through her heart. In reality, no one would help me the way they do in novels. Suddenly, a strong voice rang out in her mind, suppressing everything else. What a bunch of cowards. Sie frowned slightly in thought. HM? That voice is. The voice did not stop. It continued, filled with contempt. Isn't it ridiculous? I can't believe they still haven't realized it. CA stood by the classroom door, stiff as stone, watching the other side's performance. In the instant no one was paying attention, she truly ground her teeth in resentment. In the teacher's office, a sound emerged from CA's throat in place of her own voice. "Teacher, please." Casting aside her pride, she knelt before him and begged, "Please forgive me. Just this once." She clasped her hands together as if sincerely bowing before a god. "I need that scholarship." The man jerked back in surprise. "What? Did you forget what you said to me yesterday?" Yesterday's memories surfaced dimly. Is it because she's younger and weaker than you? That's why you look down on her? Just yesterday, his face had been full of terror. I heard that a teacher is meant to guide students onto the right path. But looking at you now, it seems the meaning of those words has become twisted. The furious look on his face from when he had seen her walk into the classroom still remained. So he begged helplessly, stammering, "I wasn't in my right mind then. I had taken a strong dose of cold medicine that day. If I lose that scholarship money, my siblings and I will starve." Faced with her desperate pleas, the man's expression did not change in the slightest. "I'm telling the truth, sir. You know my circumstances." He gave a small sigh. "I know. You must be having a hard time." For a moment, it seemed as if things had been settled. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him sincerely. But then his gaze suddenly turned vicious, full of murderous intent. "That's exactly why. Didn't I tell you that you wouldn't be able to handle it?" His words were like a bucket of ice water thrown across her face in the middle of a winter night, completely shattering Sie. The man looked into her eyes smugly and declared, "From now on, as your teacher, I have to guide my student onto the right path, just as you wanted. Understand that I'm doing this for your own good." Word after word echoed in her ears, even after Sei had left. She stood blankly, staring at the picturesque school scenery before her in disbelief. That voice rang out again. "Seriously, how can a teacher be like that? What did you think was going to happen in there?" CA remained silent, looking ahead. It seems there's nothing to learn from someone like that. She clenched her fist as if suppressing the deep emotions inside. The sky gradually turned orange. Sunset slowly fell across the crowded streets and over the shabby attic room. A finger gently pressed the doorbell. But what answered her was the bitter stream of abuse from inside. "Can you stop pressing the bell?" The poor younger sibling behind her covered his ears in fear. The curses from her own blood relative still did not stop. "Try pressing it one more time, and I'll call the police to have you arrested." Hearing that, Siek panicked and pleaded, "Aunt, please let us in. This is all my fault." At that, the woman's voice grew even sharper, like a victor gloating. "You should have thought of that before you flipped the whole table over. Who was the one who gave you all a place to stay and food to eat?" Every cruel word she spat out made both CA and the two younger children freeze. Suddenly, there was a rustling behind CA. Her little sister was tugging at her clothes. Hong Dan hesitantly asked, "Were we really kicked out?" "Besi deher, boleh sepok anjo slito." "Sis, where are we going to sleep now?" Looking into their innocent eyes, Sia's heart ached, and she had no idea what to do. In the end, all she could do was lower her head helplessly. "I'm sorry for everything." Her arm trembled as she pleaded, "Aunt, please." But before the words could fully leave her mouth, the voice inside cut in, "Get lost, you leeches." All three of them were completely crushed by the way her aunt drove them away, as though they were a disease. "Get out." Dizzy, Say stared at the cold door in front of her. She thought back over everything that had just happened. She thought of Aji, her friend. She thought of the teacher's wolf-hearted face, of her future, and of this place. Somewhere deep in her consciousness, CA truly collapsed. She broke down in pain and despair. "I've lost everything." Her small back looked incapable of bearing any of it. Helpless and filled with bitterness, she wondered, what am I supposed to do now? Then that strange voice rang out again. "How have you lived your life to end up surrounded by people like this? How foolish. You need to learn how to let things flow past you." Hearing that, the eyes hidden behind her thick glasses suddenly lit up as if she had realized something. Her thin legs stood up once more. Those eyes no longer held any weakness. In their place was open fury. "Come out." When darkness had spread everywhere through the deep forest, it looked like a painting. The stream glowed with blue light, and then a flock of birds flew straight overhead. Nearby stood CA. She had just punched the bastard in front of her, but Jangsen Tiger only stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What was that slap for? Haven't I helped you a lot?" His words only poured oil on the fire, making her snap back. "Help me? Do you even know what that word means?" For a moment, even he was left speechless. Say practically shouted, "Do you know what you did to me?" Jangsen Tiger found it absurd. "What? I don't deserve to be treated like this." His anger seemed to spill out without end. His already low voice became even more terrifying. "I pitied a lowly, miserable creature like you, so I granted you a bit of grace." But the more he spoke, the deeper he drove into Say's wounds. Grinding her teeth, she repeated his words. "Lowly and miserable?" Jangsan Tiger lifted his head. "That's right. Humans like you are the lowliest of all. I realized that after living in your body for a day." He bit out every word, like a villain carving into an unhealed wound with a knife. He reopened every scar in Say's heart. "You're someone at the very bottom of society." Even she didn't know when she had become that way. Helplessly, she answered yes. "That's exactly what I am." But CA refused to yield any further to this hateful world. She shouted in Jangsan Tiger's face, "But you're even worse than that. You monster." As if emptying out all the pain in her heart, she remembered the past. "You hid in the mountains because you had nowhere to go. You're lonely because you don't have any friends or family at all." The image of him standing there alone, watching Hong Aji and the others laugh together, twisted her heart even more. "You're completely pathetic. You're always holding everything in because you're afraid of getting hurt." At that, she forced a bitter smile. Looking at her face, already contorted from suppressing her emotions, Jangsan Tiger let out a sigh and replied, "I'm not hiding here. I belong here in Jangsan because this is where I was born." His figure blended into the night sky. Calmly, Jangsan Tiger said, "I don't feel lonely either because I have always been alone." A cool breeze swept through her hair. It felt like something slipped into her mind. Jangsan Tiger looked straight into her eyes, which seemed ready to shatter from pain, and said, "You're just talking about yourself." That was it. That was CA's final line of defense. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks. In a weak voice, she said, "Fine. Maybe you're right. Her tears, like crystals in the dark night, fell to the ground. You're right. I'm at the bottom of society, just like you said. CA wiped away the tears threatening to fall. But you know what? The next second, as if she had found something to lean on, she recklessly provoked him. You're even worse. You're lower than the bottom of society. Jang San Tiger stepped back a few paces, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? Without a trace of fear, he stepped forward. You're still nothing more than someone who obeys my orders. He frowned and warned her, hey. With a smug look, CA ordered kneel. At once, Jang San Tiger's knees stopped obeying him and dropped to the ground. It was as if some invisible force were controlling him. He gritted his teeth in fury. You damned human. Looking at the man before her, she felt a twinge of regret. Why didn't I think of this sooner? She kicked him hard in the shoulder. A triumphant smile slowly spread across her face. Jang San Tiger, you'll be my trump card. His handsome face was full of helplessness, yet he could do nothing. Jang San Tiger frowned at the girl in front of him. Trump card? Sia nodded. That's right. I hope it'll be useful to me. But then her eyes wavered, as if she suddenly remembered something from before. A happy family. CA realized that happiness built on someone else would only bring misfortune. She clenched her hand. Fine, I don't need your help. Her slender finger lightly touched the firm chest before her. So, Jang San Tiger, that mountain is called Jang San? Smirking, she pressed a hand against his hard chest. Then if Jang San disappears, do you disappear too? Faced with CS cryptic words, he asked in confusion, what are you talking about? She stood up, expression cold. You said humans can't survive on their own. They're lowly, and I'm the lowliest of them all. The tip of her shoe brushed his lower abdomen. She reminded him again, but from what I can see, you're the one obeying my orders. Her defiant behavior made the man frown. You can't lay even a finger on me. CA smiled mockingly at the one before her. How pitiful and low. This time, Jang San Tiger truly lost his temper and shouted, you arrogant human. But he was quickly restrained again, as though by an order. From now on, don't come out of the cave anymore. Placing both hands on his broad shoulders, she spoke each word with firm certainty. They were like a double-edged blade, meant for Jang San Tiger and for herself as well. Because there's no one who needs you anymore. Even Jang San Tiger stiffened at that. His expression darkened, as if he had never expected that ordinary, timid human to say such words. Say still didn't stop. She emphasized it once more. I don't need help from a lowly monster like you. That only made Jang San Tiger angrier. So get lost. He said it bitterly, pointing straight at his face. At once, brilliant lights appeared around Jang San Tiger's body. A powerful force shoved him back to his old cave, or more precisely, threw him down among the rubble. Jang San Tiger coughed several times in the dark cave. Gnashing his teeth in rage, he shouted, hey. Meanwhile, outside, she turned and walked away without looking back. I'll solve my own problems myself. Once again, CA pressed her aunt's doorbell. She clenched her hands and waited for a response. But the voice inside was the same as ever, full of rejection. Hey, I told you if you ring it one more time, I'm calling the police. As if trying to provoke the woman inside, CA rang the bell again and spoke softly. Aunt, I know that the house you're living in. She covered her mouth with a faint smile. Belongs to my father. Inside, the woman seemed startled, as if struck right at her weak point. CA continued, after my father died, it was left to me. But at the time, I was still too young to inherit it. I also know that my father and mother, the legal guardians assigned to me, own this house. She placed a hand on her chest, steadying her breath. But you know, Aunt, I'm 20 years old this year. I'm an adult now, and old enough to inherit it. The woman inside, apparently losing ground, started cursing at her. Hong CA, are you threatening me? Is that how you talk to your elders? CA showed no fear at all and continued. I don't like reporting people or filing lawsuits. I just want a peaceful life. I want to keep living in this house like before. With a serious expression that was almost frightening, CA stared straight into the camera and said, open the door. Because she had done something wrong, the moment that demand was made, the door opened immediately. The instant she stepped inside, she saw her hateful aunt, red in the face with anger. Ugh, you disgusting girl. How can someone like you share blood with Hong Aji? That's exactly why I said there was never anything to expect from you. The woman kept cursing, not even noticing Sea's expression. The next morning, sunlight spread everywhere. Another day began. CA walked straight into the teacher's office. Unlike yesterday, CA was now completely calm and in control. The teacher frowned when he saw her. HM, you're here again? What is it this time? That was all she needed. CA got straight to the point. About the cancellation of my scholarship. Please reverse it. There wasn't a trace of fear left on her face. But apparently that was impossible. His expression soured even more, and he barked, What? Are you crazy? Suppressing her anger, she said, I followed all the rules required to receive that scholarship. Was my scholarship canceled because of your personal feelings? As if she had hit the mark, he flinched and couldn't speak for a moment. In the room, only C.A.'s voice could be heard. With that scholarship, I could go forward anywhere. She clenched the notice of cancellation in her hand, crumpling part of the paper from the force. Will there be no consequences at all for a teacher abusing his position? As she spoke, her expression turned even colder, as if she were pressuring him. Ignoring his choked anger, C.A. continued, Sir, things aren't like they used to be anymore. Please act as if the cancellation never happened. She held the paper out closer to him. She politely added, I'm asking you, sir. The man's face flushed red with anger. He let out a laugh. Powerless. He took the paper back. The teacher's hand trembled with fury. At once, he tore it into pieces and threw them in C.A.'s face. But she silently accepted it. He shouted furiously, If you have nothing else to say, get out. I'm letting it go this one time. If you come here again, I absolutely won't let it slide. Looking at the torn scraps on the floor, she answered in triumph, Thank you, sir. Watching C.A. leave so calmly, he only grew angrier. What is wrong with that girl? Is it because she has no parents? So pathetic. Ugh, I'm getting goosebumps. C.A. calmly walked back toward the classroom, trying to reassure herself. It's fine. Everything's fine now. Thinking of her two younger siblings, her heart finally settled. As long as the three of us can live happily now, that's enough. C.A. pushed open the classroom door. A classmate immediately shouted, Hey, Hong C.S. here. Out of nowhere, two classmates rushed over and grabbed her tightly. Hey, what did you do? One of them pointed at C.A. in disgust and shouted, You stole Hong Aji's new phone, didn't you? During gym class. You were the only one who went into the faculty room, so you were absent. C.A. was startled, but quickly defended herself. What? That's not true. I just came back from the teacher's office. Just then, Hong Aji's voice rang out. Everyone, please don't make this into a big deal. Standing between two female classmates, she said anxiously, Say, didn't do it. It's all just a misunderstanding. The person beside her couldn't hold back and loudly defended Aji. Aji, you're too nice. That girl immediately pushed things further, playing her role perfectly. No, Hong Aji tilted her head, pretending to be frightened. Someone beside her added, Exactly. You're too kind. That's why she dared to steal from you. C.A. hadn't done it, so she desperately shouted, I really didn't steal anything. A boy nearby scratched his head, looking disgusted. Where's your proof? Can you prove you didn't take it? She struggled helplessly in the grip of the two students. There's no proof that I took it either, but it seemed no one believed her. Innocent? Really? John Hyong picked up the bag in his hand, his posture sloppy and unruly. Then I'll open your bag, okay? Annoyed, C.A. tried to stop him. How can you just? Before she could finish, the bag was flipped upside down. Her books and school supplies immediately spilled all over the floor. They looked at the sight before them and laughed mercilessly. Why is it all books? Huh, are you going to a museum or something? You're so poor that if you buy one book, you use it for life? Ah, looking at the worn, tattered book covers on the floor, they took turns using vicious words to hurt her. So filthy. Ugh, my eyes, look at that disgusting trash. Furious, C.A. ran after her classmate. Stop it, get it back. But a hand immediately yanked her back. What are you doing? There's still somewhere we haven't checked. She shouted angrily. You already searched my bag. What else are you trying to search? The next second, C.A. froze at the vile expression on her classmate's face. When John Hyong pointed at her, the people around her no longer seemed human. Coldly, they pinned down C.A.'s arms and legs instead of helping. All she could do was cry out weakly, What are you doing? He answered in a humiliating tone, You could be hiding it in your clothes too, so we have to check there as well. Seeing his hand grabbing at her tie, C.A. panicked, not knowing what to do as she couldn't break free. You bastards, are you all crazy? Damn it, let go. Her mind spiraled into chaos. Should I report this? But if this gets blown up, I'll lose my scholarship. Seeing the hand about to undo her first button, she thought helplessly, is this really where it ends? A disgusting shout rang out. Look at her. While she was distracted, the first button had really come undone. The undershirt beneath was visible. Sia weakly struggled. And no, stop. Let go of me. Then John Hyong suddenly said, Hey, you know what? He smiled with brutal delight. No matter what happens, nobody's going to say a word. Looking at everyone, especially Hong Aji, pretending to be scared with her hands over her eyes. Say, he finally understood the true nature of these human-shaped monsters. John Hyong pointed to the left side of her chest and declared, "No one's going to help you. No one at all." It was like an alarm bell ringing in her ears. Sia remembered. She remembered everything that had happened. All the things she had been able to solve so easily until now. And the reason she was now powerless and unable to solve this. She remembered the desk covered in scribbles and filth. In all those pathetic times, she had clasped her hands and begged others. Really, really, at last, tears streamed down her face again. I don't want to be hated, but in the end, I still ended up looking like someone everyone hated. They seemed delighted to see her like that. Oh, Hong Sie, haha, this girl's crying. My life is filled with nothing but hatred. Looking at the classmates she saw every day, even the gentle ones were now mocking and spitting on her. She asked herself, isn't there anyone who will save me? That's right, Sie remembered that impulsive thing she had done back then. Actually, the way she did it had been wrong. But then Jang San Tiger's voice echoed. How was that gift? Maybe it could help. With that thought, she remembered the command she had been given permission to use. And the moment she had cried out to him opened up again in her memory. I ended up doing the very thing I hated most. She burst into tears in her fury. I'm really sorry. It seemed CA had used the power she had been given to summon Jang San Tiger. He appeared from above, gritting his teeth. You ignorant fools. He appeared in a state that was hardly human at all. Si estado in shock, maut agape. What is that? He appeared in the strangest, most monstrous way possible. His immense power erupted violently with his rage. You dare accuse someone at will and violate another person's body? Back in the Joseon era, trash like you four. While he was pronouncing judgment, John Hyong still stood there blankly, not understanding what was happening. Then a voice like fire from hell rang out. 100 blows and 3 days of exile. Or worse, death by quartering. How pathetic. Looking at the loathsome bunch, Jang San Tiger said, there's no use teaching those who refuse to learn. One of them trembled and shouted, hey, what kind of crap are you talking about? Then John Hyong threw a drink can at him and yelled, what do you want, huh? Seeing their stupidity, he wasn't angered in the least. Idiots. The students only stupidly shouted at each other. Hey, throw better. They shoved into one another so hard that they knocked CA to the floor. Jang San Tiger's eyes instantly widened. He grabbed the throat of the one who had pushed her down. The boy immediately fainted. That sight frightened the other classmates so badly they clutched at their own throats. Jang San Tiger slowly walked up to her in a gentle voice, so different from his earlier words. He said, so contrary to what you said, it seems there is someone who needs me after all. Unlike his rough violence a moment earlier, he gently stroked the person before him on the head. Say it. He pulled CA into his chest and patiently waited. Asked for help. It had been so long since anyone had protected her. The corners of her eyes quickly reddened and hot tears streamed down. Help me. Her strong facade finally collapsed, and she burst into loud sobs. John Hyong, as if he had no fear of death, rushed forward. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Why are you suddenly butting in? The corners of Jang San Tiger's lips curled upward. It seems this fool still doesn't know what manners are. With a single turn, the force he released crushed the other boy instantly. What is that? He bared his claws and sharp fangs. It was a horrifying sight, completely unlike the gentleness from moments ago. I'll show you what the Jang San Tiger can do. The boy recoiled in terror at Jang San Tiger's appearance. What is that? Instead of answering, he repeated, I'll show you what the Jang San Tiger can do. A flash of lightning appeared outside the window. The room instantly went dark. Everyone around them screamed in fear. Someone shouted loudly. Which bastard turned off the lights? He cursed at Jang San Tiger. Hey, you crazy bastard. You think this is going to scare us? Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck the student beside him directly. His face went completely pale. He shouted to the others, damn it, he's only one person. Grab him. And just like that, everyone rushed him at once. But with a simple wave of his hand, they were all thrown back instantly. Jang San Tiger draped his coat over Sea's head. From now on, you don't need to watch anymore. At the same time, he pulled the coat down completely to cover her eyes. Jang San Tiger snapped his fingers. A rope appeared from nowhere, wrapping around the boy's neck and then his limbs. Just like that, he was hoisted into the air. The rope suddenly tightened around his neck, forcing out choking sounds. While everyone was still in shock, Jang San Tiger slowly walked forward and said, John Hyong, this is a punishment carried out in the Joseon era. It means tying a criminal's arms, legs, and neck to 5 horses, then making the horses run so the body is torn apart. Or should I tear you limb from limb right now and let everyone watch? John Hyong, trembling in fear with tears streaming down his face, shook his head and said, stop, please stop, you damn monster. Hearing that, he asked, monster? Jang San Tiger turned to the others and said, "Let's see. From where I stand, you're the real monsters. Ganging up on the weak like that. So you have no right to call me a monster." By then, Sie had already pulled her clothes back into place. Hearing his words, her face seemed to light up. The ropes began to tighten. John Hyong coughed and hurriedly begged, "Enough, enough. I'm sorry. I'm trash. So please save me. Hey, you brats, bow your heads now, damn it." He looked at everyone kneeling and mocked them with a laugh. How ridiculous. Jangson Tiger turned to her, picked her up, and jumped out the window. Startled, she clung tightly to him and screamed. Just then, the bell rang. The teacher walked into the classroom and reminded them, "Break time's over. Go back to your seats." When she saw the 3 students tied up indecently, she let out a scream. "You naughty kids, don't copy weird things like that. All of you, come with me to the faculty office." By then, Jang San Tiger had already taken CA all the way home. He looked around and, seeing how shabby the house was, asked, "Humans call this a house?" Only then did CA say, "How did you get here? I gave you an order. I told you not to leave the cave. How did this happen?" Jang San Tiger touched his nose as blood began to drip down, but he remained calm, as if it were nothing. It's nothing serious. This is just the price of disobeying your order. As long as you're okay." He raised his hand to touch her, but she slapped it away. She scolded him loudly, "Don't touch me. This is all your fault. If only you hadn't gotten involved in my life." Deep down, she felt guilty. Why did I say that when he was the one who saved me? I am Ophel. Hearing her thoughts, he smiled. There really are times when you need my help. And you're not speaking honestly right now either. Sia blushed. Don't read my mind. Jang San Tiger ignored that and started wandering around. This place is nice. It's kind of like the cave. She found that strange and asked, "What?" He continued, "This probably isn't really a house, is it? Still, it's not bad. I think this place is comfortable." The more he spoke, the less sense he made, and CA frowned. "What are you even talking about? Explain." He stepped closer to her. "Starting today, I'll live here with you." Startled, he quickly pushed him away and stammered, What kind of nonsense is that?" With a look as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, he said, "If I'm not near you, they won't leave you alone. So I'll stay with you." She shouted, "Hey," but before she could refuse, someone called from outside. "Cease, cease." She quickly grabbed his arm. "Hide, hurry before the kids come in." Then she shoved him straight into the wardrobe and urgently told him to hide. Jangson Tiger got angry. "What is this? Couldn't you use some other method? You could use your power too, but Sie." By then it was already dark. Buell was still happily playing with the toy airplane. She gently reminded Buell, "It's bedtime now, okay?" But the child refused. "No, I don't want to. It's not bedtime yet." CA kept coaxing. "Haha, no. Tonight you have to sleep early." Inside, she was extremely anxious because 3 hours had already passed. Jang San Tiger in the wardrobe seemed to be radiating a gloomy aura. She could practically feel his eyes calling out to her. Meanwhile, he hung his head like a dejected beast and sighed to himself. Sweat poured off her like a stream. Restlessly, she thought, he's a monster too, so how could he possibly stay cooped up in such a tiny space so easily? If he can't stand it and jumps out, then how am I supposed to explain it to the kids? Maybe if I say he's a cat, it'll be okay? CA patted the mattress and said, "Come on, lie down. I'm so tired today. Someone to sleep early, Buell." But Buell just kept playing with the airplane. "No way. I'm not listening. Buell wants to play more." Her patience finally snapped. Annoyed, she shouted, "Lie down and go to sleep, got it?" In the end, both children finally rolled over and fell asleep. Sitting beside them, she gently soothed the boy. She smiled. "Okay, he's fine. I still have Buell. No matter what happens, I have to protect myself." If that's the case, then CA recalled all the times John Hyong had bullied her and wondered to herself, maybe living together would be better after all. But then again, how could we possibly live together? Just like that, she ended up dozing off, forgetting that he was still in the wardrobe. Moonlight from outside shone straight through the crack in the closet door. He panicked, unable to control himself, and his ears, claws, and tail slipped out. Hearing the sound, she stirred awake groggily. "What?" She saw Jang San Tiger sitting on top of her. Alarmed, she asked, "Jang San Tiger?" He was breathing hard, his face flushed red, calling her name. On Sia, E. He pulled her face closer and said, "I can't endure it." Flustered, Sia stammered, confused by what he was doing. "What are you doing?" As soon as she said that, Jang San Tiger pinned her down and gripped the pillow tightly. Uncomfortable beneath him, she ordered, "Hurry up. Undo it." Sia didn't understand what he meant. Undo what? That only made him more irritated, and he shouted, "That's an order." Sia was still confused. an order, but the loud commotion woke the two children sleeping nearby. They turned to look at their sister. Sis, who's the person on top of you? Buell and Hongdan, seeing what CA and Jang-san Tiger were doing, asked in confusion, what are you two doing? To avoid misunderstandings and even more trouble, she screamed and kicked him straight off. A while later, after things had calmed down, he finally sat still and let Buell happily play with his hair. Buell curiously asked about him. Why is your hair white like an old man's? That made Jang-san Tiger even more annoyed. Before he could recover, the child punched him right in the face. Your face is so white. It looks like flour. The little boy kept teasing and poking at him gleefully. Get lost, you lowly human brat. Seeing her younger sibling fooling around, Hongdan stepped in and knocked him lightly on the head. Ow, that hurts. Hongdan reminded him, don't make fun of other people's skin color like that. She pulled her younger brother closer and whispered, for what I can tell, that person's just a beggar. Hearing that, Jang-san Tiger grew even angrier, a dark aura surrounding him. Look at him, all messy and scruffy. Sis probably just brought home some wandering beggar because she felt sorry for him. Furious, Jang-san Tiger raised his voice and threatened the noisy little brats. I'll eat all of you right now. CA grabbed both children by the collar. You two stop it. Well, Hongdan, what time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet? Go to bed now. He flashed his claws, about to attack. While pretending to scold the children, she took the chance to give him an order too. You two stop it. Her command made him freeze in place. Then she realized it. I get it. All these unlucky things happened because I was far away from him. That makes sense. Teachers, the kids, everyone noticed something strange. In that case, my choices. CA said, let's live together. She looked him straight in the eye. Jang-san Tiger, still struggling with the kids a moment ago, stared at her in confusion. She thought, at least until all of this is over. The moon had risen high, and the two children had already rolled over and fallen asleep. She and he were still sitting at the table. CA held out a sheet of paper and said, there's no other choice. We'll have to live together. But there are a lot of conditions, so let's set some rules. Because my aunt still lives here, don't let anyone catch you staying in this house. She emphasized, especially no transforming. He refused. Transforming is a law of nature for me. She pressed her hand over his lips so he couldn't keep talking. No talking back, and no yelling either. Jang-san Tiger wrapped an arm behind her back and leaned in close. Do you think I'll obey all that? She answered seriously, this is my house. If you won't listen, then leave. Jang-san Tiger threatened, I'll rip that little mouth of yours open so you'll stay silent for the rest of your life. Then I'll eat those noisy little brats too. CA, he calmly ordered. Really? Lie face down. Immediately, he dropped down without meaning to, just as she said. CA sat on top of him and continued. First, no saying nasty things in front of the kids. No extending your claws all the time. And your toenails too. Lying underneath her, he cursed at himself. Damn human. She went on. And finally, if you want to live in a human world, then live like a human. At the same time, she smacked him on the head. The next morning, she brought him to the bathhouse. She assigned Buell a task. Buell, I'm counting on you. First, let's get him cleaned up. Standing beside them. He had no idea what was going on. Buell raised a hand in agreement. And so bath time passed. When they came back, Buell proudly announced, Sis, this guy has 3 legs. After that, she took him to the market to choose clothes. She looked at him nervously. Everything seemed to suit him. Jang-san Tiger felt uncomfortable and waved her hand away. I told you I'm not wearing this. She smacked him on the head. You're so noisy. Be careful or I'll throw you back up the mountain. When they stopped to eat tekbaki, it was so spicy that he cried and complained to her. You cruel humans, how dare you poison me? This isn't food anymore. It's a torture device. Even with tears streaming down his face, his hand never stopped eating. The two children were eating the medium spicy version while watching him devour the mild one. They asked in confusion, isn't that the kid's version? The two kids laughed and teased him. You're so dumb. You really do look like a beggar. Just like that, the 4 of them wandered around the market, each holding a cup of water. Jang-san Tiger spotted a pig's head hanging up. Startled, he said, Gee good heavens, why is there a severed head here? These humans are so cruel and heartless. I can't believe they'd behead someone in public. CA asked, puzzled, behead someone in public? To us, this is just food. Then she added with a smile, teasing him, and right now, they're on their way to cut your head off too. Jang-san Tiger got so scared he dropped his cup of water and screamed. Eventually night came. After being out all day, the two children were exhausted and fell right asleep. He was still whining, my precious fur, my beloved fur. Beside him, C8 called out, Jang-san Tiger. When he turned toward her, she shoved a mouthful of noodles straight into his mouth. She said, didn't you say we'd live together? This is necessary. If we're gonna live together, don't be so upset about it. As he chewed, he complained, "You shaved off the fur I've raised my whole life, so how could I not be upset?" Suddenly, his face lit up. "This is amazing." He grabbed the cup of noodles and slurped it all down at once, only to burn his mouth and stick out his tongue. "Hot, hot!" Beside him, she covered her mouth and laughed. He looked down at the houses below. It seemed he had accepted the change, as he said. "This place really has changed a lot." Thinking back to the scenery of long ago, to the fortress walls and the tiny houses, he continued, "When I first came here, there was nothing here, but I was wrong." He recalled everything that had happened, comparing the brightly lit homes in the night to the past. He admitted that this place had always been full of light. Sia looked at him and asked, "But what's your name?" He replied, "What do I need a name for?" She was surprised. "Really? Hey, what are we supposed to do if you don't have a name? Should I give you one?" He nodded. "As you like." Sia stepped closer. "Your hair is white. Your skin is white too. Even your eyes are white like snow. How about Seol Beam?" Janks and Tiger stared blankly, then said, "Okay." The scene grew peaceful. She thought, "I wish every day could be like today." But the next day, when she got to school, people all around her were whispering rumors behind her back. "Did you hear? Hong said last week in the classroom, with those boys, she did that." "It's true, seriously. In literature class, someone saw the boys tied up. They were even hanging. And Hong CA was jumping around too. She's totally insane. So creepy, haha." The contemptuous stares all along her walk to school and the mocking words worn her down. Her life was still hell. Hong Aji and her friends stood at a distance, openly laughing at her. Then Baek Jundu called out to her, "Can I talk to you for a second? What happened to you last week?" But Hong Aji stepped forward and cut him off. Pretending to be worried, she said, "Sia, we were so worried about you. Are you okay? Nothing happened, right?" Sia sank in her negative thoughts, not even bothering to react to her. "I'm so sick of this same old thing." Suddenly, someone pinched her cheek. Janks and Tiger had appeared out of nowhere. Sia, I told you not to get too far away from me." He draped an arm over her shoulders and pulled her close. Everyone around them was stunned by him. Many people commented on how handsome he was, wondering if he was a transfer student. She could only stammer, unable to say anything, when she still didn't respond after he called her name several times. He grabbed her face and turned her so she was looking directly at him. "Where are you looking?" "I'm right here." Seol Beam had transferred to Jangsan High School. The teacher announced that a transfer student had arrived, making the whole class buzz with curiosity as the new student entered. He smiled faintly, and that smile made quite a few girls melt. Hong Aji blushed and stared in a daze. "What is this?" She practically screamed inside. "He's insanely handsome." Seol Beam flashed a radiant smile and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Seol Beam." Standing in front of CA, he declared, "I came here to study with Hong CA." Baek Jundu frowned and clenched his teeth. Aji widened her eyes and fell into thought. After making his declaration, Seol Beam smiled to himself in satisfaction. That left CA flustered, embarrassed, and red-faced. The whole class gasped in surprise and shouted together, "What? Jangsan Hai got a transfer student like that?" The moment he sat down, a group of girls surrounded him and bombarded him with questions. "Beam, where are you from? Is that your real hair color? Wow, that's amazing. Are you a trainee idol?" He rested his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and answered their rapid-fire questions. "I'm from over that way. Even if all my hair fell out, the color would still be the same." "And what's a trainee? Can you eat it?" The girl smiled, delighted. "He's funny too." CA frowned with a disgusted look. "What is this? Why are they all so into him? He's talking complete nonsense." Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared at the classroom door. John Hyung awkwardly scratched his head. "I overslept today, and I still feel kind of off. Why is it so noisy?" Then he frowned. John Hyung asked, "What's this?" "A transfer student." He smacked Seol Beam on the head and barked, "Damn it, didn't anyone tell you this is my seat?" Seol Beam frowned and rubbed the spot where John Hyung had hit him. Suddenly, John Hyung froze in fear under Seol Beam's gaze. The moment he saw those eyes, memories of being tortured by Jangsan Tiger flashed through John Hyung's mind. John Hyung immediately panicked and ran out of the classroom. "Ah, damn it, I'm sorry. I suddenly feel sick, so I'm leaving early." Everyone else just stared, not understanding what had happened. Aji spoke to Beam. Smiling shyly, she made a suggestion. "Would you like to be my boyfriend?" His face changed at once. CA looked blankly at Aji's sudden offer, unable to understand it. The others were just as surprised and confused. Aji smiled and explained, "I'm kidding, haha, just joking." The whole class started chattering noisily. Then Aji added, "Still, I don't remember Say having a friend like this. That made CA jump. Then Aji asked him, "So where are you from?" Suddenly, CA stood up, slammed her hand on the desk, and shouted, "Seal Beam." Then, embarrassed, Say explained, "Let's go outside for a bit, okay?" Seal Beam looked at her silently without saying anything. CA frowned and pulled her by the hand out of the classroom. Han Aji watched the two of them leave with irritation, while the class started whispering, "What's wrong with her? Are those two really that close?" Outside, CA pulled Sil Beam aside to talk, but he was only staring intently at another girl nearby, who was smiling happily at her phone. He suddenly turned and asked in curiosity, "Hong said, what's that? I want one too." That made her face flush red with anger. She finally shouted, "Enough already. Why did you come here? And transfer schools? Are you crazy?" He calmly replied, "Huh? I came because of the binding between us. My transformed body attracts attention easily, so I transferred." Said helplessly, "Even so, what if you get found out? And besides, the two of us." She blushed and awkwardly continued that living together is one thing already. Beam lowered his gaze to her and said matter-of-factly, "Why? We can go to school together and go home together too." He smiled smugly. She looked at him in bewilderment, blushing in helpless embarrassment. You." He replied, "Huh." She warned him, "Are you really confident you won't get exposed?" He stood still obediently, like a cat. CA braced one hand on her hip and sighed helplessly. "I seriously can't understand you, but you absolutely have to keep it hidden." He smirked confidently. "Of course I can hide it." She let out a laugh, then laughed harder. After thinking it over, she suddenly shouted, "What do you mean, of course? You won't be able to adapt to this school at all." Beam frowned and glanced at the girl standing nearby. The girl hesitantly took off her earphones. "Huh, what is it?" Seal Beam explained this. "Why did you stick bean sprouts in your ears?" The girl burst out laughing, then put the earphones on him. "What are you even talking about? That's not funny at all. Let's listen together." His eyes widened in surprise. Then he suddenly shouted, "Music is coming out of the bean sprouts," startling CA and the girl beside him. At this school, everything was so strange to him. He panicked again when he saw another girl using a hair straightener. "Why are you holding something as dangerous as a soldering iron?" He was about to go help, but luckily CA stopped him in time. The girls in class started inviting him to hang out. "Let's take selfies together, Beam." They took pictures with all kinds of filters. Puppy, devil, fairy. Everything at Jangsan High's basketball court felt so new. Seal Beam was surrounded by a flock of girls, leaving him bewildered. It was so absurd it was almost funny. Meanwhile, she sat helplessly all alone. CA smiled as she looked over at him. He really is adapting pretty well. He stared at the phone in astonishment. She had just thought, thank goodness, when a basketball came flying with the wind straight toward her. It made her flinch, and she cried out, "Ah!" CA threw up her hands to protect herself. Seal Beam frowned and narrowed his eyes. He rushed forward and caught the ball. Right in time, she lowered her hands and looked up at him. The girls who had been crowding around him earlier all gaped. What? How? Wasn't Seal Beam just over there? Was this magic? His reflexes are amazing. He patted CA on the head, making the girls wonder, wait, have Hong CA and Seal Beam known each other for a long time? Another one asked, they're not dating, are they? Just look at them. The girl smiled, intrigued. No way, Hong CA. If that's all it takes, I could totally do that too. Haha. From afar, Aji's face turned red with anger. Aji asked with concern, Beam, do you already have a partner? He stiffened awkwardly. Then Aji added that this time they had to pair up to play dodgeball. In a flirtatious voice, Aji said, then pair up with me. I'm the class president, after all. The homeroom teacher said I should look after the transfer student. Seal Beam frowned, looking slightly annoyed. What? Fine. Aji smiled brightly, fully satisfied. Really? Then this is our chance to. A pair of footsteps approached from behind them, loud and firm. Then a voice called out, Hong Se. Seal Beam frowned in irritation. Aji looked a little surprised. CA became flustered when she heard Baek Jundu call her name. Yundu gazed ahead calmly. Seal Beam was about to sling an arm around her shoulders. But Jundu grabbed his wrist. The two men stood on either side of her, competing. Pair up with me. In everyone's eyes, Baek Jundu was a guy with bronze-toned skin and a lively hairstyle. He had a solid, athletic build. People admired Baek Jundu's healthy, vigorous beauty. The girls up above kept cheering over how handsome he was. Baek Joon-do is the most handsome in the universe. Baek Joon-do is the hottest in the solar system. Baek Joon-do is number one. Joon-do belongs to me. When he lifted his head, he was immediately judged as the most famous boy in the high school. But there was something different at this school now. A boy with pale white skin, tired but captivating pale eyes, and vivid red lips. That was the new transfer student, Seol BM. He had transferred to Jangsan High School. The girls sat together, whispering among themselves. Are you kidding? What's going on? The new transfer student is exactly my type. But I'd still choose Joon-do. Right there in the middle of the taekwondo field, two boys were fighting over one girl. They glared at each other while Hong Se stood in between them, not knowing what to do. A new current had begun to flow. The two kept staring each other down. Seol BM attacked first. Want to play with me? Se was caught off guard. What? Baek Joon-do stepped forward and pulled her back. It's been a long time since you played with me. Se looked confused. Seriously, these two, both of them, made the same demand. Hong Se choose. How was she supposed to handle both of them asking the exact same thing at once? Fine. A huge question mark popped into her head. What's going on? Aji watched, full of resentment. Se understood what they wanted. She turned to look at Seol BM. Today was his first day transferring into the school, so she immediately invited him. Seol BM, let's play together. At once, he put on a triumphant smile. Sure. He draped an arm over her shoulders and shot Baek Joon-do a provocative look. Joon-do could only silently watch the girl he liked walk away with someone else. The scheming Aji quickly ran over and grabbed Joon-do's hand. Joon-do, you can play with Aji instead. But all she got in return was his emotionless gaze. Joon-do's irritation showed clearly. Still, the two pairs split off in different directions. They chose to play dodgeball. Joon-do jumped up and struck the ball with tremendous force. As a result, the ball flew forward at incredible speed. But thankfully, Seol BM caught it in time, while also lifting Se up in one arm. The other girls looked on in jealous disbelief. What is this right now? Did he just lift Se with one hand? Everyone on the court was shocked by what he did. Oh my god, please put me down. While the girls were thrilled, Se was blushing furiously in embarrassment. Joon-do, meanwhile, was seething. Everyone wondered, what's wrong with Joon-do? Why did he throw at Seol BM? Joon-do, you're supposed to aim for Se. Seol BM noticed that. I'll play with you for real once. With one hand still holding Se, he hurled the ball back with just as much force as Joon-do. Joon-do stood there while Aji could only hide behind his back. Joon-do caught the ball too, but even so, his body trembled slightly. The muscles in his neck tensed. The two of them kept throwing and catching. Joon-do got so angry he cursed this bastard. He shoved Aji aside. Then he poured all his strength into his arm and threw again. After a while, the referee's voice rang out. Hong Aji, Baek Joon-do is out. Aji dropped onto the ground in frustration over losing. She got angry and shouted, what the hell are you doing? Why did you push me? Say it was no different. She was angry too and snapped. Why did you lift me up? That's not how you're supposed to play this game. Everyone whispered among themselves. Seol BM is giving him a handicap with one hand. He's been playing one-handed the whole match. Seol BM is so cool. But did you see? Hong Aji fell down. I don't know, but Seol BM is amazing. He immediately showed off. Amazing? No, you mean cool. Aji shouted, aren't you going to help me up? But Joon-do simply walked away without saying another word. He went over to Seol BM and asked, what kind of relationship do you have with Se? Seol BM leaned close to her and answered, we're inseparable. Anyone hearing that would misunderstand. Se was stunned by how bluntly he said it. Joon-do shouted, Hong Se-you. Then suddenly a classmate ran up yelling, Baek Joon-do, coach is calling you. He turned and glared at them. Next time, I want to talk to you. Some girls went over to Aji. Aji, are you okay? What's wrong with Joon-do today? Then they immediately changed the subject. Seol BM really is handsome. Seriously, he's incredible. Seol BM's appearance had stirred up the girls into a frenzy of admiration. See? Wow, he's like a god. The ball keeps ending up in his hands. Was it the ball that just fell into his hands, or my heart? The girls' faces were glowing with excitement, as if a whole new semester had begun. They screamed without a shred of dignity. Appa, we're the same age today. If he's that handsome, of course you have to call him Appa. Pink flowers seemed to bloom everywhere. The games continued, but the boys were jealous and made bitter remarks. He's not even that handsome. Then why are so many people gathering around him? Honestly, doesn't Baek Joon-do look better? He's more masculine too. Even when Seol BM drank water, they had something to say. Seriously, those girls look like stalkers. One boy even copied the way Seal BM drank water. I'm more handsome, right? Everyone burst out laughing. Are you insane? Do you have no shame? Among the male students, that was the birth of a new idol at Jangsan High School. At lunch, say, he taught Seal BM how to hold chopsticks. You hold them like this. That's it. And at last, Seal BM learned how to use chopsticks. Like this? Yes, that's right. Suddenly, a fly buzzed past. With perfect grace, he caught the fly with his chopsticks in one smooth move. CA immediately screamed, please just sit still. He even teased her. Open your mouth. CO BM brought the chopsticks, holding the fly, close to Say, terrifying her. From a corner, Aji witnessed everything. A surge of anger rose in her chest. Ongsia, something felt wrong. Their whole lives, Aji had been the main character and CA the side character. Yet now, Aji was furious to the point of stupidity. Why do you keep doing whatever you want? She walked over to CA. Why didn't you ask me to eat with you, Sia? Seal BM glanced toward Aji. Sia's eyes clearly showed her alarm. Aji put on a gentle act. Let's eat together. But inside, she was nothing like her sweet exterior. Her heart burned with the desire to take everything away. From the day a person is born, the 8 characters of fate appear. Destiny sparkles like a diamond. It reveals the structure of one's life. A person's destiny reveals their character and wealth. Do you know what makes these people different from you? The shaman's voice rang out in answer. Their date of birth. She frowned seriously, sweat beading on her forehead. Her fingers traced over the sheet of paper on the table. The year, month, day, hour of birth, and gender. Yin and Yang. Heavenly stems, and the relationships of the 12 earthly branches all combine. Every person has their own unique pattern. The shaman widened her eyes and spoke in a low voice. This is the fate of a main character. Looking at the glowing Aji, she continued, you will shine anywhere at any time. You will monopolize everyone's love for your entire life. Then she looked over at Sei, who stood timidly beside her. And this little girl. She paused, then continued, how are you even still alive? Those cruel words froze little CA where she stood. Outsiders often said cruel things. Can you believe those two are family? With that girl standing next to her, Aji shines even more. CA had despaired, thinking, this is our fate. Aji was lively, obedient, and loved by everyone. She was the main character. CA, on the other hand, was quiet and reserved, naturally cast as the supporting character. But the way her classmates gossiped about her and Seal BM, and the way he and Jundu competed over her, and the way CA herself was gradually becoming brighter and more cheerful, all of it made Aji, the supposed darling of heaven, burn with red-eyed jealousy. She thought angrily, why are you going against your fate? Aji carried her tray over to CA and said warmly, let's eat together. But inwardly, she thought viciously, it makes me want to take everything from you. Bashfully, Aji set down her tray and sat beside Seal BM. Sweetly, she called BM. Then she asked, since when have you been close with CA? Then, acting cheerful, she continued, Sei and I are basically like family. So let's all get along, okay? Hearing that, CA's face fell as she thought coldly, like family? Aji noticed that Seal BM was focused only on eating and not paying attention to her. Forcing a laugh, she said, haha, are you the type who doesn't talk while eating? She then suggested, after we finish, let's go to the school store together. When Seal BM heard that, he paused. The school store? Aji knew she'd hit the mark and happily replied, yeah, ours is the best. Later, the 3 of us can go. But before she could finish, he cut her off. Turning to CA, he said, Hong Se, take me to the canteen. She blinked in surprise. Okay. Aji, completely ignored, froze stiff and stared at Seal BM. She thought, this is strange. Aji remembered what the shaman had told her when she was young. The shaman had clearly said that she would monopolize everyone's love for her entire life. Yet as she watched Seal BM affectionately pull CA by the hand and head outside, she stared in disbelief at his handsome, cheerful face and thought angrily, why won't BM look at me? The classroom buzzed noisily with gossip. Seeing the class in such high spirits, the teacher smacked the desk and raised his voice. All right, pay attention. Everyone immediately fell silent to listen. A notice regarding internship placements for the break from first-class construction. CA looked seriously at the paper in her hands. She thought, first-class construction, the leading construction company in Korea, responsible for building half the apartments in Seoul. A chaebol-level corporation that controlled a major industry and influenced every field, with a history stretching back over a century. Just as its name suggested, it was first-class construction. Even the luxury apartments and high-end housing they built served as employee welfare benefits. Thinking about the company, Saya's face grew serious as she stared at the paper. This was that company's internship recruitment notice. The competition was fierce, but there was only one internship spot. The selection process consisted of a written exam, physical fitness evaluation, school life review, voting, and finally the announcement of the successful candidate. She decided that she just had to get in. She remembered her sharp-tongued, cruel aunt, always scolding and berating her. She remembered her younger brother Buell, who had asthma, and her younger sister Hongdan, who had allergies. She thought of a better future. If she could get in there, then she could give Buell and Dan a warm place to eat and sleep, instead of forcing them to keep living off others. But then CAS thoughts turned pessimistic again. But this. She glanced at the world's favorite child, Aji, and thought, maybe only people with a main character fate like hers can do something like this. She bitterly remembered what she herself was. Suddenly the teacher's voice rang out. Like Hong Se. Startled at hearing her name, she looked up blankly. With a contemptuous smirk, the teacher said, "No matter how good your grades are, if your conduct is bad, it's hard to recommend you." She pressed her lips together in humiliation, not daring to speak back. "I'll recommend you for smaller programs instead, so behave yourself properly." The classmates burst out laughing and teasing her. "Oh ho, someone just got pushed to the back." Hong CA out. Seol Biam lifted his face and looked thoughtfully at CA. Her expression was full of unwillingness, yet she couldn't say a word. He curled his lips into a faint smile, as if he found something very amusing. Then suddenly a loud, resonant voice called out, "Teacher!" A woman in black high heels stood at the classroom door. The teacher's face stiffened as he stared at the person outside in shock. Even Aji turned pale and blank-faced. See, I also never expected this person to come. The classmates recognized her at once and erupted into whispers. "Isn't that Aji's mother?" She stood there with her arms crossed, glaring furiously at the teacher. She strode in, her high heels scraping unpleasantly across the floor. Then she rushed forward and slapped him across the face, shouting, "What kind of kid behaves properly when a bastard like you is around?" Hearing her mother defend her cousin, Aji froze. Even CA was stunned speechless. She couldn't understand what had gotten into this aunt today. Aji hurried over and asked in panic, "Mom, why did you suddenly come here?" But her mother ignored her and barked, "Be quiet for a moment. The adults are talking." Aji froze. She had never expected her mother to scold her like that. Her face turned even paler. The woman continued defending CA. "She has good grades and attends school regularly, and yet your school has no rules at all, apparently." The people below burst into chatter. "What is this morning drama? Isn't that Aji's mom? I thought she was CAS mother." Haha. Everyone looked at Aji mockingly. Hong Aji looks so damn embarrassed right now, huh? She was so mortified she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Her aunt kept cursing without pause. "If you don't put aside your personal feelings and treat students fairly, then I won't let this go at the Parents Association. So keep that in mind." The teacher, having been scolded all this time, could only obediently answer, "Why, yes, I understand." Aji's mother didn't stay another second. She immediately slammed the door and left. Siaster de blankly, confused. Why had her aunt taken her side? Then she thought of something even stranger. More than that, why had her aunt come here at all? The measured click-clack of high heels on the hallway floor turned into the footsteps of a male student. Her aunt's meaningful smile transformed into the face of an unbelievably handsome Seol Biam. He parted his lips in a perfect leading man smile. "I'm almost as handsome as Father Tiger, aren't I, Sie? Whether it's this form or that form, I can become anything." Then he changed again into the teacher and opened the office door. "No matter what someone's fate is, I can become that too." He sat at the desk with a serious face, took out a pen and paper, and began writing. What he was writing was a recommendation letter. First-tier construction company internship. Seol Biam smugly thought, "No matter whose fate it is, I can become that too." Whether it was a vicious aunt, an unfortunate girl like CA, or even a shaman, anyone could casually decide someone else's fate. Seol Biam secretly wrote Hong Se's name on the recommendation letter. Once he made a move, no one could guess it. Disguised as the teacher, Seol Biam said, "The candidate for the internship at the first-tier construction company has been chosen." Everyone immediately started murmuring, "Hey, that fast. It has to be Aji, right?" One classmate joked, "Because Aji is the heroine's fate, after all." Hearing that, Aji smirked proudly. The heroine. CA, hearing it, felt unwilling to accept it. She sadly clenched her hand and thought, a supporting character. Seol Biam clearly and firmly announced, Hong CA is the first candidate. CA sat still without moving, as if she hadn't heard properly. Aji, on the other hand, looked at the teacher in disbelief. Seol Biam continued, all of you should look at CA and learn from her by participating more diligently. CA's eyes sparkled. She couldn't believe she had really been chosen. In contrast, Aji's face was full of shock and anxiety. Neither of them had expected this result. As soon as the class heard the final decision, they erupted. What? Ongxia? How could she become a candidate? What's wrong with the homeroom teacher? Does he have multiple personalities or something? Why would this happen? Hearing the students gossiping, Seol Biam's tiger tail happily swished behind him. He smugly thought, I'm the Jangsen tiger god. I can transform into any form I want, no matter how great the person is. I am an existence that transcends all, above fate and destiny. Seol Biam secretly showed his true form for a second and winked at CA. CA startled and looked at him in surprise. Flustered, she thought, am I dreaming? Then she pinched herself to make sure. After confirming it was real, CA cried out in pain. She muttered in confusion, what is this? It hurts this much. Seol Biam smiled slyly at her. She really was asking to be teased. Aji had no idea what was going on. She ground her teeth in anger, then finally raised her hand and called out, Teacher. Awkwardly raising her hand, she said, is CA the only one being nominated? Still pretending to be the teacher, Seol Biam casually replied, there isn't anyone better than CA yet, right? Smiling, he asked in a low voice, or is it that you're jealous, Aji? Hearing that, Aji froze stiff on the spot. She didn't know how to answer and could only ask back, excuse me? Everyone burst out laughing. Hong Aji is jealous? That's hilarious. Wow, Hong Aji totally lost her image today. Her face turned bright red from embarrassment. She just wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Seol Biam rearranged the papers and leisurely said, that's how it is, so just keep that in mind. Then he walked out of the classroom, adding, all of you studied diligently through the night. In an emotionless tone, he said, I'm leaving now. The whole class went blank after hearing that, not understanding a thing. It was because the idiom sounded so strange to them that they misheard it. CA was confused too. She wondered what was that? Something about it feels weird. Why does the way he talks sound so familiar? But she didn't think too much about it. Right now, she only felt lucky. Anyway, this is good. I need to prepare really well for this internship. She smiled to herself happily. But there was only one person who wasn't happy. Aji's eyes were red with jealousy. She gritted her teeth and glared hatefully at the delighted CA. At the convenience store where CA worked part-time, her boss scolded her again. Do you know I already let this slide once? Even so, you've worked here for a long time, so that's why I covered for you. He barked and ordered her to go clean out the refrigerator. CA stared blankly at the pile of stuff and could only stay silent and obey. CA sighed as she cleaned up the customer's dishes and chopsticks. Optimistically, she thought, even so, I still have to work hard. She remembered the chaos from last time and how, because of the trouble Seol Biam caused, she had to desperately beg to be forgiven. Standing behind the counter, the owner saw a customer enter and greeted them. Welcome. The person who walked into the store was an incredibly beautiful woman with a cold face and revealing clothes. The moment the boss saw the beauty, his eyes turned into hearts. His mouth fell open, and even Sei stared blankly at the woman who had just entered. Peeking through the shelves, CA looked toward the woman and praised her. Wow, she's so pretty. Is she a celebrity? The woman smiled brightly at the boss and asked, You're the owner here, right? Embarrassed, he replied. Why, yes. The woman brushed back her hair and got straight to the point. There's a student working the afternoon shift here, Hong Se, right? Flushed and dazed, the boss answered, yes. That's right, the student Hong Se. The woman tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled gently. I'm Hong Se's older sister. The boss froze, mouth hanging open as he processed this shocking information. Se also went still. She had no idea when she'd suddenly gotten an older sister. The boss only froze for a second before recovering his composure. Chuckling, he said, how does our CA have such a beautiful older sister? Se stared blankly, starting to get scared too, and wondered, what? I have an older sister? The woman, who now had to be called Seol Biam in disguise, smirked and replied, yes, so. He placed a beautiful hand on the boss's face, and said, "Could you raise her pay a little?" Then he leaned close to the man's ear and seductively added, "And could you handle the harder tasks yourself?" The boss took direct critical damage from the beauty and immediately got a nosebleed. He shouted, "Yes, yes, understood." Then he continued, "I'll raise her pay." Hearing that, part-timer Queen Say stared in shock. A raise? Just that easily? She happily crouched down, full of joy, thinking, "What is this? Why has my life suddenly become so smooth?" Then her eyes shifted somewhere, filling with delight. She looked at the woman walking away with her back turned. But strangely, there was a tail behind her. Confused, CA let out a small sound. In the end, CA finally understood. She realized this person was Seolbium. As she connected everything that had happened since morning, she finally came to her senses. So all of this, from that thing at school, to him protecting her, to the teacher choosing her for the internship, and even the strange person claiming to be her older sister, was all Seolbium. The scene changed as CS' voice echoed through the whole house. "So all of that was because of you?" She looked seriously at Seolbium, who was calmly eating while she asked, "From the homeroom teacher to the convenience store too?" Seolbium didn't deny it, only innocently answered, and even wagged his tail like he wanted praise. He asked, "So what do you think?" Poking his cheek, CA helplessly replied, "Fine, but how did you do it?" Seolbium's glossy black tiger tail drooped down. He said, Then he confidently introduced himself. "I'm a Jangsan tiger god, after all." CA blankly stared at this handsome man until her face turned red, unable to say a word. Seolbium transformed again into something else right beside her and said, "The Jangsan tiger god, no matter the form, whether it's your terrifying homeroom teacher or even a voice." Then he became the beautiful older sister again, leaning seductively close to Sae's face. In conclusion, I can imitate them all. CA was so stunned by his magical transformations that she didn't know what to say. Then she suddenly remembered. Right, the Jangsan tiger god can imitate any voice. She recalled what the female classmates had said to Aji. But isn't the Jangsan tiger god supposed to be insanely seductive too? Then another classmate had said, if it wants to, it can imitate voices, and two girls, looking admiring and obsessed, had said in unison, I heard it can copy even faces perfectly too. CA remembered now. She really had heard that the Jangsan tiger god could freely disguise itself as anything. Seolbium transformed into CA and smiled as he asked her, "What do you think?" CA stared blankly, thinking, this time it's me. Looking at him with admiration, she said, "That's amazing. So this is what I look like." Seeing her blinking in fascination, Seolbium raised his hand and touched her face. Then, with a sly look, he asked, "So, how is it? Am I pretty?" CA, mortified, shouted at him, "W, what are you saying?" She bristled and said, "If you're asking me, what part is pretty?" Seolbium transformed again into Baek Jundu, smiling seductively until Sea's face flushed deep red. He said, "You're pretty, so what's wrong?" Sea quickly turned her face away, truly speechless with this guy. Seolbium frowned as he looked at her. Holding Sea's chin and turning her face back, he asked in a low voice, "Why are you avoiding my gaze?" Se hurriedly stammered, and no, it's just that I got startled. Baek Jundu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, Seolbium snapped, returning to his original human form. He loudly said, "I'm Seolbium." He was clearly jealous, dissatisfied. He held her chin and forced her to look up at him. "Open your eyes wide and look." Sia blushed. When Seolbium acted like this, she felt very flustered. Sia brushed his hand away and said uncomfortably, "No. But what is all this really about?" The homeroom teacher, all of it. Suddenly, he handed her a drawing. Sia looked at it in confusion. She looked at the picture of a house and hesitated. "This? How did you?" Seolbium saw her surprise, but didn't care much. He replied, "You drew it. I saw you hiding it in the dresser drawer." He suddenly felt a little emotional. Pressing her lips together, she looked at the drawing, and a memory returned. Small hands were coloring the sky blue. This was little Say, humming happily as she said to her father, "Our family will move into a house like this and raise a puppy. And every weekend we'll go camping in the yard. Okay, Dad?" Smiling, he replied, "Sounds good. I'll earn lots of money." The little girl happily looked at her father and declared with determination, "And I'll definitely." The finished drawing was of a big house in the middle of a garden, with lush green plants and a beautiful sky. A skewer of rice cakes was stuck upright as Seolbium asked her, "If you want this dream to come true, you have to get into that first-tier construction company, right? Quit your part-time job." Sia's happy eyes welled with tears. She gripped the drawing tightly in her hand, as if she had made an important decision. She remembered that after her father died, her dream had also been buried deep in that drawer. She hugged the drawing to her chest and turned to smile at Seol Beam. Since Seol Beam had appeared, there had been a lot of chaos, but looking at the tiger god yelping as he ate spicy rice cakes, she quietly thought that she'd received so much help from him. She let out a small laugh. CA handed Seol Beam a bottle of water and said, "Here, you take this too." Seol Beam gulped down the whole bottle in one go. Gently, she thought, he really has become refreshment for me. Seol Beam answered, "Thanks. As long as Seol Beam is by my side, maybe I really can do anything." Aji came up to CA and said with a smile, "I like Beam." CA looked at her blankly, confused. "Huh?" Aji said in a low voice, "You know, I've never liked anyone this much before, right?" She continued while CA stared at her in shock. "This is also the first time I've asked you for something, so..." Aji smiled warmly at CA, but her words were full of warning. "Give Beam to me." CA was speechless as she looked at Aji. That statement had completely stunned her. Aji continued asking as if they were so close. "You'll give him to me, right?" Her words were shameless. CA was so shocked she went numb. Coldly, she answered, "No, I don't want to." CA sat there thinking. "I thought that all this time, Aji had shared so many things with me. A home, meals, even affection. The two of us had seemed to get along so well. But now CA found it ridiculous. Thinking back, what exactly did you ever share with me? In reality, those things were just ants scolding, uneasy meals, and being shunned by classmates. Even the friendship among the three of them, that fake closeness, that condescending charity, weren't those things she had stolen from her in the first place?" Seeing Aji's fake friendly expression, CA felt both disgusted and amused. Her face went expressionless. She resolved herself. "I don't want to have anything taken from me anymore." She replied coldly to Aji, "No, I don't want to." Hearing her answer, Aji was stunned. The next morning on the way to school, CA and Seol Beam walked together. Neither of them said a word. Shyly, she stole glances at him. Looking at Seol Beam's handsome face, he thought, "I know Seol Beam isn't someone I could just give up if I want to. Even so, I don't want Aji to steal even Seol Beam away from me." CA felt a little happy. "How fortunate that I'm the one who signed the contract with Seol Beam." She smiled happily, her mood much lighter. CA stepped into the classroom. As soon as she entered, she saw a few classmates gathered around Aji, asking, "Are you okay, Aji? Don't worry too much." CA stiffened. She seemed to realize what had happened, and her face showed a bit of fear. Those three classmates looked at her maliciously, as if CA had done something unforgivable. Then they deliberately walked past and shoved her, cursing, "You crazy bitch." CA was helpless. I already rejected her. The classmates gossiped, saying awful things about her. Damn, what an ungrateful bitch. CA could only stand there powerlessly. She comforted herself, "It's okay." Gritting her teeth to keep herself from crying, she thought, "I've been through this so many times already." One classmate spoke up, "But if it's to this extent, isn't Hong CA just obsessed with guys?" That line truly insulted CA. As if a switch had been flipped, they became even harsher. Bet Jundu too. It looks like she's trying to seduce men to change her fate. She doesn't suit Seol Beam at all. CA felt sick to her stomach. She returned to her seat and sat down. Their words kept clinging to her nonstop. Why would one want to stick to someone like her? The more they spoke, the more vicious they got. Poor Seol Beam. There were rumors that she's promiscuous, right? But Seol Beam only just transferred, so he probably doesn't know yet. No, Seol Beam, run away. CA felt like she couldn't breathe. She thought she might throw up. She lowered her face onto the desk, hiding her emotions and her mood. Seeing how miserable she was, Seol Beam only looked at her without saying anything. At that moment, he heard Sea's thoughts. A barrier immediately wrapped around her, separating the two of them. She warned him, "Stay away from me," making it impossible for Seol Beam to approach her. His face turned cold as well. Seeing CA like that, he truly couldn't bear it. The homeroom teacher said to the class, "Move to your first period classroom. Don't be late." Everyone answered together, "Yes." Looking at Aji trustingly, the teacher said, "Aji, take care of the others." She happily replied, "Yes, teacher." Seeing an opportunity, Seol Beam immediately called out, "Hong Sie, let's go together." But before he could finish, someone grabbed onto his arm. Aji looked at Seol Beam happily and said with excitement, "Beam, let's go together." Seol Beam looked at her in surprise. Aji continued cheerfully, "You don't know your way around the school yet, so I'll show you." Unable to help herself, Sei turned back to look at the two of them, looking close. The classmates started gossiping again. What a handsome guy and pretty girl. Seo Byum and Hong Aji look so good together. Those words made Sei feel very upset, standing side by side. The two of them really did look perfect together, like the male and female leads straight out of a novel. But Seo Byum's face was cold. He ignored Aji's enthusiasm and kept looking at Sei instead. Sei stopped paying attention to them and went straight to the chemistry classroom. After taking attendance, the teacher asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why aren't Hong Aji and Seo Byum here?" Hearing that, everyone lit up excitedly. What are those two doing? What is it? What is it? Sei felt no happiness at all hearing them say that. The classroom door opened and Seo Byum and Aji walked in. When the classmates saw them, they teased, "Did you two come after kissing or something? Wow, you look so good together." Looking at the two standing side by side, everyone kept praising them as a handsome guy and pretty girl. Aji pretended to be shy and stopped them. "Oh no, it's not like that. Don't say that. Byum won't like it." Seo Byum kept a cold face and didn't respond to their jokes. CA felt her heart tighten and she held her chest uncomfortably. During break, CA sat outside alone. Leaning against a pillar, she sighed. "What is this suffocating feeling? I really don't know what to do anymore." Suddenly, a bottle of water pressed against her cheek. CA jumped and came back to reality, crying out in surprise, "Ah, it's cold." It was Baek Jundu. He looked at her indifferently, but his words were full of concern. "Hong Sie, you haven't eaten yet, right?" She stared at him blankly. Baek Jundu. Baek Jundu handed her a bag of bread. Gently, he said, "We haven't really talked much lately, have we? Let's talk for a bit." Sei took the bread, staring at him blankly as she replied, What?" Baek Jundu stepped closer and asked coldly, "Who is that guy?" CA was surprised. Huh? She didn't understand who he was talking about. Seo Byum turned into a small tiger and sat on a tree, watching the two of them talk. He looked at them without emotion. Then he suddenly bared his teeth in a wicked grin. His dark tiger eyes were bottomless. A stream of black energy slipped into Sei's eyes, making them gradually go blank. Sei gave a cold smile. She remembered the scenes of Baek Jundu and Aji acting close, him leaving her all alone, and even the moment he kissed Aji. Those memories made Seb burst into tears. She coldly walked away, leaving only one sentence behind. "Don't follow me." Baek Jundu ran after her. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't understand what had gotten into CA. He tightly grabbed her hand, pulled her back, and said loudly, "I said let's talk for a bit." CA yanked her hand back and asked, "Why are you treating me like this?" She warned Baek Jundu, "Don't worry about it." Hearing CA say that, he froze, not knowing what to do. Covering his face, Jundu wondered to himself, "Why did you brush my hair and ask me that? Is it okay when it's him, but not me?" Jundu questioned her, as if CA were the one at fault. "You've gotten so close with some guy you've only just met. Then why can't I?" Pressed back against the wall, CA was starting to get scared. He cornered her against the wall and continued, "What exactly is our relationship?" He braced a hand against the wall, trapping CA against him. "Can I even ask that?" Say, it was extremely uncomfortable. She hated being treated like that. Jundu ground his teeth and looked at her in a frightening way. CA tried to push him away and shouted, "Let me go." Then a familiar voice suddenly rang out, making them both stop. CA really is pitiful. The moment she heard her name, she turned around. Hong Aji, acting all innocent and considerate, asked Seo Byum, "Byum, are you nice to say because you feel sorry for her?" CA's face went cold. She hadn't expected Aji to badmouth her behind her back. Aji still acted as if she knew nothing and sweetly asked Seo Byum, "Byum, let's do the internship together, okay?" Seo Byum answered bluntly, "Didn't the homeroom teacher already say it?" CA was recommended. Pouting, Aji replied, "Oh, so you didn't know." Leaning close to his ear, she said, Seo Byum said, "She's a classic case of someone society is supposed to care about." He asked back, "Someone society is supposed to care about?" Aji hummed in confirmation. Even though she was whispering to Seo Byum, her voice was still loud enough for CA to hear. A typical socially protected case. Hearing those words, CA froze and couldn't say a thing. Aji went on, "So our situation is different from hers. We're ordinary people, so the competition rate is higher for us." Sei stood motionless by the door, yet no one seemed to notice her. The others gathered around and chimed in too. "Byum, do you know? Aji's family even has to keep paying daycare fees for Hong Se's younger siblings. No, that's not. But before CA could say anything, Aji put on an understanding face and said, helping someone who has nowhere to turn is only natural. A classmate beside her added, Aji really is an angel. They were all playing off each other, equally fake. CA stood there listening to them. She was furious. Everything she had struggled so hard to overcome until now was being treated like nothing. It felt as if everything inside her were about to shatter. Why was this resentment boiling up in her now? But the truth is, Aji, I used to think I had nothing to. Looking at Aji's innocent, guileless face, she wanted to lash out. It's only because you took everything away. See, it denied every word Aji had just said. It was ridiculous. Aji was the one who had stolen everything. At last, Jundu couldn't hold back and started to speak. Hey, you guys. But before he could say anything, CA cut him off. Ongaji. She boldly grabbed Seolbm's hand. Jundu stared in surprise at what CA had done. The friends around them also fell completely silent. Even Aji looked at her in shock. Only Seolbm wore a smug smile. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. CA clearly warned Aji, take your hands off my boyfriend. Everyone in the class stared at the two of them in stunned disbelief. What? No way. Are they really dating? Am I dreaming? Somebody wake me up. Aji looked blankly at her and asked, what? What are you talking about? Bm, are you dating CA? Seolbm didn't answer. He simply looked at CA in silence. Crossing her arms, she coldly replied to Aji, yeah. CA looked at her as if she were staring at an ant. Aji was genuinely frightened now. She had never expected things to develop like this. Looking at her seriously, CA said, because you said you like my boyfriend, I told my boyfriend to be nice to you. Remembering every single thing Aji had said earlier, it all felt like humiliation. CA clenched her teeth in resentment. In a low voice, she enunciated each word as if she wanted it burned into Aji's brain. Because he felt sorry for you. Aji felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. She had never imagined there would come a day when CA would humiliate her like this. The entire class also stared at CA in shock. Even Jundu was stunned by her shocking public declaration and stood frozen. CA was so angry that no matter how much she said, it didn't feel like enough. The classroom fell completely silent. No one dared say a word, but CA was different. She suddenly realized she'd blurted out something outrageous. Inside, she was screaming in agony. In panic, she thought, what do I do? I got so angry that I just shouted it out. How could I tell a lie like this? The more she thought about it, the stranger it felt, as if she'd been hypnotized by something. CA secretly glanced at Seolbm, worried he might get angry. But instead, he took her hand. Seolbm put on an exasperated expression and said, I told you I wasn't interested. His words surprised CA. Everyone in the class was shocked to hear the two of them openly confirm it. They couldn't believe Seolbm would say something like that. Jundu was stunned. Aji was stunned too. It was as if everyone had fallen for the couple's coordinated act. Without another word, Seolbm sweetly pulled Se into his arms, looking utterly satisfied. In a syrupy voice, he called her honey. Softening his expression, he looked down at the top of Se's head and said helplessly, I've been so exhausted by all these weird people clinging to me. Her face turned red before she could even react. Aji, having just been called a clingy pest, stared at Seolbm with wide eyes, feeling utterly humiliated. After it was all over, Se bit her nails nervously and thought, oh no, what am I supposed to do now? She looked at Seolbm walking ahead of her. She had no idea what to do with him or how she was supposed to explain things to him. In the end, one thought pounded in her head. Have I seriously gone crazy? After agonizing over it, Se lightly tugged at Seolbm's clothes. Seolbm. Hesitating, she said, can we talk for a minute? Seolbm turned to look at her. Still acting as if there were no problem at all, he said, if we're going to talk, then you should be the one talking. Se immediately found herself at a loss for words. Stammering, she said, all right. Yeah. Then out of nowhere, Jundu stepped between them. Irritated, he said, Hong Sie, talk to me for a minute. Sie was very surprised. Seolbm curled his lip. What nerve? Jundu turned to him and asked what? From behind, Seolbm wrapped his arms around Se, staking his claim. With a triumphant look, he asked, what, do you regret it now that she's my girlfriend? Caught in his embrace, Sie could only stare in confusion. He continued, is that it? Jundu looked like he'd just swallowed a fly. Raising his brows, he repeated, girlfriend? Then he said, until I hear her confirm it herself, I can't believe it. Still holding CA in his arms, Seolbm asked, confirm it? Then he said, fine. Gently holding Se's face and turning it toward him, he smiled and said, then I'll confirm it for you right now. Anyone could tell what he was about to do. Seol Beam slowly brought his lips closer to Sass. But before they could touch, Jundu lunged forward and grabbed Seol Beam tightly by the collar, shouting, "You bastard." Seol Beam still looked arrogantly calm. In a contemptuous voice, he said, "You toy with someone else's feelings, and now you regret it. Isn't that right?" It was like he'd hit Jundu right where it hurt. Grinding his teeth, Jundu snapped, "Shut up. What would you know, Seol Beam? I know this much." Then he hurled a shocking insult at Jundu. "You're a dog that put its own leash around its neck." Jundu flew into a rage. In a low voice, he repeated, "What? A dog?" He lunged again, clutching Seol Beam by the collar and roaring, "Do you want to die?" Seol Beam remained completely composed. Smiling, he said, "The one who wants to die is you." He radiated the pressure of a tiger god. His handsome face was now twisted with fury. Jundu was intimidated by the sight and went stiff. He hadn't expected this guy to be so strong. Seol Beam didn't linger any longer and immediately grabbed Sea's hand. Right in front of Jundu, he pulled her away. Se, being dragged along by him, stumbled after him. Neither of them wanted to waste any more time on that guy. Grinding his teeth, Jundu clicked his tongue and muttered, "What the hell?" The two of them ran to the school rooftop. Hesitantly, Ca called out, Seol Beam." Without another word, he pushed her against the wall and asked, "Boyfriend?" A second ago, he had looked stern, but the next second, he was cheerful again. "Do you like me?" he asked. Ca hurriedly denied it. "And no, that's not it. It's not like I want to date you." Seol Beam looked at her thoughtfully and asked, "Then what is it?" Se didn't know how to face him. She went stiff and could only manage a few words. Only in front of them. Then, summoning up all the courage she had, she shouted, "Could we pretend to be dating?" Seol Beam stared at her in surprise, as if he hadn't expected her to say that. Ca looked at him hesitantly, her eyes full of pleading. She thought to herself, if it's with him. Remembering the envious looks from everyone around them, she felt strangely reassured. Then the way people look at me will change too. At the very least, even if my life is hell, I'll still be able to breathe. Seol Beam seemed to find the whole thing rather interesting. He bared his teeth in a grin. Ca looked at him in confusion. Looking delighted, Seol Beam replied, "Sure, let's date." His attitude was like he'd been waiting for this for a long time. Ca was surprised too. She hadn't expected him to agree so easily. As if to reassure her further, Seol Beam added, "Just in front of those people." And just like that, our contract relationship began. Even after deciding, Ca still felt very awkward. As expected, she thought, "It's because I'm with Seol Beam." Seeing so many eyes fixed on the two of them made Ca feel even more self-conscious. Meanwhile, Seol Beam shamelessly stayed right by her side. She panicked. The other people's reactions really had changed. But while Ca was working on a problem in class, Seol Beam's voice suddenly came from below. "My girlfriend is so smart." Ca jumped, not expecting him to say something like that right there in the classroom. He kept praising her. "My girlfriend's the best." Everyone in class got goosebumps and began murmuring. "Oh my god." Ca was so embarrassed she could die. Blushing bright red, she turned and glared at Seol Beam, screaming inwardly that she was going to lose her mind. The cafeteria was noisy and crowded. Ca and Seol Beam walked around with trays in hand, looking for a place to sit. "I don't think there are any seats left," she said. Suddenly, he turned and headed in one direction, saying to her, "There's a seat here." Seol Beam casually put his tray on the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. But of course a tiger god does things differently. He pulled Ca down right onto his lap, startling her before she could prepare herself. Looking at him in alarm and confusion, she asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Seol Beam ignored her and happily fed her. "Come on, Sea. This is your favorite." The girls around them were loving it. They burst into delighted laughter. Since she was playing the role of his girlfriend, Ca had no choice but to eat the food Seol Beam fed her. On the verge of tears, she worried inwardly, "Am I really doing this right?" Sniff. Later, during P class, everyone chatted happily. "We're going to field, right? We need to change first." Ca stood at her spot, changing in her gym clothes. Then Seol Beam popped out of nowhere and rushed over to her, saying, "Let's change together." Saying nearly jumped out her skin. "What's wrong with you?" He gave her a sly look. "What? We're dating, aren't we?" Then he reached a hand toward her collar. "Or should I help you change?" Ca had had enough. She immediately threw that troublesome guy right out of the classroom and shouted, "Get out." Even after being tossed out, Seol Beam still didn't understand what he'd done wrong. Outside, the sky was clear and beautiful. Ca ran over to Seol Beam and said, "Hey, we're not really dating. We're only pretending to date." She repeated, "Pretending." Seol Beam frowned unhappily at her, but then immediately brightened and said, "I know. But then he leaned in and, in a low voice, said the words "my girlfriend," making her blush all over again. CA immediately attacked him. She ran up as if she were going to hit Seo Byum, saying, "Seriously." But he just pushed her forehead back and smiled indulgently. From the other side, Aji saw everything, consumed with jealousy. Her face went blank as she watched the two of them. Then a voice called out, "Hey, Hong Aji." Startled, Aji turned around. "Huh?" The girl looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's with you?" Aji still pretended not to understand what she meant. A few girls came closer and began interrogating her. "You said Hong Se stole your man, right? Then why did Seo Byum say Hong Se is his girlfriend?" They pressed her. "Did you lie to us?" Retribution came so fast that Aji couldn't react in time. Her voice shook as she said, "No, I was really just being nice to Byum." They laughed, making her go rigid. Together, they tore apart Aji's fake persona. Seo Byum doesn't even glance at you. "So everything you've been saying all this time was a lie, right?" Honestly, weren't the things she said before a bit much? Every time she talked, it was like she exaggerated everything to make herself look better. The more they said, the more hopeless Aji felt. Their words were like sharp blades. If that's not it, then what? Do you have some kind of lying disorder? That comment completely terrified her. Sweating, Aji wanted to get out of there immediately. Her aunt worriedly told her, "You should at least finish eating before you go." Lazily, Aji replied, "I'm not eating." The only beautiful girl in a happy family. The bookish boy from class shyly held out a gift box to Aji and confessed, I like you." Aji looked surprised, holding the gift box with grateful delight. She said, "Oh my gosh, Diakon, you like me?" "Thank you." The innocent image I created fooled men who knew nothing. A female classmate, full of envy, touched Aji's face. "Aji, your skin is like a baby's. What powder do you use?" Smiling, she answered, I only put on moisturizer. Skin like a baby's, even without makeup." Aji smiled happily as she held her test paper. Another girl saw it and exclaimed in admiration, "We were texting so late last night. How did you still get such a high score?" "High grades, even after staying up all night playing around." Modestly, she said, "No, CA is even better at studying than I am." Resting both hands on the desk, Aji smiled gently. "CA, what are you doing? Let's look at it together." The whole class whispered, "How can Aji be nice to someone like that?" And they didn't forget to praise her. "Aji is so kind." The female lead, radiant like sunlight, reaching out a hand to help an unfortunate child. "Life was very easy for me." But then a voice rang out. "Aji, you're lying, aren't you?" She stood there in shock. Why did the classroom feel like hell today? My life had changed completely. CA was surprised when classmates started offering her food. "CA, eat this." The girls praised CA sincerely. "We really like you. We're sorry for misunderstanding you. It was good that thanks to Seo Byum, they had changed their view of me. But still, the way they changed their attitude toward Aji was really too much. You and your boyfriend must have had such a hard time with her being so rude. Aji was always like that. Still, thanks to Byum, everything's clear now, right? Is this really a good thing?" They stood behind Aji, watching her, whispering among themselves. "Look how shameless she is. She really claimed Seo Byum was hitting on her. Haha." Saddened, Aji touched her ear as if trying not to hear them. "I never liked her in the first place. They had merely changed the toy they used to play with." In the classroom, Aji hesitantly spoke up. "Guys, the teacher said we have to handle that carefully. It's very fragile." She stopped short, feeling sick when she saw they had already broken the flower pot. "The emptiness left where I used to stand couldn't be tolerated." During PE, a ball hit Aji straight in the body, and she cried out in pain. She fell to the floor, but everyone ignored her. Aji heard them gossiping about her again. Hey, if you touch her, she'll start lying that she got bullied at school." "Haha, damn it, look at that." CA froze when she heard them. "Ahaha, I can't control my mouth." "Stop joking. We've already graduated middle school." CA remembered the scenes from the past that she herself had once gone through. Now Aji was the one being mocked, with cruel things said about her. CA saw her old self in that victim. At last, they had found someone to replace me. Aji pushed herself up and walked away, ignoring all the whispers and ridicule trailing behind her. Worried, CA approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Aji shot her a sideways glance. Everyone had been whispering about her, but Aji suddenly went quiet and focused on CA instead. She clenched her teeth in anger. Aji slapped CA's hand away. "Get lost." She ground her teeth furiously. CA was startled. "W, what are you doing?" Aji said, "Stop pretending to be nice. What do you think they'll think if you act like this?" CA flinched. "What?" Aji gritted her teeth and said, "So now you're trying to play the female lead, radiant like sunlight, reaching out a hand to help an unfortunate child?" Hearing her say that, CA was stunned. Then Aji turned and ran off. Another girl came over and said to CA, you're really too kind. She added, how can you still talk to someone like that? Aji just kept running. Does she always act alone like that? I knew it would turn out this way. Running off in bitterness, Aji thought, how would I know? The only beautiful girl in a happy family. The innocent image I built up, fooling men who knew nothing. Skin like a baby, even without makeup. High grades, even after staying up all night. The female lead radiant like sunlight, reaching out to help an unfortunate child. Aji studies, but tells her friend she's lying in bed. Watching a movie, she throws up in the bathroom, washes her hands after receiving a confession gift, and tosses the gift box into the trash. It was all a play that I created myself. In the pouring rain, she arrived somewhere and threw the door wide open. But CA, do you know something? She was standing in front of the shaman's place. That's right, I'm the one who took it from you. Back then, she and Sei had been sitting here, and the shaman had said, how is that girl still alive? Her eyes widened. That child's fate was supposed to be dead. She looked utterly confused and frightened. I can't see anything at all. With words, you can put any letter in, or you can remove it. That means anything can become anything. Like a blank sheet of paper, the shaman whispered. The shaman had gone even further and said something crueler. Should I transfer the bad letter from your daughter to her? Back in the present, Aji shouted, shaman. Rainwater dripped for her face. You said it then, didn't you? That Hong Se's fate was like a blank sheet of paper. Aji added, you said you could put in any letter. You said you could remove it. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning struck from the sky, making her look terrifying. Please, this time, take away everything he has. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight slipped through the window frame, lighting up Se's whole house. As soon as she opened the door and stepped out, she froze. Her eyes widened in surprise. Standing right in front of her, waiting who knew how long, was Baek Jun-do. The moment he saw her, he spoke in a warm, low voice. Hong Seng, let's go to school together. Sia sta merde in confusion. Huh, about that. Before she could finish speaking, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Sia flinched and turned around, only to meet Seol Byum's icy stare. He curled his lips into a faint smile and said firmly, stop hanging around here. My girlfriend has decided to go with me. Hearing that, Jun-do's eyes flashed with irritation. Meanwhile, Seol Byum smiled smugly. Se's lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. In the end, she only said softly, let's go. After saying that, she left with Seol Byum. Even as she walked beside him, the hesitation on her face was impossible to hide. Behind them, Jun-do stood still, watching their backs disappear into the distance. His eyes never left her, not even for a second. Before turning the corner, C8 glanced back. She met Jun-do's deep gaze, but quickly turned away again, her heart feeling strangely heavy. From that day on, Jun-do gradually began to change. In the classroom, the air buzzed with laughter and noise. Two boys in the class were chasing each other around. If I catch you, you're dead. One of them suddenly ran out and accidentally slammed hard into CA. She let out a small cry and lost her balance, her body tipping backward. But just then, a strong arm quickly caught her. Are you okay? That familiar warm, low voice rang out. CA looked up and met Jun-do's gentle eyes. She quickly stepped back, embarrassed. Thank you. The two of them went into the classroom together. Jun-do pulled out a chair and sat down right across from her, making Sei stare in surprise. He looked at her for a moment before speaking hesitantly. Can you explain this problem to me? Sia blinked, flustered. Jun-do pointed at the exercise in front of him. I don't know how to do number 3. Then he leaned a little closer to her, narrowing the distance between them. At that moment, CA felt her heart skip a beat. Please show me. She fumbled, her voice trembling a little. This one. You solve it like this. But Jun-do didn't seem to care about the explanation at all. His eyes were fixed only on her, as if he wanted to engrave even the tiniest expression on her face into memory. He asked softly, really? CA felt her cheeks grow hot, not knowing how to respond. Jun-do slowly picked up his pen and pointed at the page again. But I don't know how to do number 4 either. Then he continued in an innocent voice, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9. CA stared at him wide-eyed, a strange feeling rising inside her. She knew perfectly well that Jun-do was not bad at studying at all, but he kept making excuse after excuse just to stay by her side a little longer. She didn't dare look up at him and only stared at her notebook as she murmured hesitantly, What? You know how to do it. Jun-do finally lowered his head onto the desk, his voice low and almost whining. No, I don't know how to do anything at all. He looked up slightly, his eyes gloomy, then dropped his head again, his voice carrying an unreadable heaviness. What am I supposed to do now? See, I could only watch him silently, her heart in turmoil. She bit her lip and thought to herself, "What on earth are you thinking, Baek Jundu? I don't even recognize you anymore." Suddenly, from behind, a rough hand grabbed Jundu by the collar and yanked hard, sending him crashing to the floor. CA jumped to her feet in panic. Jundu looked up, his eyes blazing with anger. Through clenched teeth, he growled, "What the hell are you doing?" Seol Beam stood in front of him, his gaze full of challenge. "Are you making a move on my wife?" Hearing that, Jundu completely lost his temper. He instantly grabbed Seol Beam by the collar and hauled him up, fury burning in his eyes. "What, wife? Do you even know what era we're living in?" He tightened his grip, his voice cold. "What kind of nonsense are you talking?" Seol Beam didn't answer. He only glanced at CA and spoke meaningfully. "My wife." CA was stunned, not knowing what to do. She was completely at a loss as to how to react to this situation. But Seol Beam still didn't stop. He tilted his head, the corner of his lips lifting in a teasing smile. "You're standing this close to another man. Are you looking for ground for divorce?" He emphasized every word, then slowly looked straight into her eyes, as if testing something. Before it could say anything, Seol Beam continued, sounding almost amused. "Should I hit him now in self-defense?" Jundu didn't wait another second. He threw a punch straight at Seol Beam's face. "Wife, stranger, are you really asking to die?" Seol Beam tilted his head and dodged, his eyes full of provocation. Without hesitation, he struck back at once. His hand clamped around Jundu's neck, making the other boy stiffen. Seol Beam leaned in close and whispered in Jundu's ear, "Don't use that much strength, Baek Jundu." His voice was low, carrying an unreadable meaning. "You can't even touch a single hair on my head." Jundu gritted his teeth and spat out a curse. "You bastard." The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. "What are you two doing?" CA shouted, her eyes blazing with anger. She couldn't believe the two of them had really come to blows like this. "Why are you acting like this?" "Seol Beam, come out here right now." The sky was gradually turning orange. Seol Beam quietly walked toward the back of the school, and CA followed him. Seol Beam suddenly chuckled and joked, "Well then, my wife, shall we hold hands and walk together?" Hearing that, CA immediately grew annoyed. She turned back sharply and snapped, "What is wrong with you? Why did you act like that in front of everyone?" She continued scolding him. "Why did you fight with Jundu? What if something serious had happened to one of you?" Seol Beam replied calmly, in a tone so composed it was almost frightening. "I didn't even use 1/100th of my strength." CA crossed her arms and said through clenched teeth, "You're not human. You're a monster. Why are you acting like other people?" She poured out all the frustration in her heart. "Even if you only hit lightly, you could still kill someone. Don't hit anyone anymore." Seol Beam kept his calm demeanor, but his eyes darkened. "He provoked me first. Even though he knows we're dating, he still provoked me right in front of you, didn't he?" Sia frowned in confusion. "What?" Then she shouted, "Don't you think this is ridiculous? Is this amusing to you? Are you having fun now?" Seol Beam gave a dry laugh, his sharp gaze seeming ready to tear her apart. "You're the one enjoying this. You're the one who asked me for a contractual relationship. Then why are you acting like this now?" CA froze, unable to say a word. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at him. Seol Beam stepped toward her, his voice accusing. "You're getting everything you wanted. I did everything, didn't I?" The distance between them kept shrinking. He stared at her, his deep eyes burning with anger. "If you date me, won't the way everyone looks at you change? You can breathe easier now, can't you?" Nervously, CA asked softly, "What are you thinking this is?" Seol Beam could no longer hold back. For the first time, he said everything he had been suppressing. "A life like hell. Just being able to breathe comfortably is enough, right?" He gave a cold laugh, his voice dripping with contempt. "What is wrong with humans? You throw all your emotions around just to gain something for yourselves. Aren't you tired of living your life by using other people for your own benefit? I'm disgusted by people like that." Seol Beam narrowed his eyes, his voice so cold it sent chills down the spine. "You're no different either," Hong said. Sia flinched. She instinctively stepped back and reached out, trying to stop him. "That's not it." But Seol Beam brushed her off without hesitation. "I don't understand why they're even worse than animals. Humans are no better than animals." Then he turned his back and walked away, his figure gradually vanishing into the evening glow, leaving behind only one cold sentence. "Humans are terrifying." CA stood frozen, then hurried after him. Wait a second, but his steps were too fast. She couldn't catch up to Seol Beam. A sharp pain suddenly stabbed through her chest. CA clutched at it, her breathing turning ragged. A stream of black air slowly began to seep out of her body. What is this? Why is my heart At that moment, laughter rang out. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" From the darkness, Aji stepped out with a sinister smile. Her face was filled with smugness, her cold eyes like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. "You're about to die. Your life now, everything you have, is mine." Josian, the year 1432. Murmurs spread through the market. People whispered and gossiped, all eyes turning toward a young noble. "Oh my, whether man or woman, everyone has to turn and look. Who is that nobleman?" Some young women whispered, their faces flushing red as they looked at the man standing in the middle of the market. It was Seolbeum. He picked up a rice cake, smiled faintly, and said in a warm, low voice, "This truly is a flavor that intoxicates the heart. I shall enjoy it very much, my lady." The girls around him couldn't help fluttering at his words, raising their sleeves shyly to cover their mouths as they looked at him. Jangson Tiger, about 500 years earlier. As Seolbeum was walking, he suddenly stopped. In front of him, a ragged young man was kneeling and begging in front of a stall, his voice full of desperation. "Please, just give me a little rice. I am starving. If not, even pig feed is fine." But the owner of the rice stall was furious. He kicked the young man hard and shouted, "You beggar, you came again." The young man fell to the ground, tears pouring down his face as he tried to get back up. "Get lost," the man shouted, his eyes full of contempt. Seolbeum stood in a corner and watched it all. He raised a hand slightly, and a current of magic spread through the air. Not long after, inside a mysterious cave, Seolbeum quietly watched the young man gape in astonishment. In front of him was a pile of gleaming gold, reflecting an eerie light in the darkness. Seolbeum's warm, low voice echoed out, "Take whatever you want." The young man trembled, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed his head to the ground. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I will definitely repay this kindness." Seolbeum said nothing, only smiled faintly. He turned and left, leaving the young man with all that gold and silver. Not long afterward, Seolbeum sat perched on a tree branch, his sharp eyes watching a group of people gathered at the foot of the mountain. "Over there? Are you sure you were given gold and silver in that cave?" one of them asked, suspicion thick in his voice. The young man from that day stood in the middle, a sinister glint in his eyes. He nodded firmly. "Why, yes, that's right. It's that cave." Seolbeum curled his lips, his eyes turning icy. He silently watched them, a bitter thought rising in his mind. Humans truly are deceitful when it comes to their own desires. Another man laughed calculatingly and patted the young man on the shoulder. "Well done. You'll get your share too." The young man bowed at once, his voice eager. Thank you, sir." Seolbeum's gaze gradually turned empty. At that moment, a face suddenly appeared in his mind. Humans become endlessly selfish for their own greed. As expected, she's just like them too. His heart gave a faint throb. But why? Why does she make me care like this? His own words echoed in his mind, mingling with the freezing wind of the desolate mountains. Beneath the full moon, Seolbeum's body suddenly changed back into the form of a high school student. He let out a small cry as dizziness spread through his entire body. He frowned, anxiety rising inside him. Hong Sie is in danger. Seolbeum was about to dash off when he suddenly stopped. Damn it, he looked up at the sky. The full moon shone brilliantly in the dark night. Why does it have to be a full moon right now? On the other side, Sie was writhing in agony. The black air kept pouring out of her body as if tearing apart every cell. Summoning the last of her strength, her voice hoarse with pain, she cried out, "Someone help me." Seolbeum. It felt as if darkness was about to swallow her whole. But at that very moment, a familiar figure appeared. Strong arms lifted her up. That warmth made Sie force her eyes open despite the pain. Seolbeum, is that you? At the hospital, Sie gradually regained consciousness. She moved slightly, but immediately realized that the person sitting beside her was not Seolbeum. "Yundu, startled, siasat gold apri. Why are you?" Jundu quickly put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "Don't sit up. You need to lie down a little longer. You fainted. Where did that guy go, leaving you alone like this?" CA avoided his gaze and shook her head lightly. "No, I'm fine now. I need to go." Jundu frowned and held her back. "Where do you think you're going in that condition?" Grinding her teeth, snapped irritably. "Let go. I still have to go to work. I also have to pick up Uel and Hongdan, so I have a lot to do." She left decisively, leaving Jundu behind. "Sia." He called after her, but she never once turned back. Only Jundu remained there, standing still, his eyes full of both worry and heartache. "Again, it's your back again." He clenched his fist, the feeling of helplessness tormenting him inside. That evening, when CA finished her shift, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Startled, CA stopped. Wait, please. Jundu rushed over and grabbed her hand. You need to go back to the hospital and get checked. Annoyed, CA shook his hand off. What is wrong with you? I told you I'm fine. Just leave me alone. At that, Jundu's face fell, sadness flickering in his eyes. But this time, he didn't give up. He shouted again, Hey, please. He stopped in her tracks. Jundu continued, Why are you being so stubborn? His voice stammered with pain. You've changed. You've changed. Those words made CA freeze. She clenched her hand tightly and snapped back angrily. You're the one who changed. Why are you acting like this toward me now? Jundu fell silent for a long moment. His eyes darkened, as if he were struggling with himself. Finally, he blurted out the thing he had been suppressing all this time. Because I like you. The space around them seemed to stop. CA's eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just heard. What? Jundu stepped closer and took her hand, his face shadowed. His voice carried the pain he had buried for years. 10 years. For 10 years, I've liked you. CA froze, her eyes wide with shock. Jundu bit down hard, as if fighting himself. But then he gathered all his courage and continued. I thought the reason you started treating me differently was because of Seal Bium, wasn't it? CA didn't answer. He could no longer hold himself back, and his voice grew more bitter. Why do we have to become distant because of him? Jundu's hand tightened around her arm. He moved in closer until his face was only inches from hers. Because of him alone, the relationship between us changed. I can't understand it. CA pulled her arm free, her gaze firm. Stop it. She turned and tried to leave at once, but Jundu refused to give up. He rushed forward, caught her from behind, and suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around her. No, she was stunned, her whole body going rigid. Heat rushed to her face, yet her heart pounded wildly with a tangle of complicated emotions. Jundu buried his face in her shoulder, his voice filled with longing. I become greedy, Hong Xie. I want to have you. Xia trembled. She wanted to push him away, but her hands wouldn't rise. Shaking, she stood there as he whispered by her ear, HM, can't you turn around and look at me just once? She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed silently. Please, please stop. But at that very moment, a voice rang out, cold enough to cut through the air. She already told you to stop. Both of them startled and turned around at once. A familiar figure stood in the darkness, his eyes gleaming with displeasure. Seal Bium stepped forward. His icy eyes stared fixedly at Jundu, and his voice carried a quiet threat. She said she doesn't like it, yet you're still clinging to her sleeve. What exactly do you think you're doing? The air turned tense. Jundu clenched his fists and ground his teeth in anger. CA could only stand there in shock, not knowing what to do. Seal Bium stepped closer. But inside him, a hidden storm was surging. Hong CA, so she's wavering. Jundu stepped forward, his voice full of anger. What did you just say? Seal Bium curled his lip into a smirk. His voice was calm, but full of provocation. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Jundu frowned, his eyes blazing with anger. He turned to look at CA. An indescribable unease surged inside him. Then suddenly, he grabbed Seal Bium by the collar and clenched it tight. When she fainted, you were nowhere to be seen. And now you show up? What can you even do now? Who the hell are you anyway? Seal Bium did not look angry at all. He only smiled brightly, his tone relaxed. Why? I'm CA's boyfriend, of course. Yundu Fos. He staggered back, his eyes wide with shock. Then he stared straight at Hong Se. Tell him. He turned to her, his voice cracking. He's lying, right? He is, isn't he? CS eyes filled with tears as she bit down hard on her lip. Seal Bium crossed his arms, his tone teasing. How many times do I have to tell you? Is your memory only 3 seconds long? Didn't you hear at school? He let out a quiet laugh and declared confidently, I am Hong Se's boyfriend. He pointed at himself, then at Sie. She and I, Seal Bium emphasized each word, are dating. Jundu stood motionless, his face darkening. He clenched his teeth and said hesitantly, I've always been by Se's side for 10 whole years. Seal Bium smirked and stepped closer, placing one hand on Se's shoulder. All the things you couldn't do for CA in 10 years. He pulled Se into his arms, his voice full of smug pride. I did them all in just 10 days. Jundu could not hold back any longer. He lunged forward and punched Seal Bium square in the face. The moment Seal Bium lifted his head, another punch slammed into his face. Jundu had gone mad with rage, shouting hysterically, Don't touch even a single strand of her hair. Don't you know a dog can be terrifying too? He struck Seal Bium until blood appeared. What spotted dog? He grabbed Seolbeum by the collar and roared, "Why don't you run that mouth of yours like you did before?" Aji shouted and ran over, pulling Jundu away. "Big Yundu, what are you doing? Did you study sports just so you could hit people?" She looked at him in disappointment, her voice trembling. "Big Yundu, I'm truly disappointed in you." Hearing that, Jundu went still. He lowered his head, his hands falling limp. CA helped Seolbeum back to his feet, her voice full of worry. "Let's go, Seolbeum." But just as he looked up at the sky, Seolbeum suddenly stopped short. The full moon hanging above made his expression change. At once, his body lost balance, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. CA cried out in panic and hurriedly caught him. Returning to Yozian, the year 1432, Seolbeum was chatting with the young man from earlier. Tilting his head, he asked, "What?" They said if you don't know where the gold, silver, and jewels are, they'll beat you. The young man kept his head lowered and did not answer. Seolbeum sighed and held out his hand. The young man flinched and stepped back on reflex, but Seolbeum only gently reassured him. "It's all right." From inside his robe, he took out a large gold bar and placed it in the young man's hand. "Take it. If you have this, you won't have any trouble finding food or a place to sleep." Holding it, the young man could not hide his amazement. His eyes widened as he stared at the gleaming bar of gold in his hand. But in that very instant, Seolbeum was struck with dizziness. Blood streamed down from his forehead as the young man used that same gold bar to smash him hard on the head. Not stopping there, the young man quickly snatched the bag of gold from Seolbeum's hand and ran. Seolbeum touched his head, but he did not chase after him. He only quietly watched the young man's retreating back disappear, telling himself he had to get used to it. His gaze darkened. From then on, Seolbeum chose to live among the beasts of the forest, because humans were always selfish. One must never easily share feelings with humans. Back in the present, at CA's house, her two younger siblings, Hong Dan and Buel, stood with their hands on their hips, glaring at Seolbeum. "Why did you get into a fight? You were wrong. You shouldn't have done that. You need to be seriously scolded." Seolbeum looked baffled, not understanding what was going on. "Say," he spoke up, her voice full of irritation. He startled and looked at her. CA shouted heatedly, "You got punched by Jundu and then fainted? What kind of demon gets knocked out by a human?" She set the first aid kit down hard and kept scolding him. What a braggart. Seolbeum rubbed his head and hurriedly denied it. "I just fell asleep. It's like cotton, so it made me sleepy. That spotted dog's fist didn't hurt at all." Suddenly, CS' voice dropped. "I'm sorry." Seolbeum paused, his eyes widening in surprise. "Huh?" Se took a deep breath, as if gathering all her courage to say what had been weighing on her heart. She said, "That's right. I used you." Seolbeum froze. But before he could react, she continued, her voice trembling. But you know too. Painful memories suddenly flooded her mind. A life of being looked down on, compared to others and isolated. Humans really are just as cunning and calculating as you said. She lowered her head timidly. "Maybe you're right. Maybe they're even worse than animals. That's why." Her chest tightened, but she forced herself to continue. "It was only because I liked the attention, even if it was just for a moment. It was the first time I'd ever received anything like that in my life. If you stay by my side." She gave a bitter smile. "Then everyone will like me too." Seolbeum hurriedly spoke up, flustered as he tried to explain. I didn't mean it like that." CA went on, But before he could finish, she suddenly shouted, "You're a demon, and you still got hurt?" Seolbeum blinked in confusion. "Huh?" CA could not hold it in any longer and let all her frustration out. "Are you an idiot? He just works out a lot. So he's the type whose fists move before his brain does. When people say that, it means his fists really do fly first. You're a demon, and you don't even know that? You said you understood humans." CA shouted angrily, "How can you be so selfish? Didn't you think about the people who would worry about you?" Hearing that, Seolbeum's cheeks suddenly turned pink. He stammered, "W worry?" As CA applied medicine to his wounds, she grumbled, "That's right. Of course you didn't think about that." She pointed at him and raised her voice. "You're the great Jang San Tiger, and I'm a savage and selfish human. One of those cunning, calculating humans." Her two younger siblings, Hong Dan and Buel, immediately chimed in. "A human thing. A savage and selfish human thing." Say instantly growled, "Hong Dan, Buel, don't you two have daycare tomorrow? You need to hurry and go to sleep." The mischievous little ones pouted. Okay. We were just doing kiss. Suddenly, the two of them lunged forward and planted kisses on Seolbeum's cheeks, leaving him stunned. His eyes went wide in confusion. "What is this?" Buel and Hong Dan quickly crawled under the blanket, their childish voices ringing out. "Usually if someone gets hurt, a kiss makes it better. You didn't know that?" Idiot. CA sighed, grimacing as she reminded Seol-BM. You should go to sleep too. Stretching tiredly, she complained, Phew, I'm raising 3 children. 3 of them. Seol-BM sat still, blankly watching the 3 of them fall fast asleep. He recalled the words he had once spoken. One must never easily share feelings with humans. But then, without realizing it, he lifted a hand to his cheek, where he had just been kissed unexpectedly. Seol-BM sat quietly in the corner, watching them sleep, telling himself clearly he must not. But then he returned to the past, to when Seol-BM was still small. Back then, he was just a little white tiger playing with children in the backyard. A ball rolled across the ground, and laughter echoed everywhere. Seol-BM happily chased after the ball back and forth across the yard, his clear eyes shining with excitement. Then a warm, deep voice called out, Jangsun-BM. He immediately turned his head. The moment he saw her, Seol-BM cried out happily and ran straight to her. She bent down, gently gathered him into her arms, and carried him away, leaving the children still at play. That evening, in the little thatched house, Seol-BM lay snug in her arms, his pure white tail swaying softly with his even breathing. She gently advised him, they say demons should never give their hearts to humans, because demons exist by taking human hearts. Seol-BM did not pay much attention, only busy playing with the little toy in his hand. She stroked his head tenderly and continued, BM, you can imitate any voice. You can become anyone that can help you form the closest bond with humans and share deep emotions with them. She paused a moment, then her voice turned grave. That means you can become stronger than any other living being. But if you are ruled by emotions, you will become weaker than any creature. So you must be even more careful. Seol-BM looked up, his round eyes full of curiosity. Why? She gazed at him with deep eyes. Her voice was low and sorrowful. Humans have tens of thousands of emotions that we do not. Love, affection, loyalty, hope. Seol-BM puffed out his lips and whined. Do demons not have emotions? That sounds so cold. At that, she suddenly grew angry, her voice sharper. No, humans are very deceitful and selfish. You will definitely be hurt. Seol-BM fell silent and did not answer. A little later, the tiger boy changed back into the form of a white tiger. She looked at him, her eyes heavy with deep thought. You are a monster that takes human hearts. What am I to do when you have such a soft heart? Suddenly, the scene before him changed. Seol-BM returned to reality. A house was swallowed in a sea of flames. Bright red fire devoured each piece of wood, and black smoke billowed upward. In panic, he ran forward and screamed, Grandmother! Amid the wreckage, his grandmother struggled to open her eyes. Her weak voice rose through the raging flames. Didn't I tell you not to go near humans? She coughed harshly, then continued with difficulty. They say the gods favor humans greatly, but humans are selfish. Seol-BM trembled, tears pouring down his face. Solbi, because I got close to humans. He choked on his sobs, blaming himself. That's why this happened to you. Solbi, tears streamed from his eyes. She struggled to stroke his face one last time. No, grandmother, don't leave me alone. I was wrong. She forced her hand up and gently caressed his face one final time. Her eyes slowly closed, her voice faint but still gentle. Now you understand, don't you? The gods will never allow a demon to have a heart like a human's. Those words cut into Seol-BM's heart like a blade. He burst into broken sobs over his grandmother's cooling body, while the flames still crackled around them. But now there was another pain inside him, far deeper than before. So you must never give your heart to humans. And yet Seol-BM had remained soft-hearted and kind. He once saved a little girl deep in the forest. Police sirens rang out as they searched desperately among the thick trees. She isn't over here either. There are signs of wild animals. In the darkness, Seol-BM gently set the little girl down on the ground. His eyes held a trace of quiet sadness. Humans and demons, the world we live in. The police suddenly shouted in joy, "We found her! The child is safe." Seol-BM slowly retreated into the shadows, watching the scene before him. Because we live in different ways, I thought I could go on living without ever giving my heart to any human. But why am I crying? Back in the present, early in the morning, CA woke him with a voice full of energy. Seol-BM, wake up, time to eat. Seol-BM slowly opened his eyes. Morning light sparkled beyond the window. But the moment he woke, he suddenly felt that the corners of his eyes were wet. Seeing that, CA immediately grew worried. What is it? Are you in pain? Seol-BM? She quickly placed a hand on his forehead and frowned. It doesn't seem like you have a fever. Then she flipped open her research notebook and muttered, "Tiger gods really are a little different, huh?" Seolbeum did not answer. He only quietly looked at her. At that moment, Hong Dan and Bu-el also ran in and asked worriedly, "Are you sick?" The two little kids both reached up to touch his forehead, their faces full of concern. "Does it hurt? Should I kiss it better?" Suddenly, Seolbeum closed his eyes and whispered softly, "Maybe. I really do hurt a lot." A little later, CA returned with a full breakfast. Setting it down in front of him, she put her hands on her hips and ordered, "Then you need to eat. The more it hurts, the more you absolutely have to eat." Seolbeum looked down at the plate of eggs before him. On it, in a simple but sincere design, CA had written a message, "Seolbeum, get well soon." Seolbeum suddenly went still. Seeing that, CA tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" She stared at him, then suddenly sighed and leaned her hands on the table. "You don't want to eat what I made?" Her two younger siblings giggled mischievously. Rolled eggs made by a savage. Rolled eggs with a cat face drawn by a savage. CA burst out laughing. And then today, she leaned close to Seolbeum's ear and whispered, "A demon needs to rest." After saying that, she smiled brightly. Seolbeum instantly turned red, even his ears flushing. On top of that, CA picked up a spoon and fed him a bite of egg. "So you have to finish all of it, okay?" The three siblings ate while laughing and chatting happily. Seolbeum hesitantly took a bite. Then his eyes lit up and he laughed in praise. "It's delicious." At school, Seolbeum had turned into a little tiger and perched on a tree branch right across from the classroom window. His eyes stayed fixed on Sei, quietly watching her. Then the image of yesterday resurfaced in his mind. In a classroom, CA sat alone, looking slightly bored. Suddenly, someone stepped up to her desk. "Where's your boyfriend? Why'd he leave you sitting here alone?" CA looked up and saw Jundu frowning at her. "Since your boyfriend isn't here today, can we talk?" CA looked flustered. "About what?" Just then, Seolbeum appeared. He quietly placed a hand on her shoulder while grabbing Jundu's wrist. CA's eyes widened in surprise. "Seolbeum? Jundu Fraunil irritiert. What are you doing?" Jundu's voice turned unpleasant. "Don't interfere and get out of here. I have something I want to say to Hong CA in private." Seolbeum did not yield, his voice dropping lower. "I don't think my girlfriend has anything to say to you." Jundu immediately flew into a rage and grabbed him by the collar. "You bastard!" Sie, alarmed, hurriedly stood and stepped between them. "Stop it," she shouted. "If you two keep acting like this, I won't even look at either of you again." At that, Jundu faltered, his voice dropping. "CA but," yet Seolbeum kept smiling. He leaned close to Jundu's ear, his voice cold. "Don't touch her again." Tilting his head provocatively, he added, "Hongse would hate it if I hurt you." Jundu ground his teeth. "Is that so?" In the school's training room, the atmosphere became more tense than ever. The gym teacher stood before the students and announced in a ringing voice, "This evaluation will also be reflected in the trainee's physical assessment, so do your best." Jundu remembered Seolbeum's words, and an unpleasant feeling rose inside him. "What? Hongse, it wouldn't like it if I got hurt?" Below, murmurs broke out. Aren't girls' scores usually lower? They say don't touch them." The gym teacher frowned and cut them off. "I'll be grading carefully, so stop talking nonsense and practice properly." Then the teacher swept her gaze over the students before stopping at Jundu. Starting with Jundu. "Who do you want to spar with?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jundu answered loudly, "Seolbeum. I'll spar with Seolbeum." Seolbeum smiled faintly, looking full of confidence. The two stepped onto the mat. Their eyes met in a charged atmosphere. "Then let's fight fair and square." "You bastard." Both of them immediately assumed their stances. All eyes below were fixed on them. Hongse stood outside the ring, her face full of worry. "Begin." The moment the coach's shout ended, Jundu rushed forward to attack. Rage burned in his eyes, and his teeth were clenched tight as if he wanted to pour all his resentment onto his opponent. "This is what I prepared for my whole life. I absolutely won't lose to someone like him." Jundu poured all his strength into a kick aimed straight at Seolbeum. Everyone below watched nervously. They grew uneasy seeing Jundu attack again and again, while Seolbeum did not counter even once. Seolbeum simply observed him calmly, then raised a hand and caught Jundu's leg the instant the kick swept in. Without the slightest difficulty, he flung it aside, making Jundu lose his balance and crash to the mat. But Jundu was not the type to give up easily. Determination flashed in his eyes as he quickly sprang back up. The coach's whistle blew. "Seolbeum, foul." Seolbeum looked blankly confused, thinking, what? Wasn't this just about rushing in and fighting? The whole mat bust. Seol Beam stepped on the line. Seol Beam scratched his head awkwardly. Below, the students burst into laughter. Oh my god, I think Seol Beam doesn't know the rules. Ha ha ha, he's so innocent. Jundu looked down at Sei, his face full of concern, but her eyes were only following Seol Beam. Below, the crowd whispered among themselves. So there really are things Seol Beam can't do, huh? Ha ha. CA quickly turned her attention toward him. Hey, Seol Beam. Seol Beam immediately looked down at her. Say, you try to explain. You can't just do whatever you want like that, okay? You hear me, right? Taekwondo has rules. She quickly explained the scoring system and the basic rules to him. Finally, she sighed helplessly and told him, just do your best, okay? Just kick him. Kick him. Jundu only paid attention to CA, but she did not look at him even once. After understanding the rules, Seol Beam replied in a casual tone, okay. CA looked visibly relieved, but Jundu did not. The anger inside him surged, and he clenched his fists, vowing to himself that he would definitely win. He immediately rushed forward and launched a kick at Seol Beam. But this time, Jang-san Tiger had figured out how to fight back. He quickly retaliated with a powerful reverse kick, but Jundu reacted fast enough to block it. With murderous intent in his eyes, he said, so you've finally come to your senses now? Jang-san Tiger merely shrugged calmly. All I have to do is use my legs to kick, right? The match became tenser than ever. Jang-san Tiger slowly began catching up in points, leaving the entire crowd below wide-eyed in shock. Voices of amazement rose from everywhere. How's that guy so incredible? This feels like watching an action movie. Is this really a high school? Hearing those words only made Jundu even angrier. Jang-san Tiger suddenly stepped closer and leaned near Jundu's ear, his low voice dripping with provocation. You've practiced Taekwondo your whole life, right? With this level of skill, you couldn't even protect Hong Ca, could you? At that, Jundu instantly snapped. What the hell did you just say, you bastard? But before he could react, Jang-san Tiger delivered a fierce kick. Ca and Aji, watching below, both stared in shock. Without hesitation, Jang-san Tiger leaped again and unleashed a fatal kick toward his opponent. Jundu couldn't react at all. He could only take the full blow and collapse onto the floor. The crowd below began murmuring. Wait, wasn't that way too hard? Is Jundu still alive? I don't think so. Even the coach couldn't hide his surprise. But right after that, the coach began to count. 1, 2. Jundu gritted his teeth, struggling to hold onto the last of his consciousness. Not like this. I can't lose like this. Ca cried out anxiously, Beck Jundu. He could hear her voice now. Then, as he shut his eyes, he felt it. She was looking at him. And when he closed his eyes, memories from childhood suddenly came rushing back. Aji looked at him with calculating eyes. Beck Jundu, do you like Hong Ca? Right? You want to protect Hong Ca, don't you? Then do what I say. What? What are you talking about? Aji's voice turned cold. If you don't, I might hurt her. Someone without strength has to give up part of himself to protect something. When I was young, I believed that. I thought this was the only way to protect her. But by the time I realized something was wrong, we had already grown too far apart. Even so, I kept telling myself that if I stayed behind you, if I kept staying behind you like this, then someday, I thought I might be able to stand beside you. But then Jang-san Tiger appeared. Who the hell is that bastard? What is he? To take everything from me, starting with Taekwondo, the thing I've pursued my whole life. Even the place beside you that I wanted so badly. Suddenly, Jundu's eyes flew open. Taking advantage of the moment Jang-san Tiger turned away, he sprang up and charged forward with all his strength, launching a finishing blow. Someone like him can't take everything from me. Jang-san Tiger's white eyes flashed at once. Fast as lightning, he grabbed Jundu's ankle. Jundu let out a stunned groan. Then, before Jundu could even react, Jang-san Tiger violently flung him away. He was hurled several feet forward. Ca couldn't even close her mouth as she watched what happened before her eyes. Aji too stared blankly, eyes wide. The wooden floor cracked into splinters that flew everywhere. Jundu's leg twisted to one side as he lay on the ground. From a distance, Jang-san Tiger coldly looked on. Jundu's body had gouged a deep, terrifying mark into the floor where he landed. Jundu couldn't even get up. He sat slumped over, silent. Jang-san Tiger lowered his gaze and glanced down at him with icy indifference. Taekwondo club coach Wong, M.O., stood there holding his whistle, too stunned to even blow it and stop the match. Only after a moment did he snap back to himself and finally blow it. As Jang-san Tiger blinked at Jundu, the coach shouted in alarm. Seol Beam committed a foul. The girls from their class who were sitting below immediately began whispering worriedly among themselves. Is Jundu okay? This is insane. He didn't pass out, did he? But how did Beam even do that? CA couldn't help frowning and turned to ask the student beside her, if Seal BM committed a foul, does that mean Jundu won? After a while, Jundu finally opened his eyes weakly. Beside him, Wang Mo stroked his chin as he looked at Jangson Tiger and said, "What's with that transfer student?" Then he continued in a low voice, "If he's trained properly, he'd be incredibly useful." Jundu frowned deeply, unable to believe his ears. Then he suddenly collapsed again, closing his eyes as he lost consciousness. He realized this wasn't really a victory. Jundu remembered that when he was young, he had once seen Sei standing weakly in the shadows. CA had always stood behind Aji's light. Back then, he had thought that a person without strength had to give up part of himself to protect something. That was why he had devoted his whole life to Taekwondo. He thought back on all those years from childhood until now. He had always poured all his focus into Taekwondo. When they were little, CA had been bullied by older kids. They blocked her path and demanded money. "Hey, got any money?" Little Sei trembled and bit her lip, unable to say a word, and they laughed mockingly. Then they said, "What? Are you scared?" No, it wasn't fear. One of them lost patience and raised his hand, about to slap her. "Spit out the money and get lost." CA squeezed her eyes shut and froze in terror. Jundu immediately appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the boy's hand. At that moment, he had thought, "Hong Se, if I want to protect you, I have to become stronger." After knocking all of them down, he turned and comforted her. He told himself, "Because I thought that someday I'd be able to protect you with my own strength." Helplessly, he thought, but now. He remembered the recent intimate moments between Jangson Tiger and CA. As he lay sprawled on the ground, he couldn't help but feel jealous. "Everything I've done, Jangson Tiger has taken it all away from me." In the teacher's office, Taekwondo club coach Wang Mo sat in his chair and calmly asked Jangsan Tiger, who was standing before him, "BM, have you ever played sports before?" He answered casually, "No, sir." The coach rubbed his chin for a moment and said, "You have excellent motor instincts." Then he turned and smiled as he made him an offer. "If you haven't joined any sports clubs yet, would you like to join the Taekwondo club?" He asked that because he was Wang Mo, the Taekwondo club coach at the high school. Jangson Tiger frowned slightly at the question and muttered, "Taekwondo club?" The coach nodded. "That's right, the Taekwondo club. Right now, it's the most promising club in Jangson High." He added excitedly, "At the moment, Jundu is our ace, but if you join..." Jangson Tiger suddenly cut him off. "I'm not interested." The coach blinked. "What?" Jangsan Tiger tilted his head and glanced around, clearly showing no real interest in the coach's club. But the coach still insisted, "Then if you ever change your mind, you have to tell me. All right?" At that moment, Sei thought it had started as only a small ripple. The girls in Aji's group blushed as they called Jangsan Tiger's name. Shy but excited, they asked him, "How did you do that just now?" One of the girls covered her mouth and turned to her friend in admiration. "That's amazing. I think I've fallen for him." The other girl nodded, blushing too. "Isn't that what you'd call unconscious charisma?" "No, instinctive." "Natural?" Jangsan Tiger scratched his head, not understanding what was so special, and simply said that. One of the girls suddenly held up her phone in front of him and said excitedly, "BM, look at this." Smiling, she praised him. It was just uploaded, and the views are already through the roof. Aji also covered her mouth shyly, looked at him, and said sweetly, "You're an influencer now." Hearing that, he stared blankly in confusion, his eyes wide. The fight between him and Jundu had been recorded and uploaded to social media. The person who posted it had even added captions and hashtags. The current state of high school students? Handsome high schooler, high school action, ordinary person? Everything that had happened made CA think that a huge wave had begun. She saw Aji's friends standing there talking with him. She looked at the video on the phone and frowned slightly as she studied his expression with concern. What is this? Watching him surrounded by them in the center, she thought to herself, is Jangson Tiger really okay like this? Jangsan Tiger looked oddly proud, almost boastful, and until that moment, she had never realized it. She thought about his true nature. Once a demon steals a human heart, and mixed with modern culture, the flood of videos spreading across social media made her uneasy. Everywhere from students to random passersby, people were talking excitedly about him. Who is this guy? Who is he? Everyone had their phones out, curious about him. Who is he? Even June saw the video and frowned, asking, "Who is this?" After seeing the footage of Jangsan Tiger, Bu El and Hong Dan were delighted and said in unison, "That's our big brother." She wondered just how destructive that kind of power could become. Jangsan Tiger's grandmother had once held him and told him, "Jangsan Tiger, the more human hearts you steal, the stronger your magic becomes." Beam. His grandmother had called softly before warning him. If a monster's power exceeds its limit. Everyone was going crazy over Jang San Tiger's face in the video. Comments kept pouring in nonstop. This is insane. What is that face? This is eye-opening. Someone asked, what high school is he from? And another person replied, Seoul BM, class 12 to 4, Jangsan High School. Then someone else asked, is this that unconscious charisma Seoul BM? Someone immediately answered, no way. Even his name is Seoul BM? The messages were full of endless praise. I am bewitched. Please keep me. If he's handsome, he's automatically Appa. Don't you need a wife? I'll become a student again. I'm a guy, and even I'm captivated. So cool, I love you. Is platinum hair even real? Appa? Their enthusiasm was so intense that the views on Seoul BM's video climbed to 1,045,914. At that moment, it was as if his grandmother's words echoed again. It could become a god. When gods create monsters, if a monster's power exceeds its limit, that monster can become a god. A monster that has become a god can walk on water, run thousands of kilometers within a month, and call down lightning from a cloudless sky. Slow footsteps echoed down the hallway, where students lined both sides to watch. As the man passed by, one of the girls gasped in amazement. Whoa, that's insane. Those footsteps entered the classroom. A student suddenly shouted, why is that person at our school? The refined man, known as Director Vibe Cutting Harry, held up his phone and asked, I heard this student goes here. The girls immediately covered their mouths in shock and whispered to each other, no way. Did he come here looking for Seoul BM? Everyone exclaimed in surprise, this is crazy. Is this real? He caught sight of Jangsan Tiger, then ignored all the surrounding chatter and walked straight to his desk, where he sat frowning with his chin propped on his hand. So this is where you are. Seeing the man hand him a business card, one classmate cried out in disbelief, Seoul BM, for real? As he held it out toward him, the others blurted out, is he about to debut? But Jangsan Tiger only stared at him silently for a while. Then he smirked faintly and glanced at him. On the school rooftop, CA looked at him worriedly and said, hey, Seoul BM, are you really okay with getting this much attention? At her words, he smiled with a clueless expression and said, how would I know? She frowned, folded her arms, and warned him the internet is scary. It's a place where all your information and background can spread everywhere. There were already all kinds of comments about him in group chats. Does anyone know who this high school guy is? Holy crap, he's so handsome. Who is he? He's in the same school as my friend. I think it's Jangsan High, class 12 to 4. CA asked him about the director, giving him a business card. He blinked blankly and recounted it. He said, I came all the way here to find you today. I'm that kind of person. He just kept rambling like that. Then he burst out laughing without the slightest fear, making her say worriedly, you seem pretty full of yourself. Aren't you being too naive? Hearing that, he stopped laughing and lowered his gaze, looking at her intently. Then Jangsan Tiger suddenly stepped closer to her and said in a teasing, dangerous tone, you're the naive one. She gasped in surprise as he continued, I live by feeding on human affection. At that, she faltered and asked then, if you receive a lot of affection from humans. In an instant, the school rooftop transformed into a bustling market from the Joseon era, and both of them were dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Startled by what he had done, he stammered in shock. Where are we? He chuckled, stepped closer, touched the edge of her ear, and whispered softly, then I can control my power like this. Then he used his magic to return the two of them to normal. After that, he gently wrapped an arm around her waist. Then he suddenly lifted her up effortlessly with one hand and said cheerfully, I think I've gotten stronger lately. I'm happy about it. With his arm around her waist, he flushed bright red and stared at him, mouth slightly open. Then she immediately jumped away from him, turned around, and walked off irritably. I don't know anymore. As she left, she thought, it'll probably be fine, right? But then she immediately crushed that thought herself. Find my foot. Jangsan Tiger's fans were already waiting for him in front of the school gate. They screamed, Appa, please give me an autograph, Seoul BM. Appa, you're amazing. So you really do go here. Even when he and CA walked home together, people kept peeking at them and chattering. That's him, right? That famous guy? He looks even more incredible in person. Even while he walked beside her eating tonghalu, people just kept praising him. He's eating tonghalu. So cute. He's adorable. His girlfriend must have saved a country in her past life, right? And CA, the one walking beside him, blushed so hard from embarrassment that her whole face turned red. She was so frustrated, she wanted to cry and shout, this is not okay at all. And the biggest problem came one morning when an unpleasant child's voice rang out. Hey, who is this? The The boy shouted loudly, "Do you really know him?" Buell and Hong Dan's legs were trembling. The aggressive kid, whose arms were covered in stickers, stared at the phone and said in disbelief, "Why would someone like this know you guys?" Then the boy shouted, "Don't lie." Even though they were scared, Buell and Hong Dan still shouted back stubbornly, "We're telling the truth. He's our big brother." But the bully didn't want to hear it and shoved Buell hard. "Stop lying." Buell fell painfully to the ground, grimacing. The bully yelled, "Why would a guy like him hang out with losers like you?" Hong Dan looked at Buell in alarm and cried out, "Buell." Hong Dan ran over to help, then glared at the bully and scolded him. "Why did you hit him?" The mean boy and his two girl sidekicks lined up and advanced menacingly. "You don't even have any friends. And you don't have parents, either." Hearing that, Hong Dan and Buell didn't know what to say and could only glare at them angrily. One of the girls in the group stepped forward, held up her phone, and demanded, "But why would an oppa that unbelievably handsome hang around kids like you?" Terrified, Buell and Hong Dan burst into tears and cried pitifully, "Brother Seol Beam." Jangson Tiger heard the cries of his two younger siblings. He pressed his lips together and used his magic to see what was happening. Once he understood everything, he muttered angrily, "Those little brats." He climbed out through the window, his face dark as he said in a frightening voice, "Bullying children?" He transformed himself into a pretty little boy and thought to himself, "Jangsan Tiger transfers to Sibian kindergarten." Just as he was about to head out, Se suddenly smacked him on the head from behind. With her hands on her hips, she angrily demanded, "Where do you think you're going?" A huge bump practically sprang up on his head from a hit. In his child form, he shouted furiously, "What was that for? How dare you hit the great Jangsan Tiger on the head?" She cut him off. "Great? More like dangerous," Sie said sternly. "Don't just transform on your own outside. What if someone sees you?" Hearing that, Jangson Tiger could only pout and scratch his head. Then he thought of Buell and Hong Dan looking weak, helpless, and pitiful. He fell into thought. What? Then he returned to his adult form, scratching his head as he thought, "You don't have to get that angry." The next day in class, the teacher announced, "The topic of the presentation will be the future home for modern people." The teacher looked down at the class and said, "Representatives, come up and take the handouts." CA frowned slightly as she held the handout in her hand. She looked at the words written on the paper, Jangsan Living Design Fair. She fell into thought. A living fair. The event was held on a grand and luxurious scale. The decorations were elegant, and drinks were being fully served. Many finely dressed people had come, and the crowd was so large that Hong Se, Buell, and Hong Dan all stared around in amazement. She glanced at Buell and Hong Dan, who were busy looking at the items displayed on the tables. Pressing her lips together, she felt a little anxious. She wondered if bringing the kids here with her had really been the right choice. But then she looked at Hong Dan and Buell again and told herself that they were good kids. Then she crouched down in front of them and sternly warned them, "Buell, Dan, there are a lot of people here, so you two have to stay close to me, okay? I'll finish my work soon, so even if you get bored, just bear with it for a little while." Buell and Hong Dan stared blankly at her for a moment after hearing that. Then the two answered in unison with bright, cheerful voices, "Okay." CA nodded and smiled as she looked at them. But a moment later, she felt so helpless she wanted to cry. Damn it, because right after nodding at her, Buell and Hong Dan immediately started running around and chasing each other. The two children were making such a huge commotion that she sprang to her feet and looked at them in alarm. As the children caused trouble and bumped into other people, Jangson Tiger had to scoop Buell and Hong Dan up in his arms and hurry away with them. Hong Dan glanced at him, and then the two kids burst into happy laughter. She tried to comfort herself, thinking that the kids just hadn't had many chances to run around freely. But right after that, she saw Buell and Hong Dan climbing onto a display shelf, only to lose their footing and fall. She was so terrified that her mouth fell open and she forgot to move. Thankfully, Jangson Tiger moved as fast as lightning and caught both children just in time. After that, he held the two children while she nearly cried from helplessness. Then Se heard Buell pleading as he pointed at a pastry shelf. "Uni, buy me this." She followed his finger and asked what. Then she patiently explained to the two children, "You two, I already told you that you can't eat things like this. You'll get cancer." But the moment she finished speaking, Buell and Hong Dan immediately burst into loud tears and shouted, "Buy it for me! Buy it for me! I want to eat it!" Silently, she looked down at her younger siblings, who were helplessly screaming. They really were two awful 7-year-olds. Above them, the sunlight blazed golden and bright. She and Jangsan Tiger leaned against each other, exhausted and out of breath. Meanwhile, Buell and Hong Dan were grinning from ear to ear as they obediently ate their ice cream. Then Buell suddenly noticed something else. His eyes landed on a beautiful blue dessert cart. At once, he and Hong Dan excitedly shouted and ran toward the dessert cart. Sometime later, Buell got ice cream on a boy's shirt. The boy, angered by it, shoved him to the ground just as the boy's mother appeared. The boy's mother angrily scolded Buell while comforting her own son. "My goodness, what kind of walking is that? Are you okay, sweetheart?" Then she turned and shouted furiously at Buell and Hong Dan, who were staring blankly at her. "Do you even know how much this shirt costs? Where are your parents?" Her voice was so loud that it disturbed everyone around them. People nearby turned to look, unable to hide their curiosity. "What's going on? Are they arguing?" CA and Jang San Tiger quickly ran over from afar. In a gentle voice, she said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. I'll pay the cleaning bill." The woman pointed at her rudely and snapped, "Fine then. Bring their mother here." You can tell just by looking that their parents never taught them properly. With her hands clasped together, Say said awkwardly, "I'll compensate you. I am truly sorry." At that, the woman suddenly scoffed. Looking CA up and down, she asked, "You're their mother?" Then she glanced at Jang San Tiger. "And is that their father?" Then she waved her hand disdainfully and said, "Kids these days really get into relationships carelessly." People glanced at one another and whispered under their breath, "What is this? I can't believe it." Jang San Tiger frowned in irritation and said, "Ma'am," but suddenly stepped in front of him and whispered, "Stay still. Don't cause trouble." The boy with ice cream on his shirt suddenly sneered and pointed at CA. "So you're not their mom? Did their parents run off and abandon them?" Hearing that, his mother pretended to be shocked and cried out, "What? Oh my goodness, how irresponsible." CA frowned, unable to believe someone could be so nasty. She told herself, "Endure it. Just endure it." Then she sternly said, "Hong Dan, Buell, hurry and apologize." Buell and Hong Dan pouted and cried resentfully, looking pitiful. When the two children turned their faces away, she grew irritated. Crouching down, she raised her voice and asked, "Why won't you apologize?" Seeing the two children's stubborn, silent expressions, the woman smirked in satisfaction and said, "My goodness, haven't they even been taught how to apologize?" Unable to bear it any longer, Buell and Hong Dan bluntly pointed at the boy and shouted, "He's the one who was wrong, Uni. He ran into us first." Buell angrily yelled at the boy, "My ice cream all fell because of you, you pig." Next to him, Hong Dan also shouted, "What's wrong with you, you pig?" The woman's eyes reddened with sudden rage as she raised her hand to slap them. "You rude little brats." The sound of the blow rang out, leaving everyone stunned. People looked at one another, then the woman frowned and froze. Hong Dan and Buell also stared in shock. It turned out that CA had quickly blocked the woman's slap by taking it on herself. She had turned her own face into the path of the blow. The woman coughed awkwardly twice and said in annoyance, "So this is your way of paying for the cleaning? Why didn't you stop them? And now I'm the one who ended up slapping your cheek." Then she grabbed the boy and quickly left, grumbling the whole way. "What ridiculous nonsense. What rotten luck." Say silently watched the two of them go, then turned to her younger siblings and said, "You two, follow me." Buell and Hong Dan, frightened and trembling, followed her. Jang San Tiger stood off to the side watching. With her arms folded in a stern, angry face, CA scolded them. "Is this how I raised you?" Then, unable to hold it in, she shouted, "I told you not to go around making it obvious you're kids without a mother." Beside her, Jang San Tiger broke out in a cold sweat as he watched. He cut in gently, "Hey, Hong San," but she suddenly shoved him aside. Frowning, she said in a restrained voice, "Jang San Tiger, step aside." He didn't know what to say. Then Buell suddenly clenched his teeth. Crying resentfully, he shouted at her, "Why won't you listen to what we say? He bumped into us first, and at kindergarten." Before he could finish, she angrily snapped, "Do you want me to say it again?" Then Buell shouted furiously at her, You never listen to what we say? You always just do whatever you want, even when we tell you not to. Why do you always tell us to just endure it?" CA stared at him in shock. Her face darkened as she stammered, "That's because," but Buell lost control and shouted angrily, "I wish we didn't have an older sister." She could hardly believe what she had heard and murmured in disbelief. What? She thought of how she had worked all sorts of jobs, delivery work, handing out flyers, waiting tables, and working at convenience stores to earn money. She had worked until she was exhausted, until her nose bled. And Buell, his face twisted with anger, shouted at her, "You're not even our real mom." Hearing that, Say bit down so hard in anger that her face turned red. Before she knew it, she slapped Buell hard across the face. Buell froze in shock, still unable to process what had happened. Hong Dan looked on in horror. CA stared at her own trembling hand, only then realizing what she had just done. Worried, Jang San Tiger patted her shoulder and said, "Hey," but Say wasn't in any state of mind to hear him. Trembling, she muttered, "I've gone crazy." Then, terrified, she ran off, leaving the three of them standing there. "I've gone crazy." Hong Se, Bu-el touched the cheek Se had slapped. Uni, tears welled up and spilled over as he cried. "She hit me again." Jang San Tiger was about to chase after CA, but when he saw Buell like that, he stopped. He crouched down and gently stroked the boy's head as he asked, "Are you okay, Buell?" Buell burst into sobs. "SH, she never even listens to what we say." Jang San Tiger looked at the boy, then softly patted his head as if comforting him. Then he turned to Hong Dan and smiled gently. "Can you two stay together for a little while?" Hong Dan obediently nodded. Her cheeks were red, and tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. Jang San Tiger lifted his hand from Bu-el's head. Before leaving, he turned back to the children and said, "I'll bring her back right away." He left the two children standing there in silence, staring at each other. Then Hong Dan called out, "Hey!" She glared angrily at Buell and shouted, "This is all your fault." Buell looked bewildered and lowered his voice. "What?" Hong Dan didn't stop, still full of fury. She shouted again, "She left because of you." Buell refused to back down and immediately argued back. "Why are you treating me like this too? You know he was trying to hit us. That's why the ice cream got on his shirt." Neither child was willing to give in. Hong Dan frowned angrily. Even so, when she got mad, all you had to do was admit you were wrong. Why did you have to make her even angrier? At Hong Dan's words, the stubborn Buell retorted, "Why are you talking nonsense like that?" Now Hong Dan's face turned red from anger and fear, and tears began to fall. "What if because of you, she doesn't want to live with us anymore? What are we supposed to do then?" Their voices were so loud that the people around them could hear, and whispers began to spread. Budes Fazdakind. Hong Dan grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Hurry and apologize to her. Tell her you were wrong." Buell bit his lip and mumbled, "I don't want to." Hearing that, Hong Dan only got angrier. Not wanting to stay there and argue with him anymore, she turned away. "Then I'm leaving too." At the still bewildered look on Buell's face, Hong Dan continued, "I don't need a stubborn little brother like you." Then she walked away, leaving him standing there all alone. Buell looked utterly lonely, with no one paying him any attention. Amid the noisy, bustling crowd, Buell curled up in a corner in sadness. Then suddenly a voice drew his attention. He looked up. It was a purple-haired boy with a mocking smile. "Are you crying?" Behind him stood two girls who seemed to be on the purple-haired boy's side. They laughed scornfully. "Uft, are you really crying? But it's true that you know that Taekwondo Appa, right?" The two girls tossed comments back and forth, as if teasing Buell on purpose. "I still can't believe it." "Is that really him?" said the girl with pigtails disdainfully. "I still couldn't believe it until I saw him with my own eyes." The other girl chimed in, "Maybe he was just doing charity." The girl with pigtails covered her mouth and laughed. "Exactly, like helping pitiful kids." Buell glared at them in irritation. "It's not like that." All three children turned their eyes toward him at once, their gazes full of contempt. The purple-haired boy gritted his teeth angrily and bent down, speaking in a threatening tone. "What's with you? Why are you being so stubborn?" He rubbed the part of his shirt that had been stained with ice cream and threatened, "Don't you see? It's because of you that my shirt got dirty. Do you even know how much it costs?" The boy crossed his arms and sneered down at Buell. "Your sister could work herself to death for a whole year and still never afford it." Hearing that, Buell looked a little frightened. "But it was because of you that your shirt got dirty." The boy smirked boastfully at Buell. "So what? My mom will just buy me a new one anyway." He didn't stop there, and his next words only made Buell angrier, though all Buell could do was glare. "And your sister?" She was already trembling just hearing about the cleaning bill. The other girls and the boy joined in. "Yeah, that's right. Stay away from him or poverty might rub off on you." The purple-haired boy pressed a finger against Buell's head. Then he continued, "Apologize like your sister told you to." "Hurry," the two girls said together. "That's right. Hurry up and apologize." Buell ground his teeth in anger. "You guys," the boy curled his lips into a smirk. "Wasn't it because of you that your sister almost got hit by my mom?" "Ha." One of the girls added, "You got hit by Rian, and your sister almost got hit by Rian's mom." At their mocking words, Buell began trembling, a mixture of panic and fear rising inside him. "People like you are probably just destined to get hit all the time. Good thing we weren't born like that, right? If you had just apologized, your sister wouldn't have had to hit herself like that." At that moment, Jang San Tiger appeared, right behind him in the form with the long hair he had before. He smiled. That's right. Why did you act like that? His eyes gleamed as he leaned close to Buell's ear and whispered seductively. All you had to do was apologize. If you had just apologized, everything would have turned out fine. Buell's eyes widened in an instant, his pupils turning a frightening red. He imagined what would have happened if he had apologized. His older sister would smile and say, "You did well. I'll buy you something delicious." He pictured himself and Hong Dan playing together, all four of them being happy together. The boy thought, if I admit I was wrong. Then Jang San Tiger, with a sinister face behind him, pressed on. If you admit it, he urged, then it becomes your fault. And again, Jang San Tiger kept pushing him. Come on, hurry. Remembering that dark past, Buell didn't want to be abandoned again. He rose to his feet. The boy burst into tears and shoved the purple-haired kid, shouting, "Don't insult my sister." Jang San Tiger broke into a wicked smile, his sharp canine showing. "Good job, Buell," he called out, Mom. The mother, who had been packing her things, paused. The boy asked, "When are you coming back?" The mother replied, "In spring. I'll come back in spring." Then, right before Buell's eyes, she pulled her suitcase away and left, holding a crayon in his hand. The boy drew on a sheet of paper and thought to himself that the spring his mother had spoken of still had not come. Even so, we were still very happy, because at that moment, Buell and Hong Dan turned their heads together and called out brightly, "Uni, you're back." CA smiled, and the two children immediately ran over happily, wanting to hug her. Uni. Then came the image of the three siblings hugging each other happily. They had kind and beautiful CA too. But sometimes at kindergarten, a little boy burst into tears and pointed at Hong Dan. "Teacher, please move my seat. It's filthy here." The girl's eyes filled with sadness. Hong Dan pressed her lips together in frustration. There were things that made her angry too. Hong Dan and Buell were playing when suddenly a voice called out, making both of them look up. Hey, it was the purple-haired boy, Rian. He wore a disdainful smile. "I heard you're a beggar, living in someone else's house." The two girls behind him joined in. "I know what that is. It's a parasite. Ha ha, parasite. Your mom abandoned you." Buell and Hong Dan were furious and unwilling to accept that. They both stood up and protested. "Don't make fun of us." "That's not true." Rian shoved Hong Dan down into the toy area. Startled, Buell quickly ran over to help her up. "Dan, are you okay?" With tears in her eyes, the girl hugged her knees. Over there, Rian also started crying as he stared at his own hands. "What if I catch something from them?" Those words made Hong Dan freeze, her eyes widening. Buell shouted angrily, "What do you mean, catch something?" But before he could finish, he covered his mouth and coughed harshly. Then the other children shouted, "You guys are filthy, so don't come near me. Let's ask the teacher to move our seats." All Buell and Hong Dan could do was cling to each other and sob. There were sad times too, but they endured. That night, Buell couldn't sleep and lay staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. His lips moved as he called softly, "Uni, when will spring come?" Hearing his voice, CA woke up and looked over at Buell. Outside, the world was covered in freezing snow and ice, but inside, Buell still whispered, "If spring never comes." "CA, can you be my mom?" His words startled her. Hong Dan, who had seemed to be asleep, suddenly lifted her head and said, "I want you to become our mom too." At first CA looked surprised, but then she regained herself. "Is that so? Then I'll be Buell and Dan's mom." In the darkness of that night, the three siblings embraced each other. The cold outside couldn't chill the warmth in the hearts of those three, because we had a mother who loved us. Coming back to herself, CA sat all alone in front of the park. She looked at her trembling hands, then covered her face and burst into tears. I should have endured a little longer. She remembered those pitiful children. If I leave them behind like this, then how am I any different from the mother who abandoned us? At that thought, Sei suddenly stood up. I have to go back. Right now. She glanced downward. An image of Buell flashed through her mind. "Uni, I can't breathe anymore." She turned pale when she saw his inhaler lying on the ground below. "What do I do?" "Buell's lung illness. It's coming back." Buell shoved Rian to the ground. "Don't insult my sister." The two girls panicked. "What's wrong with him? Stop him." Buell struggled on top of the other boy, crying and shouting, "It's all because of you. It's all my fault." The two girls quickly grabbed Buell and tried to pull him away. "Let go. It's all my fault." The boy got back up, furious out of his mind. "That's right." The boy snapped. "Your sister really is just a beggar." Buell glared at him in rage and shouted as he shoved the boy backward. "That's not true." Buell cried and shouted. It's because of you that my sister left. You don't know anything, but you keep saying whatever you want. The boy had only meant to defend himself, but after that punch, Buell thought, my sister ran away because of me. Feeling that something was wrong, the boy stammered, what is this? He saw Buell panting hard. A drop of blood fell. Then Buell also collapsed to the ground and fainted right in front of the terrified boy. The boy stuttered. It's not my fault. He just fainted, that's all. I'm sorry, Nuna. I was wrong. Please come back. Mom! At that moment, Buell was suddenly lifted up, startling the boy. Then a voice rang out. What a shame. Why are you only looking for your mother? It was Jangsen Tiger. He smiled fondly. The two little girls beside him instantly blushed. What is this? Appa. Wow, he's so handsome. He set the boy down on the ground. Before everyone's stunned eyes, he smirked and gently kissed Buell on the forehead. Jangsen Tiger smiled tenderly. Dad's here. Buell came back to his senses and lightly clenched his teeth, then anxiously asked, sis, she won't hate me, right? Jangsen Tiger patted Buell on the head and said with a smile, she won't hate you. Buell clung to him and sobbed. Then can I keep living with Nuna too? Like now? Hearing that, Hong Dan gave a soft laugh. Buell asked again, can I live with you too? Jangsen Tiger froze in surprise for a few seconds. Then he stroked the boy's head. Of course. From afar came the sound of hurried footsteps. Buell looked up. Hong Dan came running over with a tree branch in hand, shouting, who dared to mess with our Buell? Then Hong Ca came running over too. What? Who dared to mess with our Ca wrapped an arm around Buell's shoulders. Buell, I'm sorry for leaving you here. I won't leave you alone again. Then she turned and saw Hong Dan crying as she said, I'm sorry too for saying such awful things. I can't live without you. Hearing that, Buell's eyes filled with tears. Then he shouted, I'm sorry too. I said bad things. I was wrong. Jangsen Tiger clenched his fist. Still, when he thought of Buell being shoved to the ground, along with everything that had happened before, Jangsen Tiger fell silent and glanced over. What a bunch of lowlifes. The three children immediately went pale with fear. Seeing that, Ca quickly stepped in. Wait a second, Jangsen Tiger. They're just kids. He replied, I already tried my best to be kind to these kindergartners. Then an image of Jangsen Tiger appeared, looking absolutely fierce, and the three kids screamed in fear. The purple-haired boy suddenly cheered, wow, that's so fun. The two girls also shouted, Appa, me too. Me too. Seeing that, Hong Dan and Buell looked proud. What, doesn't anyone do things like that for you at home, right? Thinking back to how they had flown up before, the boy continued, our sister can do even cooler things for us. Then both of them nodded. Ca spoke up, kids. She recalled what Hong Dan had said earlier. Who dared to mess with our Buell? And fell silent. Then Ca asked, but did those kids really bully you? At her question, Buell hesitated a little and answered, rather than bullying. Hong Dan couldn't hold it in and blurted out. They got scared because they thought we had some contagious disease. Hearing that, she fell silent. So the children were being bullied, just like her. No matter the age, it wasn't any different. She stepped closer and said, kids. Ca pointed at Jangsen Tiger. He lives with Buell and Dan. Does he look sick to you? Hearing that, the children looked at him. He looked strong and fierce, not weak in the slightest. The three kids shook their heads. She smiled. That's right. Buell isn't sick, and he's not contagious either, so you don't need to worry. But the three children protested together. But they're beggars. My mom said not to play with beggars or poor kids. We only play with our own group. She was startled. Beggars. She remembered what those two kids had said earlier. Those people are beggars. She had wondered where they learned those words. Then she recalled the humiliating things she had heard before. Typical people, as if helping people who have nothing were just natural for her. Anyway, Annie's an angel. Would it all go wrong? We're not beggars. Jangsen Tiger spoke, making her look at him, and he continued. We just live simply. We're wealthy, but we choose to live modestly. That comforted her somehow, and she blushed as she looked at him. Unwilling to lose, the kids continued. Yeah, but you all live in one room. They even said they don't have their own rooms. Hang-san Taigeran said frankly. No, we stay in one room because our bond is better that way. As he said that, he draped an arm around Saya's shoulders. He went on, we see each other every day. We eat together and sleep together. That warmth can't be replaced by any amount of gold or jewels. Jangsen Tiger looked at them and gave a warm smile, making the children blush a little. But right after that, they still protested. You're just making excuses. Even if you don't like it, you have to live that way. And you can't even avoid fart smells. Hearing that, he replied calmly, isn't that just how far your imagination goes? You only have a bathroom to hide in anyway. Are you saying the smell of poop is better than gold and jewels? At those words, both CA and Jang San Tiger could only shake their heads in defeat. The kids kept going. If you're not beggars, then what are you? What about TV? You don't even have one, right? Who watches TV? Who cares? You're mad, aren't you? Try shutting my mouth. You're just pretending, right? But what can you do? You're still beggars, aren't you? The three children joined together, laughing as they insulted him. Such cruel people. That was why she shouldn't have human emotions. Just then, a voice rang out. From what I can see, you kids lost. CA turned around, and so did everyone else. It was a handsome young man with brown hair and clear-rimmed glasses. The young man only smiled faintly. So you kids only know how to talk. Then he continued, I bet you've never earned even a single coin by yourselves. The three children blinked blankly. Then the boy, unwilling to lose, said, beggars are the ones who have to earn money. That's so pathetic. The young man sneered. Everything you have is your parents' money. I honestly worry what you'll become once you grow up and crawl out from your mother's skirt. Your homes probably won't be a place that shelters lazy freeloaders forever either. The boy got angry at that. Then the young man continued. People who earn money themselves are kind to the people around them and don't look down on them. That's what real wealth is. Hearing that, CA felt comforted and softened a little. The young man continued. On the other hand, even your hearts are poor and ragged. Dividing people by rank like this, insulting and bullying others without even knowing them. That's proof of impoverished souls. Then he concluded expressionlessly. In short, you are the real beggars. His cold words left the three children unable to argue, and they turned and ran away. So mean. Appa is stupid. You heartless jerk. CA spoke up. Thank you. The two children also bowed and thanked him. The young man replied, it was nothing. The little girl continued, and Appa Jang San Tiger too. We're sorry for calling you a beggar earlier. Hearing that, the four of them gathered together. He patted the two children on the head. It was a happy scene. The young man beside them said nothing and only watched. The moon hung high above. After everyone had fallen asleep, Sei still couldn't sleep. She kept remembering the words of the brown-haired young man from earlier that afternoon, and she recalled all the worst moments of her own life. But I endured all of this so Bu-el could eat and sleep somewhere warm. Children with the fate of main characters. Maybe I've been thinking the wrong way too. She wondered who that young man had been. Anyway, as she looked at the four of them sleeping peacefully together, she thought, if I want this happiness not to be broken, then I have to do better. But at that moment, a photo of the four sleeping together appeared on someone else's screen. It was none other than Seiya's cousin. She smiled slyly. Living together? The next voice was hers. Aji, isn't there a stronger curse than this? She asked anxiously while sitting in front of Shaman. The picture showed the four of them sleeping together the other day. She said, I want to bind the lives of these things together and crush them. The shaman spoke up. Wait, with a grave expression, she said, that one isn't human. Hearing that, Aji looked surprised and asked again, who isn't human? Not human. The shaman's face became frightening, and she gave a sinister smile, brimming a strand of his hair. The one she meant was none other than Jang San Tiger. He was standing out in the hallway while Aji held her phone in her hand. She worried inwardly. Jang San Tiger isn't human? On her phone was a picture of him from social media, adored by countless female students. She replayed the scenes where he had dealt with his opponents before. The comments were full of reactions. This is insane, LOL. Is he some kind of superpower non-human? That Bungeoji-style filming is crazy. The more she looked, the more afraid she became. Can a human really do this? Aji looked through the classroom window. She and he were sitting together inside. When she noticed Jang San Tiger staring at her intently, the more she looked, the colder she felt. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Could it be? After that, Aji started paying closer attention to him. Once, when he and CA were walking together, CA tripped, but he immediately caught her easily with one hand. Then Jang San Tiger lifted her up with just one arm, right in front of Aji's eyes. Or when CA was about to get hit in the head by a flying ball, he caught the ball instantly and crushed it in a moment. CA, try adjusting your strength a little. It's because this thing is weak, Aji. After witnessing all of it, Aji could only stare blankly. Really? Or when the two of them were walking down the street and a flower pot nearly fell on Seiya's head, he caught it instantly. All of that only made Aji more certain and more afraid. Not human. As evening fell, he was carrying a box of supplies. I could have done this by myself. What do you mean as a group? Jang San Tiger stopped walking. Why have you been following me around all day like some cowardly rat? Startled behind the utility pole, she thought, how did he know? He turned his head and said irritably, get out of my sight before I kill you. And don't show your face in front of Hong, say either. She faltered nervously and stammered, why you? Do you know what I'm holding in my hand right now? But he didn't care at all. At that, she ground her teeth and said, "Do you know what it means in Korea for a high school girl to live together with someone?" Those words made him freeze and turn around. What? With the most twisted expression possible, she raised her phone and showed him the photo of the four of them sleeping together. Jangson Tiger looked at it and arched a brow. Aji said, "Living together in the Republic of Korea, especially with a woman. Do you know what that means?" Without stopping, she continued threatening him. "If this gets exposed, what do you think will happen to Hong Se?" Immediately, he grabbed her by the throat and slammed her against the pole, making her only grimace and cry out. He said, "Then all I have to do is shut your mouth, right?" Though frightened, she kept threatening him. "You think that would solve this? If you so much as lay a finger on me." Aji raised her phone higher. "Everyone at school will know." Jangson Tiger frowned, remembering how CA had once said just how terrifying the internet could be. So he finally let her go and asked, "What do you want?" As if she had gotten what she wanted, she sneered. "It's not difficult." Then she reached up and wrapped an arm around the back of his neck. Before Jangsan Tiger's shocked eyes, she shamelessly said, "Just stay away from CA. I trust you'll make the smart choice." After that, leaving him standing there, she ran off as fast as she could. Only when she felt safe did she stop, grit her teeth, and look at her hand. It was a strand of Jangsan Tiger's hair. After giving the strand of hair to the shaman, the woman performed some kind of ritual. Aji was doubtful. Can this really work? The shaman threw his hair into a jar of fire. Aji became so frightened that she trembled and ran outside. But then she ran into him, so she quickly hid nearby. At that moment, the shaman began ringing a bell. It made his chest ache, and then, right before Aji's eyes, Jangsan Tiger transformed back into Tiger. She was so terrified that she fainted. Jangsan Tiger. Was he really the Jangsan Tiger? Then he disappeared, leaving Aji unconscious in the middle of the road. In a space lit by flickering candles, a voice said, "Everything is returned to its proper place." Aji gasped in shock. "Really?" the shaman said in a low voice. "That monster." Fear was clear on her face as she listened. The shaman gave a grotesque smile. It defied fate. The next morning in class, CA sat there full of anxiety. She looked at the empty desk beside her and thought, where on earth did Jangsan Tiger go? At that moment, the teacher standing at the podium spoke. "I'll take attendance." The names of each student were called one after another. Then the teacher looked toward the empty seat in the classroom. Looking at that spot, he asked, "Jangsan Tiger is absent?" The whole class began murmuring. "Huh, he's not here yet. Looks like Say doesn't know why either. Isn't CA the one who should know best?" She felt pressured by all the whispers around her. From behind, Aji silently watched. A question surfaced in her mind. Did he really disappear? What exactly happened? During break, CA still sat at her desk studying. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of her desk. Two female classmates looked at CA with dark expressions and asked, "Hey, Seth, why didn't Belle come to class?" Hearing that, she could only stammer, what? I don't know." One of them planted both hands on Say's desk and pressed her. He's your boyfriend. You should be the one who knows best." Say didn't know how to answer. A sense of dread rose in her mind. Since Jangsan Tiger had disappeared, the girls kept mocking her. "What is that? You don't know? Are you even really dating? How ridiculous. Are you really his girlfriend?" Faced with those words, CA was deeply embarrassed and afraid. So everything had returned to where it originally belonged. Aji stood quietly to one side, watching. That's right. She smiled with satisfaction. This is how it should be. The girl still stood by CS' desk, laughing. "This is hilarious. Looks like she can't say anything." One of them leaned close to CS' face and threatened her. "Are you really sure you were dating him?" Suddenly, Kwandu appeared behind them and spoke up. "Don't you girls have anything better to do?" Aji was startled by this. The girls also froze for a moment. What? All they could do was leave in irritation. Tisich, seriously? Why are all the handsome guys in our class like this? Hong CA, you've got some nerve. Even without Jangsan Tiger, you've still got a black knight protecting you. What does Hong Sit even have going for her? Hey, let's go. After they left, he let out a sigh. Kwandu turned to her and asked gently, "Where did he go?" "Your boyfriend." Sie had only one thought in her heart. How dull. Avoiding his gaze, she answered, "I don't know either." Hearing that, he let out a dissatisfied breath. Why would that guy? But then he seemed to realize something and stopped himself. It's nothing. Fine. Then he turned and left. See, he sat there quietly. Jangsan Tiger. She remembered the memories between them. In her imagination, she was sitting in the middle of water. The person who had pulled me out of the surface was also someone who could drag me down to the bottom of the deep sea. She collapsed on her desk. "Where are you exactly?" That night, CA sat in her room studying. A book on architecture was placed on the desk. CA picked up her phone. She searched for Jangsan Tiger, a white-furred monster from legend. There was even an illustration showing what the creature looked like. It appeared and disappeared whenever someone imagined it. Reading those lines, say, he pressed her lips tightly together. So that's why you appeared and disappeared. Like that, to me? She gripped her pen tightly and tried to steady herself. I need to focus. Suddenly, the pen in Sea's hand leaked and the ink spilled out. She raised both hands to her head. Seriously, what is wrong with me? A small hand tugged at her clothes. Nuna. Startled, Sia turned around. You too? Boel looked at her innocently and asked, why hasn't he come home yet? Hearing her younger sibling say that, Sia flinched and answered, maybe he'll come back in the spring. Her younger brother pressed his lips together and looked at Hong Se before answering with difficulty. I don't know, so don't ask me. But that answer did not satisfy the children. Boel spoke up. How could you not know? Bring him back to us. I miss him too, Hong Dan chimed in. Me too, sis. Can't you bring him back? We promised we'd eat fish-shaped buns together. Hong Se felt troubled hearing her two younger siblings say that. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, she shouted, I said I don't know. Seeing her yell at them, Boel raised his voice too. Why are you getting mad? You miss him too. Hong Dan also shook her fist in frustration. That's right. I miss Jangsan Tiger too. Say sternly told them, quiet down. I am studying. But her two younger siblings refused to stop. Hong Dan threw herself onto the floor and cried loudly. Wah, bring him back to us. Boel also flailed his arms and legs. We miss him so much. At that moment, everything around Say seemed to fall into darkness. She thought, I want to know where he is too. In the past, Jangsan Tiger had once said to Si, you can't leave me now. He looked at her with a careless expression. If you do, you'll die. At the time, Sia had been very shocked. Jangsan Tiger then explained it to her. If we're apart, things like what happened today will keep happening. So it's best if I stay by your side. There was also a time when he stood in front of her desk and declared, I came here to study with Hong Se. Thinking about those things, she ground her teeth. You said we had to stay together. Ever since she met him, there were times when the two of them argued. Of course, I made a lot of mistakes too. But Jangsan Tiger had also protected and cared for her siblings so much. Even so, we were still doing well. We were still happy. After crying, the two children had grown tired, but Boel was still sobbing. Bring him back to me. Hong Dan also sniffled. Did Biam Appa abandon us too? When is he coming back? Ca clutched her head in anguish. Please stop. The two children cried until their faces were red. We're a family. She grew irritated by the crying all around her. Hong Se shot to her feet and screamed, please stop. Aji was standing outside the room, listening. She bit her nails fearfully. It's true. He really disappeared. Her voice trembled. So Jangsan Tiger really changed fate. Today at school, a flood of questions filled Aji's mind. I was the one who made him disappear. So what do I do now? What do I do? What do I do? How can this be? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Her fingers were bitten until they bled. But then Aji realized something. Her anxiety vanished, replaced by a satisfied smile. Did it really happen? In the blink of an eye, the internship presentation day had arrived. See, Aji and the others walked along the road together. As she walked, Siki thought, and even though the season had changed, she was deeply sad. Aji, on the other hand, wore a bright smile. Sia's thoughts echoed in the silence. Jangsan Tiger still had not appeared. Everyone sat neatly, waiting for the trainee announcement ceremony to begin. The host stood on stage and spoke. Now then, we will begin the presentation ceremony for the top construction internship candidates. A girl stood up and introduced her project. The house I prepared is an eco-friendly house, an advanced off-grid structure that minimizes wasted energy. Another boy presented his idea as well. Free modern citizens from the battle for parking spaces. I will now begin my presentation on Sky Garage. Another girl smiled brightly. If we think about our future, someone else spoke up. With just the push of a button, the judges below listened attentively. Sitting below, CA was extremely nervous. Everyone prepared so thoroughly. The host continued, if this house appeared on Airbnb, I definitely want to visit it at least once. Next, someone slowly stood up. The host's voice overlapped. Class 4, third-year student Hong Aji. As she walked past, she cast CA a brief sidelong glance. That look only made CA more afraid. Aji stood on the stage and began her introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm class president Hong Aji, a third-year student in class 4. Whispers started among the audience below. Oh, it's Hong Aji. Look at how shameless she is. Aji swallowed nervously and began. Do all of you know that lately, the rate of one-person households has been increasing exponentially? The people below mocked her again. Everybody knows that. Next, she's probably going to talk about modern insulation technology. Sky garage for one-person households. Coward. She took out a black switch and pressed it. So even if the space is cramped, you can still own a home. Aji gestured toward the screen, displaying her design. So I came up with the idea of an ultra-thin house. The mocking from before now turned into surprise. An ultra-thin house? What does that mean? I've never heard of that before. Aji gave a faint smile. She began to explain. The images and graphs on the screen appeared. In our country today, compared to previous generations, rental prices are rising and urban areas are becoming more crowded. Apartments are the most common choice when people prepare to buy a house. But it's not easy to save enough money to buy one. So this way, people can buy homes more cheaply. Everyone listened to her in surprise. The judges also seemed interested, and it can be built in a short time, around 1 to 2 months. At that moment, Aji seemed to be glowing. A future home for modern citizens. The interior design of the house appeared on the screen. I would like to introduce this smart, ultra-thin IoT apartment. She smiled as she gave her closing line. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening. The hall fell silent for a moment. Around CA, people were praising Aji. That's so unique. Looks like Hong Aji really is something. That sounds amazing. I want to live there too. CA thought to herself. She prepared so much. Aji was very confident in her presentation. I'm today's main character. When she returned to her seat, Sia looked at her and thought, everyone prepared so carefully, especially Aji. She bit her lip. Can I really do well? She remembered being pulled into Jang San Tiger's arms and comforted. At times like this, if only Jang San Tiger were here. But CA realized that way of thinking was wrong. No, she shook her head hard. I can't keep relying on Jangsan Tiger. The host spoke again. Wow, the standards of Jangsan High School students are astonishingly high. I want to live in a house like that too. And our final presenter is Hong CA, a third-year student from Class 4. She was now standing on stage. Her eyes could not hide her anxiety. She looked at the thousands of people in front of her. CA began to speak haltingly. The house that I prepared. She started presenting her idea. I tried thinking about a house with a large garden courtyard. A house with a structure where the rooms surround the garden. The people below started murmuring again. Huh, that's ordinary. Aren't there already a lot of houses being released lately with circular layouts? This definitely can't be called private space. I thought Hong CA was the top student in the whole school, but maybe not. Hearing those words, CA's voice trembled even more. If there's a large garden in the center of the home, it can create the feeling that you are living in nature and the house can receive natural light. Her whole body shook. The judges continued to watch attentively. CS' expression looked terrible now. What do I do? The whispers below still did not stop. It's ordinary. Yeah, there's nothing special. This isn't a future home for modern citizens. There's no idea better than Hong Aji's. Those gazes made, CA, remember the cruel words from the past. You're going to talk to that gloomy-faced girl? Her parents abandoned her. So why do you care about her? She's so ungrateful. Don't hang out with someone like her. Won't she just bring bad luck? Mom, look at those disgusting eyes. How is that girl even sisters with Aji? Her parents abandoned her, right? What a shameless girl. Those words now seem to appear right in front of her. CA felt dizzy. It feels like they're pushing me down. Some people were confused. What's wrong with her? Is she going to faint? The judges kept waiting for her to speak. Aji covered her mouth and smiled faintly. The host beside her spoke softly. Hong Xia, are you all right? Say, it tightly shut her eyes and recalled happier things. Should our family move into a house like this? We could raise a dog and go camping in the yard every weekend. No, she encouraged herself. I can do this. CA asked in a low voice. Does everyone think this plan is ordinary? People were surprised to hear her say that. She continued. Right now, are we only thinking of modern citizens as young people? Everyone was puzzled by that statement. What is she talking about? Aren't modern citizens young people like us? Aji watched her presentation. CA spoke firmly. No. CA brought out her charts and reasoning. Average life expectancy has increased. The birth rate decreases every year. Modern citizens today are not only young people. Everyone listen closely. A super-age society is no longer a distant issue. If there are no younger generations, then who will live in houses made only for the young? The judges also seemed interested. In a harsh world like this, can we really have children and raise them? CA presented confidently. Is there no home where everyone can live together? We need to change the way we think. Designs of a traditional style house appeared. The privacy issue can be solved with traditional doors. CA imagined a future family scene. The house I prepared is a place where children can play and live together with their parents. The interior of the house looked very clean. A blueprint on paper was projected onto the screen. Everyone stared in surprise. Aji's face turned pale with worry. The judges really liked the idea. CA became more and more confident. Private, yet harmonious for everyone. The image of a family playing together in the garden appeared. Her eyes could not hide her joy. A house where everyone can live together. CA broke into a radiant smile and said confidently, "It is a house where everyone can live together." People who heard that started murmuring again. Then she remembered Buell's angry face. If we live together, there will sometimes be conflict. When CA became irritable and shouted. When she teased Jang Tiger. And when CA made him fall silent. We may also hurt one another. She suddenly went quiet, lost in thought. That's right, Jang Tiger was just different from me. To search for someone's smile, for someone else's happiness, and the love given to the people he cherished. He was always trying for my sake in his own way. When Buell and Hong Dan awkwardly apologized, "At first, we're sorry for saying you were a beggar." CA raised her head, her face full of determination. "The one who really needs to apologize to Jang Tiger is me." Then Jang Tiger appeared through the hazy smoke. He turned to look at her with a bright expression. From below, Jang Tiger kept his eyes fixed on CA. She thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Jang Tiger. If you come back, I'll definitely apologize." After thinking that, CA returned to her presentation. "Even so, because we are a family, we have to live together. That is why I thought of a home where we can both live separately and live together." Everyone below listened intently. Nowadays, most homes are rather standardized. The judges also seemed fairly favorable toward her presentation. They all require custom interior construction. However, in this house, by making use of sliding doors, the house CA envisioned had one special point. The people living here can directly change the structure of the home. She explained how to use the house that she had designed herself. They can freely create a room or remove it depending on the situation or depending on their needs. The people below were quite surprised by the way it functioned. A first attempt at introducing and challenging new technology. The judges evaluated her project positively. It suits Korea's top construction field. CA smiled brightly and concluded with a meaningful sentence. "This is a progressive form of housing." The judges immediately applauded. The entire audience listened in complete focus. After that, she pictured her dreams, a happy family filled with laughter. This is the kind of home where we truly want to live together as a family. Below the stage, Jang Tiger could not hide his surprise. He stood there, unable to take his eyes off, thinking, "What have I even been doing all this time?" Jang Tiger remembered the times he had picked fights for no reason. "I once thought humans were selfish and savage." In those times when she was struggling, CA had carried all her sadness inside herself. "I always pretended I was helping, but only made things harder for everyone." Images of Buell and Hong Dan surfaced in his memory. They had cared for Jang Tiger when he was unwell, and whenever CA treated him kindly. "In truth, I was the one being helped." Jang Tiger lowered his head, ashamed of those negative thoughts. "To receive help from people I once thought were savage." So this is what the guardian deity of Jang San really looks like. Pathetic. He frowned slightly, his expression turning pained. "After regaining my strength in Jang San, if my power grows stronger, if I can," Jang Tiger wished silently, "I will return, pull CA into my arms, protect her, and become her guardian spirit." After thinking that, he turned away. But suddenly he stopped short because of a thick black cloud of smoke. In the distance, Aji's mind had clearly turned dark. She directed that hateful gaze towards CA. Why? Though the place was crowded, it felt as if there were only her, and said, "Why are you taking my place again?" CA's radiant smile on stage only made Aji even crazier with rage. "I'm the main character today." Aji's eyes widened as her mind gradually slipped out of control. "I'm the main character." From behind, Jang Tiger gave a faint smile. He looked at Aji with pity in his eyes. "Do you really look like the main character?" He bent down, seeing every twisted line on her face clearly, spreading such negative words. "You're only a supporting character." Anger made Aji bite her finger until it bled, the blood staining her clothes. Jang Tiger looked at her with displeasure. Her negativity had drawn evil spirits near. He thought, how pathetic. Now she's even become a side character to demons. Suddenly, dark smoke surrounded Jang Tiger. He looked at Aji, who was trembling in anger, and suddenly remembered the talisman. The evil spirits quickly approached her and entered Aji's body. Jang Tiger hurriedly looked towards CA. At that moment, she was still deeply immersed in her speech. The ceiling light began to sway strangely. No! Immediately, he rushed forward, grabbed Se tightly, and leaped away. The hasty action sent them both tumbling to the floor. The light had already fallen onto the exact spot where she had been standing. The fall made Se's head hurt badly. Then she suddenly realized that the boy had fainted on top of her because of Jang San Tiger. Jang San Tiger, where have you been? Even though he was hurt, his hand still searched desperately for someone. Then he gently clasped Thea's hand. Jang San Tiger lay there motionless. In a weak, trembling voice, he slowly said, "I'm so tired. I disappeared. Don't let people see this." Sie looked down at everyone and thought, didn't the light just fall by itself? Wasn't that supernatural? Huh? Can't people see Jang San Tiger? Everyone around them looked confused. What is this? What happened? Her ponytail had come undone from the impact. But that person, Jang San Tiger, lying below, still had not fully regained consciousness. Aji's eyes widened in shock. Even Kwon Du could not believe his eyes. His glasses lay scattered across the floor. Sie sat on the floor, her long hair making her look even more feminine and beautiful. Is that really Hong Si? Every feature of her face looked delicate and refined. A flicker of surprise appeared in Jang San Tiger's eyes. Not only him, even Aji wore an utterly bewildered expression. Kwon Du, too, seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. His glasses had been flung away onto the ground. Then whispers filled the room. Is that really Hong Sie? And Hong Se remained seated on the floor, staring blankly at everyone around her. The whispers below still hadn't died down. Is Hong Sie really that pretty? I seriously had no idea. Hearing all that murmuring, Hong Sie's voice trembled as she spoke. Her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. In complete surprise, she asked everyone again, pretty? Then, as if remembering something, she looked around. By the way, where did Jang San Tiger go this time? Despite the traces of blood still lingering at the corner of her lips, Aji stood frozen in the same spot. She blinked as she watched all the attention and glory pour onto Hong Se. The praise was like ants gnawing away at Aji's mind. Isn't Hong Sie a fraud? She really is the top student in the whole school. So of course her presentation was the best. On top of that, she's pretty too. Mixed in with the compliments were jealous remarks. That radiant smile on Hong Se's face. In the end, someone's words pushed Ari past her limit. So today, Hong Sie is the main character. Ari asked in a low voice, then suddenly seemed to go mad and shouted, "Who said she's the main character?" Kwon Du still didn't say a word. His eyes shone with surprise. Hong Sie was no less shocked by Aji's behavior. Everyone just stood there watching as Aji flew into a rage at Hong Sie. A voice rang out, warning her, "Ari, stop talking." But Aji seemed not to care about the warning at all, and still charged aggressively toward Hong Sie. The warning voice echoed again. "I told you to stop." Aji glared at Hong Sie with furious eyes, making Hong Sie momentarily afraid. Aji hissed out each word. "You think that with just this much, you can steal my place?" Faced with that scene, everyone immediately started judging. What the hell? Is she crazy? This situation looks really bad. Still standing on the stage, Aji pointed straight at Hong Sie and accused her in front of all the students. This girl gets around a lot. She seduces one person after another. Then Aji raised her voice again as Hong Se stood there in confusion. She's even living with Seol BM. Meanwhile, Hong Sie could only keep asking herself, how does Aji know about that? Suddenly, a voice shattered the tense atmosphere in the room. "Student Hong Ari." Aji asked shortly, "What?" Whispers broke out again as that man appeared. "Oh my god, who is that? He's so handsome. I'm going crazy. He's so attractive." Hong Sie flinched slightly. It seemed she recognized the man. Oh, that person, standing before all the students, was an elegant, handsome man. Hong Sie thought to herself, the man I saw at the design fair that time. A man, maybe a teacher? Then someone hurried over to him and said in a respectful voice, "Oh dear. Chairman, please forgive us. On s'y a gaspé en wardity." The chairman? The room erupted with the voices of the female students. The chairman? He's so handsome. I can't believe the chairman is this handsome. I didn't know the chairman was this young. Suddenly, I feel like going to school. Suddenly, I love this school more. I don't want to graduate. I want to stay in Class C forever. Aji looked at June and pleaded desperately. "Mr. Chairman, you're going to remove Hong Sie from the internship candidate list, right?" She continued, "If students are living together, then they wouldn't meet the school's conduct standards, would they, right?" Then with her blood-stained hand trembling, she opened her phone and thrust it in front of him, saying frantically, "Look at this. That crazy bitch is living with another male student. There." Then she laughed madly, full of smug satisfaction. "Ka ka ka ka. Doyo se. That girl is really filthy." But then she froze. Her trembling hands stared at the phone screen, now covered in scratches. Her voice sounded as if she were trying to hide her confusion. W what? She couldn't believe it and couldn't understand it either. She kept questioning herself. W what's wrong with this? And no, it can't be like this. Hong Se still looked at Aji with panicked eyes. Down below, everyone had more to gossip about. What the hell? That's scary. She's covered in blood. Isn't that girl schizophrenic? Seriously, she needs to go to hospital. Those words, schizophrenic, kept circling through Aji's mind. Her whole face twisted from the storm of emotions mixing inside her. Anxiety, fear, and confusion. Aji looked down at the crowd below and shouted, Hey, who the hell said I'm schizophrenic? Then she wildly demanded of everyone, Did you see the picture? Did you see it? A calm, steady voice rang out. Student Hong Ari, have you ever been placed behind someone before? That question made Aji freeze. She merely answered, Why yes. Jun slowly walked toward her. As he moved, he spoke each word calmly. Until now, you've always believed Hong Se was behind you, right? But now Hong Se is simply trying to do better than her former self. Meanwhile, Hong Se still sat blankly on the floor, as if unable to process everything that had just happened. I only feel like everything is in chaos. Jun looked at Aji with clear disdain. The corner of his lips curled slightly, revealing his contempt, and his voice dropped into a mocking tone. Right now, you look pathetic. Those words were like the final blow, destroying the last fragile layer of Aji's defenses. Her expression worsened even more. Then someone else's mocking voice rang out. Wow, I came to watch a presentation, but all I got today was a comedy show. One by one, people pulled out their phones and took pictures of Aji in this miserable state, accompanied by playful, taunting whispers. What the heck is going on? Damn, school is scary. Is Hong Ari trying to make Hong Se feel inferior? This is crazy entertaining. All Ari could do was stare at the people below in fear. Panic-stricken at last, she could only run straight ahead, as if trying to flee reality and everyone's ridicule. On the bulletin board, line after line was printed clearly on the paper. Accepted candidate, Rank 1 Construction Internship Program, Hong Se. Everyone's cheerful voices rang out. Congratulations. I didn't know you were this pretty. Right. Why have you been wearing glasses to school all this time? You really startled us. Hong Se blushed as she looked at the friends praising her, her cheeks burning red. She thought to herself for the first time. Then she smiled brightly, happiness welling up in her heart. I'm the only one being praised like this. Aji staggered forward like someone who had lost her soul. Her eyes were vacant as she muttered, Hong Se, that parasitic little bitch. Why doesn't she know her place? Why does she covet everything and try to take everything from me? Her tears could no longer be held back and streamed down freely. She ground out in hatred. Why do you keep clinging to me? Aji recalled fragmented memories in her mind. The house, Quan Du, her friends, the Rank 1 construction internship. Aji clutched her head and screamed, as if to pour out all the bitterness in her heart. Why do you keep chasing me and stealing everything I have? Then her gaze stopped on something. Through the glass door, she saw a bottle of solution on a table. It was a bottle of HCl. She wiped away her tears. Her reason had been clouded by rage. Staggering, she walked step by step toward the laboratory. In a shrine room, the whole place was dark, lit only by flickering candlelight and thin white smoke drifting through the air. 3 people were sitting there. Suddenly they cried out, what is that? The shaman's voice trembled as she finally said heavily, word by word, it is the curse of a god. Back at school, Aji threw HCl to ruin Hong Se's face. The empty bottle of HCl clattered to the floor. Dark red drops of blood fell onto the ground. But instead of hearing Hong Se scream in fear, Aji looked utterly stunned. Hong Se only said coldly, Aji. Aji was so terrified that she could not say another word. Then suddenly she burst into wild laughter. She laughed smugly, saying in satisfaction, that's why you shouldn't forget your place and desire what belongs to someone else. Ka. Hong Se remained silent in the face of Aji's madness. Then she softly said one sentence that made the smile on Aji's lips freeze. So you've finally become a demon. Then white smoke appeared, and the person who had been standing before her as Hong Se had now turned into Jangsen Tiger. Seeing that scene, Aji was so frightened that her limbs went weak. Unable even to stand, she collapsed to the ground. She could only think, what is this? Then came a voice that could not believe what had just happened. Jangsen Tiger, a cold voice spoke. Until now, did you really think Jangsen Tiger was only a mysterious and alluring being? Tears welled in Aji's eyes. Jangsen Tiger's voice continued to echo. No, Jangsen Tiger is a monster. a grotesque and terrifying creature. In a single night, whole herds of livestock were torn apart, killed, and eaten by a demon spirit. The next day, shocking news appeared. Hong Aji had disappeared. Aji had disappeared, the one who had framed me like a madwoman. The last thing left in my mind was her back as she ran away from the auditorium. In the hallway, students were huddled together discussing the case. Did she really disappear? Maybe she just ran away from home. Could it be she was so embarrassed that she hid? Haha, she was famous for lying, don't you know? She's like the boy who cried wolf. Even if she disappeared, no one would believe it. Exactly, haha. No one had seen Aji since that day. Because of her disappearance, her family was now in agony, handing out flyers everywhere in search of her. Even the news was discussing this case. A reporter said, "Have you all heard about the serial disappearances at Jangsan High School?" Articles with headlines like, "All serial disappearances at Jangsan High School ended in death," kept appearing. But every clue pointed to one thing. The Jangsan serial disappearances had begun again. At that moment, CA was in class doing homework. She heard 3 friends chatting excitedly while watching the news. Wow, that's insane. My face looks like a rice cake, haha. Should we tell them the truth about this disappearance? This is just like those disappearance cases. So scary. Honestly, how could they know she ran away from home because she was embarrassed? Haha, if I were her, I'd be too ashamed to go to school or go home. Holding her head, she sighed and thought, someone disappeared and I still haven't even seen Jangsan Tiger. My head hurts. CA thought of something. Could it be? No, that can't be. Feeling miserable, she slumped on her desk. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the voice of an analyst came through. She immediately lifted her head and looked at the phone. But this disappearance of a female student from Jangsan High School is very unusual. Frightened, CA hesitated, but she still decided to pick up the phone and listen to the expert analysis. What is unusual about it? Since the first case occurred in 2013, all the missing victims have had one thing in common. They were all born in 2004 and had brown eyes. Those girls all had thick, wavy hair. And in January of this year, a 20-year-old woman matching those features also disappeared, causing panic for a long time. The girl who disappeared this time matches those common traits as well. But she was born in 2005 and is only 19 this year. She felt something strange, as if something were binding her. The expert's voice continued. So is this case similar to the previous ones? We believe that's also possible. But in my opinion, the culprit behind the serial disappearances at Jangsan had a very clear purpose in these kidnappings. If we want to find his motive, we must go back to the very first disappearance. That was in 2013. After a father and daughter disappeared, the father's body was found in a horrifying state, as if he had been mauled by a wild beast. Hearing that, C fearfully kept denying it. No, that can't be. But Sea's body trembled as she forced herself to keep listening. If it was an animal, could it be Jangsan Tiger, the hot topic lately? C broke out in a cold sweat. Her face turned pale. She couldn't believe it. No, that can't be true. The experts' discussion continued. There is no such thing as Jangsan Tiger, because it's only a ghost story. She sprang to her feet in fear. The important thing is that all the kidnapped people shared the same characteristics. So I think he is looking for someone. Suddenly, 2 classmates called out to her. She flinched and looked up. One friend said, "You'd look prettier if you took off your glasses and let your hair down. Why don't you do that?" The friend beside her agreed. "Yeah, that's true." As she absent-mindedly recalled the expert's words. That girl also had brown eyes and thick, wavy hair. Her 2 friends removed her glasses. "Take them off." They pulled out her hair tie and said, "You're so pretty." In fear, she heard those words echo in her head again. The criminal behind the serial disappearances is looking for girls who match those characteristics. Back in the past, at a funeral, the guests kept whispering, "That child is only 10. I heard that little girl was from Jangsan too." They said they still haven't found her. "Isn't that girl dead already? I heard her father was torn apart by some animal." One of the guests even said, "Then that child must have been eaten by that animal too." Another person raised a hand and motioned for silence. On a snowy night under a full moon in the forest, young Se ran through the woods in panic, searching. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared." Despite the terrible weather, the rescue workers still searched for CA. They even released tracking dogs to sniff her out. At that moment, she cried in fear. "This is so scary. Where am I?" As she cried, she kept calling Dad. Suddenly, she saw a pair of huge, glowing eyes staring at her. Terrified, she fainted. It turned out those eyes belonged to a gigantic tiger. It revealed its true form and walked toward little Se, who lay on the ground. Returning to the present, she realized, that's right, I saw it back then. CA trembled as she clutched her phone, the one it's searching for. In CA's mind appeared the faces of the missing victims. Then she saw her own reflection on the phone screen and finally realized in horror, it's me? She remembered those eyes. It felt as if someone were calling her name, binding her tightly. Sia, what are you thinking right now? One day earlier at night, in the neighborhood where CA lived, she lay in her bedroom, facing the wall, lost in thought. She clenched her hands and couldn't stop thinking. This is driving me crazy. She recalled all the events of the recent days, from Jang San-tiger's appearance to Aji's mysterious disappearance. These connections made it impossible for her not to doubt. The time Jang San-tiger appeared coincided with the time Aji disappeared. The Jang San-tiger disappearance cases also overlapped with the time she encountered Jang San-tiger. She gradually began to feel uneasy. What if the real culprit behind all of this is Jang San-tiger? What if he has been targeting me all along? CA covered her face. She could not think any further. She had no idea what would become of her if that really turned out to be true. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, startling her upright. Standing at the door was a familiar, handsome young man. Boel and Dan happily ran over to him. Big brother, where have you been? We miss you so much. Jang San-tiger crouched down and gently hugged the two adorable children. CA also walked over and called out, Jang San-tiger. He looked up at her and then gently said to the children, Boel, Dan, I need to talk to Sister Say, so wait for me a bit, okay? The two children obediently replied, yes, big brother. The two of them went out into the yard and sat down to talk. Jang San-tiger spoke first. I had something to do, so I went to Jang San for a while. He smiled and turned to CA. You waited for me, didn't you? She looked at him, unsure what to say. CA pressed her lips together, hesitated, then said with a trembling voice, a lot has happened while you were gone. Aji disappeared. Hearing that, Jang San-tiger showed no expression at all. He only stared at her. He said nothing, and she also fell silent, secretly glancing at him. Jang San-tiger didn't seem to care in the slightest. He simply asked back, really? Are you worried? Even though she caused you so much trouble? CA stammered, that. He looked up at the sky and smiled. How cute. Seeing how calm he was, CA could not help feeling uneasy. Is this reaction really normal? Jang San-tiger's eyes noticed the falling snow. Oh, it's snowing. He smiled brightly and glanced at her with sharp eyes. It snowed the first time we met too, remember? So they didn't know how to answer and could only think no. She even began to doubt herself. I don't know anymore. The two of them sat under the crescent moon, neither saying another word. For a brief moment, an image of Jang San-tiger with long claws wrapping around San flashed through her mind, terrifying her. And so Jang San-tiger had returned. The next morning, CA and Jang San-tiger went to school together. A female student saw him and approached. Isn't that Biam? Then a few more schoolgirls came over and crowded around him, chatting and laughing happily. Biam, where have you been? I thought you transferred schools. So you really came back? CA stood off to the side, watching awkwardly. The school was noisy once again. She turned around and walked away, no longer caring about that group. Even Biam's parents, among the girls, noticed and glanced at her back. CA went to the sports field and watched everyone laughing and having fun. A thought rose in her mind. Even though Aji was missing, everyone seemed fine. She hugged herself helplessly, feeling disgusted and uncomfortable. And the thing that made her most uncomfortable was, while she was lost in thought, a hand suddenly grabbed hers. Miss Hong, CA, let's talk for a minute, Biam said seriously. CA looked up at him. Her thoughts continued. I don't know how to face Biam. Startled, she stammered, talk about what? Biam frowned. Since yesterday, you've been acting. Suddenly Gundo appeared and shoved Biam away. No, CA doesn't want to talk to you. Standing in front of CA, Gundo demanded, where the hell were you all this time? And now you suddenly show up pretending to be your boyfriend? He added, can't you see she doesn't want to talk to you? Those words made Biam furious. His face twisted in anger. Then he calmly shot back, you mud who loves sticking your nose into other people's business. Still not in your right mind, huh? Take your hands off my girlfriend. Gundo scoffed. Girlfriend? Do you even deserve to be her boyfriend? Then he struck Biam with a fatal blow. You were never by her side. After that, Gundo ignored Biam and turned to grab Sea's hand. Hong CA, he disappeared for ages without contacting you, and you're still seeing him? Does that even make sense? Biam cut in. Is that true, CA? Seeing that, Gundo smiled smugly. So you know either, huh? Biam coldly threatened him. While I'm still being nice, don't butt into my business. Get lost. Gundo also clenched his teeth and darkened. Even if I don't butt in, you won't be able to hide it. The two kept arguing without paying attention to CA. She was extremely uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. Then a voice rang out from afar. Student Hong, CA. The two of them stopped. CA looked toward the person approaching. A thought surfaced in her mind again, and that was the second reason Jang San-hai had become noisy once more. The students, especially the girls, erupted the moment June appeared. Wow, it's the chairman. That mature sexiness is insane. Everyone was stunned by the sight of that elegant young man. Why was Ryu Jun here? That was because Chairman Jun had appeared. A young man with a refined appearance and a flawless face, Ryu Jun. He was the only son of the chairman of the top construction company, the leading force in Korea's construction industry, and also the chairman of the board of Jangsan High School. He had looks, wealth, and education. In short, he had the perfect family background and perfect career. A truly flawless all-rounder. Everyone noisily competed to gossip. Whose side will she choose? I'll pick the hottest guy right now, BM. I am choosing Gundo. Of course, I'd choose the one with the highest position in this school, the chairman. He's the new idol of Jangsan High. CA was still lost in thought. Then June suddenly stepped closer and invited her. Student Hong, CA, may I speak with you for a moment? She blushed in surprise. What? Igriegajis. The other two young men couldn't hold back anymore. June ignored them and held out his hand. Then let's go. CA awkwardly raised her hand. BM and Gundo shouted angrily. Why is the chairman holding a student's hand? June chuckled. I'm not here as the chairman of the board. Then he leaned close to CA. Said, do you remember me? Seeing her unclear reaction, he emphasized, I lived in the house next door. Gundo clicked his tongue. BM felt the same way, though he still didn't understand. CA stood there blankly dazed. She thought back to the image of the little boy from long ago. Then she suddenly gasped. Ah, June smiled gently. Do you remember now? She blurted out, Appa, the first love of Hong CA. BM stood frozen, watching the two happily talk in front of him. He was speechless, then cursed angrily. I'm your Appa too. Memories of CA's childhood came flooding back. Even though I don't remember my childhood very clearly, there are still memories deeply engraved in my mind. A house glowing with light, peaceful and luxurious. The large house where I lived with my father and mother. One day, when I was 10, I got lost deep in the forest and was hurt. Bloodstains marked the ground. I collapsed and didn't know what to do. Then suddenly, from the green bushes, two bright eyes appeared along with a mysterious light. She looked up and saw a mighty tiger, terrifying to behold, baring its fangs and claws as it came closer. She fainted. I had a terrifying memory. And when she slowly opened her eyes, a handsome little boy approached her and asked, Are you okay? She looked at him with shyness and fear. She slowly placed her hand in his palm. That was when I met my first love, the person who always stayed by my side and protected me. And then came the memory of parting. After I moved into my aunt's house, my first love completely faded into oblivion. Now he had become a star in the eyes of the girls at school. Oh my God, Chairman, I waited 3 years for this. I'll report you unless you register our marriage. Chairman, do you remember? The two of us robbed a museum, but I was the only one arrested because I pretended to be a statue. CA and June looked at each other warmly. Let's build a family together. He had returned as everyone's ideal type. Naturally, that also drew the jealousy and envy of the male students. Where the hell did that guy come from? June smiled beautifully and said, CA. She looked at him shyly. He invited her. If you're not busy today, shall we have dinner together? She answered hesitantly about that. Her hands trembled. I have a part-time job tonight. Just then, her phone rang. Please wait a moment. She picked up the call, and it seemed to be news from work. The other side informed her, starting today the store is being renovated and expanded, so you won't need to come in for a while. She quickly asked, yes? Until when? He replied, I'll contact you when the schedule is set. During the construction period, you'll still receive 80% of your base pay, so don't worry. At that, she suddenly paused and thought, what? Boss. He's not the kind of person who'd do something like this. Did something good happen? Then June stepped closer and asked, what was the call about? She replied, it was the convenience store owner. He said I don't have to work for the time being. He immediately took the chance to ask about earlier. Really? Then, can we have dinner together? That made her nervous again. Seeing this only made those two boys even angrier. The two of them then walked home together, chatting happily. June asked, CA, how is it that you haven't changed at all? She laughed brightly and replied, really? Then she suddenly glanced behind her. It was none other than Gundo. He was following them. June asked, is something wrong? She hesitated. No, let's go. Hearing that, Gundo let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, BM appeared from nowhere and asked, what are you doing? He raised his voice. You're hiding like a rat and tailing Hong, CA? Gundo bit down hard in anger and asked, and what about you? BM replied, so you finally understand me. That left Gundo speechless. He added, I'm keeping an eye on what that parasitic duck is doing. The looks in both their eyes were full of determination. And so, the Hong CA protection team was formed. As they watched CA and June happily talking while eating tonghalu, CA said, "This is my first time trying tonghalu." Meanwhile, the other two kept secretly following them. Where are they going? What are they doing? The people around them grew curious. "Mommy, what are those big brothers doing?" Then CA suddenly stopped and asked, "But do you feel a chill from somewhere?" June replied, "Ido." So the two of them turned around at the same time. But the other two had hidden in time and were nowhere to be seen. Behind a corner wall, BM and Gundo were grabbing each other and arguing. BM said, "With a huge body like that, go hide on the other side." Gundo fired back, "You damn bastard, you dog." The two of them walked off, but unfortunately stepped right onto a sewage cover and fell straight in, making a loud noise that startled Sei and June. The two turned back again to look. A moment later, two rescue workers arrived. "Are you boys okay?" "Good grief, how did kids this big fall down there?" The two of them sat down there glaring upward in frustration. Scene change. CA and June were sitting and drinking coffee, chatting happily. Meanwhile, the two were still secretly watching from behind. Gundo asked, "What are they talking about?" BM warned, "Be quiet. I can't hear them either." Then a waitress came over and asked, "Excuse me, customers, do you need?" Both of them simultaneously made a shushing gesture. She mistook them for thieves, so she called the police and had them dragged away. At the photo booth, June suggested, "Let's take sticker photos." CA said, "Okay." The two put accessories on their heads. June praised her. "That really suits you, CA, haha." She blushed shyly. Then suddenly, there was a noise. CA pulled the curtain aside and asked, "What is it?" BM put a hand on his head helplessly. "All you do all day is bother other people. You're not any help at all." Gundo angrily shot back, "It was your fault. We almost got caught." CA called out, "Let's take the photo." 1, 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Are you two fighting? Don't take it. Move that ugly face or I'll kill you." Both CA and June were stunned. What came out were photos of the two of them fighting. After that, CA and June went to have dinner at a sparkling Western-style restaurant. June burst out laughing. "Your friends are really cute." CA grew embarrassed. "I'm really sorry." June cheerfully continued, "It's fine. It's fun, haha. Anyway, since this is a private restaurant, they won't be able to follow us here." Then June invited her. "CA, would you like to visit my old house today?" CA asked in surprise, "Your old house?" June replied, "If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to go. I just wanted to visit and reminisce." The memories rushed back to her again, the house where she had lived with her father. She smiled and agreed. "Okay." June smiled in satisfaction as well. Hearing that from behind, BM and Gundo were shocked. "What? To his house?" Both of them shouted in unison, "Hong Se, have you lost your mind?" She quickly grabbed the two of them and dragged them outside. "June, please wait a moment." In another corner, she angrily asked, "What are you two actually doing?" BM immediately said, "That bastard. Just by looking at him, you can tell he has bad intentions. And now you're planning to follow him there?" Gundo added, "That's right. Wake up, Hong Se. That guy is." At last she lost her temper and shouted, "Know your place. Do you think I don't know that you've been following me ever since I left school? Aren't you ashamed? Stop embarrassing people." She angrily turned away. "Get out of my sight." Night fell over the nearby park. CA and June sat facing each other, but her gaze kept drifting. She was thinking about what she had done earlier. Did I go too far? Then June spoke up. "Do you remember this place? It closed a long time ago, but I rented it specially for today." She smiled brightly. "I remember." She thought to herself, "I'll just focus on the present. When I see June, when I'm with him, I don't have to worry about anything." Then she asked, "But how did you recognize me right away?" "I've changed so much since then." June answered, "You're still as pretty as you were back then. And no matter how much things change, how could I fail to recognize the face of my first love?" She blushed shyly. "Igriegajis." June continued, "You didn't know you were my first love?" She hesitated. "Actually, at first, to me, you..." Just then, the ride suddenly stopped. "Huh?" The Ferris wheel had stopped. June immediately called to check. "What happened?" The person on the other end replied, that. "I checked it yesterday, and it was fine." June immediately demanded, "Don't make excuses. Tell me how to fix this. I still can't get in contact with the facility staff, so please wait a little longer. If that doesn't work, then at least send a helicopter here." The Ferris wheel suddenly started moving again, frightening her. It spun wildly out of control. The incident made her slide over toward June. He immediately pulled her into his arms. "What?" CA cried out in fear. "Is the Ferris wheel broken?" June nervously reassured her, "Don't worry. It'll stop soon." At that moment, CA could only pray. "Oh God, I'm so scared. At times like this, all I can do is pray. Please, somebody save me." June kept holding her tightly, so she would be less afraid. Then suddenly he said, "Huh?" CA cried out in fear. "It stopped, stop." Suddenly, a hand tightly grabbed something. Someone with white hair appeared, and she was shocked. It was none other than her savior, Beam. Appa's here. CS eyes brimmed with tears from the fear of what had just happened. What had happened just now? June also stared wide-eyed at the sight before him. It was as if something had sprouted from Beam's back as he flew up to where the two of them were. The image of the massive Ferris wheel made many wonder. How could one human being stop it? Then the starry night sky appeared, peaceful as if nothing had happened. The three of them had now landed safely. CA said, You were surprised, right? But thanks to you, I was really happy. June replied apologetically, I am sorry. I should have checked more carefully. If you're free tomorrow, may I make it up to you? Hearing that, Beam, who was walking beside them, instantly lost his pleasant expression. He suddenly thought, I feel sorry for Bu-el and Hongdan, but for now, I don't have any evening part-time work, so June blushed shyly as he looked at her, and she thought to herself, just a little longer. I want to spend some time with the person I haven't seen in so long. So she cheerfully answered, yes, okay. June even set the time right away. Tomorrow after school, go home and change out of your uniform, and I'll pick you up. Suddenly Beam's voice cut in. I have time too. Isn't the reason you're still alive because of me? If you owe me, then pay it back. Suddenly Beam grabbed Sea's hand and pulled her into his arms. And I'll bring Hong Sie, who's living with me, there myself. The sudden action made her blush in embarrassment. Seeing this, June was furious. He looked shattered when he heard, see you tomorrow. Wait, and just like that, Beam took Sea's hand and dragged her away despite June trying to hold on. He could only stand there, unable to say anything. June's face was now dark with sadness. He walked home to where he lived, but was met with the words, who let that guy in? The gatekeeper looked deeply guilty and said to him, I'm sorry, sir. The guards must have been careless while working. Are you all right, sir? June stood silently in the darkness, thinking about what had just happened. I can't believe a high school student could possess such terrifying strength. The image of Beam from earlier surfaced again. Even though he spoke bluntly, there was something strange about his voice. It made people feel at ease. All the memories suddenly resurfaced, leaving June deeply confused. Who exactly is that kid? He ordered his bodyguards to investigate. Looking at the people around Hong Si, June's gaze was terrifying as he gritted his teeth and emphasized, especially that bastard. Meanwhile, Beam seriously asked, are you dating that bastard? She froze. CA abruptly turned away and answered, that's none of your business. You'd better disappear from my sight. Beam warned her as well, that bastard is very strange. You should stay away from him. CA grew even angrier and said, what is this? How can you call the chairman a bastard? Is that how you speak to someone older than you? Beam clenched his teeth, trying to calm his anger. I'm older than him, you know. Jang San Tiger is 999 years old. Sia looked as if she had been struck by lightning. What? To me, you seem even younger than Bu-el and Dan. Say that again. Anyway, all you need to do is stay away from that bastard. Sia ordered him to kneel. She climbed onto his back and sat there. No matter what Beam thought at this rate, I might really kill her, Hong Si. In the glittering evening atmosphere of the party, June set his plate down on the table. His eyes looked furious as he thought, I didn't expect that guy to come here, but I should also thank him for saving me yesterday. But when he saw CA sitting together with Beam, he became even more upset. Why are you sitting there? Beam immediately replied, a boyfriend sitting next to his girlfriend is perfectly normal, right? The word girlfriend flashed through June's mind. Hearing that, CA was furious. Why is he saying that now? June frowned and said, so what is he talking about? She raised her hand nervously, embarrassed as well. No, she couldn't bring herself to say it, so she just stayed silent. June immediately smiled slyly. In a mocking, contemptuous voice, he said, Beam, this looks like unrequited love. Beam bit down hard, glaring in anger. June took hold of Sia's hand and said, CA, I'm sorry. I was trying to make up for yesterday's date being ruined. This is really bothering me. Startled, Seki blurted out, why yes. No, sir. Seeing the two of them like that, Beam shot back. Date? This is just a private meeting between a man and a woman. Didn't you hear me? Hong Si is my girlfriend. June kept thinking to himself, so shameless. One idiot. He let go of C.S. hand, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Putting a hand to his head, he said, I felt it the first time I met you at school, but your behavior and way of speaking, student BM, are truly terrible. You call her your girlfriend, but you don't care about her feelings. Even though you know very well that I'm a chairman of the board, you still speak to me casually and even insult me. June continued, if you apologize now, then as the adult here, I'll forgive you. BM looked thoroughly displeased. Do I really need to be polite to someone trying to steal my girlfriend? The two kept going back and forth. Jealousy was clear on June's face. BM replied, actually, aren't you the one who should be apologizing to me? Watching all of this, CA felt her head spinning awkwardly. She stomped hard on BM's foot. Realizing something, BM looked toward her. CA was furious. Her thoughts raced. This was only a contract relationship from the beginning, and we were only pretending to date in front of other people. So why do you keep bringing that up? June, sitting across from them, smiled to himself. BM wondered, does she like him? Say suddenly went quiet, too shy to say anything. She turned away and answered vaguely, yeah. BM was deeply shocked when he found out. June is my first love, so don't bother me and just go. It seemed BM understood. He said nothing more. He immediately stood up, turned to leave, then looked back and said, I apologize for being an uninvited guest. Have a nice date with someone else's girlfriend. All CA could do was slap her forehead helplessly in frustration. June, too, seemed to realize he had gone a bit too far and said to her, I think I may have rushed things. Let me take you somewhere else. If you're done eating, shall we go to the gallery? Surprised, she asked, the gallery? June smiled. She immediately replied, yes, sir. Then she added, I'm truly very grateful to you for yesterday and today. But then she politely refused. I don't want to go to the gallery. Seeing that, June asked why. She explained, I still have to take care of my younger twins. I also have to study, so I can't waste time like this. Just like BM said earlier, BM and I are dating. Her words left June stunned. It feels too wrong to meet the chairman like this. I think it would be better if we left our childhood memories as just childhood memories. Hearing that, June didn't say anything more. Goodbye then. I'm leaving. She left, and June remained behind, lost in thought. He thought carefully, all right, but then he became confused when he saw the figure of another woman. She looked both similar and different from CA. Who is she? The white-haired woman narrowed her eyes. There was something deeply puzzling in her gaze. June was still in shock, not understanding what was happening. Then suddenly he smiled brightly. You suddenly seem like a different person. CA repeated herself once more. I thought about it for a long time before saying it, so please think carefully about what I said. In the rain, she suddenly jolted awake and cried out, ha! Sitting on the bed, she held her head and thought. An image of herself appeared, furious, and above her was a very powerfully built figure with white hair and a form unlike a human's. It seemed this was not the first time she had thought this. I'll let him use my body again, so casually. Then she suddenly flinched at the breaking news. Breaking news. We have found hair from one of the victims in the serial disappearance case in Jangsan. And among the hair, investigators discovered additional white fur from a mysterious animal. A request for analysis is being submitted. Hearing that, she was gripped with fear. The residents there are frightened and say this may be the work of the Jangsan tiger spirit, the one passed around in local stories. She wondered, the Jangsan tiger spirit? At that moment, BM also entered the room and asked, You're not suspecting me, are you? She turned to look at him, but said nothing. She bit her lip, suspicion filling her mind. BM's expression went cold. It's possible. What if it is me? BM fell silent in thought. An image of an old grandmother appeared in his mind, her eyes full of love, and a little boy holding a jade pendant in his hand. Returning to reality, BM said to Se, I'm truly disappointed in you, Hong Se. She laughed in disbelief. Huh, me? His face stiffened when he heard her. That's right. You're the one who's my greatest disappointment. He asked back what? CA stood up and slowly walked toward him. She spoke at length. Yesterday, you ruined my relationship by borrowing my body whenever you pleased. Can you explain to me what they said in that news report? After you appeared, the Jangsan serial disappearances started again, and the time Aji disappeared also matches. She was about to raise her hand and hit him, but he quickly blocked it and said, Honks. She shook off his hand and said coldly, I don't trust you anymore. BM went completely still. CA bit her lip and stayed silent. She remembered the classroom before, enduring the words of the people around her. They said, we're together. Those painful memories filled her with rage, and she shouted, I don't even know where you go anymore. Say, spoke as BM stood there stunned. BM, I've thought about it for a long time. I made my decision. In the end, humans are still humans. He flinched at her words. I think monsters should live as monsters. His hand clenched tight, suppressing his emotions as she continued. So don't ever interfere with the human world again. She declared bluntly, please get out of my sight. After saying that, she turned and walked away. BM stood there alone, lost in thought. I have to admit it now, don't I? Tears ran down his face. I have feelings for her. In a shop decorated with a Christmas atmosphere, CA and June were walking together. He suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was worried about Buell and Dan, so I may have said some hurtful things to you. June cleared his throat. If you really want to apologize, smiling with satisfaction, he said, then go on a date with me. Can I dress you up today? Hearing that, she could only blush awkwardly. so she sat down at the dressing table. After an elaborate makeover, she put on a gorgeous dress. Pulling the curtain aside, she stepped out and said, CA felt a little shy in the dress. This is making me a little embarrassed. When June saw her, he froze. Then he said, no, isn't it absolutely beautiful? CA looked radiant like a princess. June stepped closer and said softly, just as I expected, my eye for beauty was not wrong. She put a hand over her heart and felt it beating fast. Embarrassed, she murmured, At that moment, an image suddenly came to mind, a similar moment with Biam. Why am I thinking about Biam? She bit down hard, reminding herself not to. The memory of her conversation with Biam earlier came flooding back, and she thought, there's no going back now. June said to her, then let's go to the gallery today. She reminded herself, I have to focus on the present now. She agreed. Yes, all right. A lavish, dazzling palace-like building appeared before them. It was the exhibition hall. June and Sei entered together. The sight before her made her gasp. Wow. She walked around looking at everything and thought, the works here are all so beautiful. June told her, I turned the villa I live in into a gallery. Is it a hobby or is it for promotion? CA looked up at him and he said, I made it for you to see, CA. He introduced the surroundings to her. I like collecting beautiful things. The paintings hanging on the wall were lovely. He added, beautiful appearances are beautiful. The animals displayed intact inside the glass cases. He thought they should remain exactly that way. After hearing that, all she could do was nod. Yes. June placed a hand on her shoulder and said, so look at this. In the brightly lit room, before the two of them, was a vicious tiger baring its fangs and claws. The closer she got, the more terrifying it seemed. June said to her, isn't it beautiful? CA's eyes widened. The expression on her face began to change. Biting her lip in fear, she asked, a stuffed animal? She stepped closer and placed her hand on a glass wall. If Biam saw this, he would definitely yell in anger. You trapped a tiger? That's awful. I'll smash the glass and let it out right now. She covered her mouth with a small smile, then suddenly realized, why do I keep thinking about that? He's really so troublesome. June said again, I knew you would like it too. She turned her head and replied, what? June then fastened a necklace around her neck and said, this is a gift I secretly bought beforehand. She touched the necklace in surprise. See this? June wrapped his arms around her. Looking at the two of them in the mirror, he said, CA, you're truly beautiful. He gradually began confessing. So beautiful that I want to keep you all to myself. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to change. Behind the two of them were terrifying animals. There was the image of a pack of wolves trapped in a blood-soaked, abandoned house. And inside a wooden crate, someone's long hair spilled out. Aji was there, her hands and feet bound tightly, her whole body covered in injuries. She was trembling in that horrifying scene, and the image of Biam with tears streaming down his face appeared once more. The next scene showed a man with the form of a tiger stroking Sei's head. He held her tightly as she trembled in fear, unable to open her eyes. On the day Aji disappeared, she had been slashed by a demon. Her arm burst out bleeding, and in terrible pain she cried out, Aji, crying from the pain, pleaded, help me, please. She touched the wound and looked up. Biam, in his white tiger form, was biting the monster's tail. Then he bit the snake to death. The monsters he had defeated collapsed all around Aji. What is going on? He transformed back into human form and crushed the talisman in his hand. She trembled, hugging herself as she looked at him. Biam frowned and warned her, don't become some pathetic, vile person living with stupid thoughts. She cried out in fear. Then came Aji's piercing scream. She ran away as fast as she could. Biam sank down onto the ground and let out a strained sigh. He looked up at the moon. Blood dripped from his mouth. Was that too much? Aji wandered in a daze, mumbling Biam. She was filled with fear after realizing that Biam had returned. June, out walking his dog, saw her and called out, Student Hong Aji. Surprised, she cried, Chairman. Aji ran to June in terror. Please save me. Crying, she stammered, Jansen Tiger. Biam. June took her hand and calmed her. Settle down. Her eyes welled up. He smiled and handed her a bottle of water. First, drink this and calm down. Blushing, she took the bottle and thanked him. Aji lifted it and drank. The image of June before her grew blurry. Then she faintly heard, Chairman. She heard him still speaking. Your arm is injured? After those caring words came June's sly smile. He said, an item with a wound on it wouldn't be very beautiful. A voice rang out. CA, you're truly beautiful. She stood blankly beside June, looking at herself in the mirror. Sia, confused, she stammered, Jae-jun. He smiled shyly and confessed, you were my first love since we were little. I always wanted to protect you. He wrapped an arm around her neck and continued, I really like you. I'll always protect you. That's right. Images of the past surfaced. He had always protected her. She stammered, June, I like you too, but why? Then Byum's image returned. It made her clutch at her heart in fear. June smiled and revealed, there are also many rare animals in the basement. Would you like to see them? Pressing her lips together, she answered, yes. He led her to a place that made her stare in amazement. She said, there are so many exhibits here. It looks like there are even more than the ones upstairs. He replied, that's right. There are about 700 items displayed here. June smiled as he introduced it. There are no windows here. To keep insect from getting in, I built the ceiling and walls with special materials to maintain the humidity and temperature. Say answered softly, I see. She looked at the animals through the glass and found them horrifying. Her eyes flew wide in fright, making her jump. June kept walking and said, I thought you'd be scared, but fortunately you like it too. I'm happy to see the lively girl you used to be. She looked a little dazed. Haha, really? He answered frankly, you're beautiful now too, but when you were little, you were prettier and cuter. She smiled awkwardly and said, oh, everyone is pretty and cute when they're little. He said firmly, no, it's different. No matter who it is, it's completely different. CA froze when he said, no one can compare to you. She replied, what? He turned around and touched her face with his hand. Smiling faintly, he praised her. You're especially beautiful. Sia stiffened. He began describing her beautiful, clear brown eyes, her softly curling hair like waves. He lightly kissed her hair and said she was perfectly beautiful. Blushing, she stammered, Jae-jun. He smiled and patted her head. So cute. Huh? June stroked her head and said, do you know this? I also have a section here that displays human-shaped works. She stared blankly again. What? Following him, CA asked, human-shaped taxidermy. Is that like a mummy? He answered, no, it's completely different from a mummy. He introduced it. This is a human-shaped piece. It's a shame it's made only from bone and beeswax. She replied, I see. It's a little scary to hear that you have a human-shaped work. He smiled lightly and pushed open the door. Is that so? She froze, then fear rose inside her. This place. He smiled brightly and introduced it. This is the specimen room. It's my favorite place. What? Jars of specimens containing various animals were soaking there. There were geckos, snakes, crabs, and many other creatures preserved as specimens. She looked at them in fear. June said, well, CA, do you like it? Inside, she thought this is terrifying. As she looked over the specimen jars, she thought, I want to get out of here right now. Suddenly, she cried out, what do you have in here? It was a container, and inside it was a lump of bone. June calmly explained to her that those were dog bones. She let out a sigh of relief after hearing his explanation. These bugs would cleanly eat away animal carcasses and leave only the bones behind. Those bones would then become display specimens. He picked them up and asked her, aren't they cute? She grimaced uncomfortably. June, I want to go outside. She held up the box as if to hand it over. He told her he would put it somewhere else and come back. Smiling, he said, wait for me a moment, okay? CA felt a little frightened by June's smile. Okay. She watched his back as he walked away. She remained sitting there, but now she was terrified. He's so creepy. I want to go home right now. Suddenly, she turned her gaze when she heard something. Huh? She looked toward the slightly open door. What is that? Is someone there? CA grabbed the doorknob and opened it. Her eyes widened in shock. Huh? There were specimen jars containing human eyes and jars filled with arms and legs. As she looked down, her face darkened. She froze in horror at the sight of human corpses. They were all girls. Are those people? She recalled the things he had been showing her all this time. This is insane. She slowly started to move. I have to. Her face turned pale with fear. I need to get out of here. She was about to run when she heard a muffled cry. Aji was here, chained by the ankle. No, Afi. CA crouched down and peeled the tape off Aji's mouth. She hurriedly asked, what is this? Why are you here? What happened? Aji was so terrified she could barely speak. Impatient, CA urged her. What is it? Say something. Trembling in fear, Aji warned her, run. Run away. A voice came from behind her. That's what I'm saying. Who told you to be pretty? He appeared behind her, then jabbed a syringe into Seth's neck, making her go rigid. Sia slowly regained consciousness. She suddenly noticed a familiar figure lying beside her. She came fully to and sat up. CA was horrified to realize she was bound just like Aji. She called out to wake the person beside her. Hey Aji, June entered. "You're awake?" He smiled. "June." Raising her voice, she demanded, "Why? Why are you doing this? What did you do to Aji? Did you kill her?" He kept smiling. "She's not dead. She's just asleep. That bitch was too noisy." She ground her teeth in anger, but she couldn't do anything to him. She recalled everything and thought it over. "I completely suspected Seol Biam of doing this." June stood there with his arms crossed, watching her, but it really wasn't Seol Biam. She clenched her teeth even harder in fury. The chairman looked at her. "What are you planning to do?" June smiled. "Don't worry." He turned his chair toward the desk and revealed, "It'll be a long time before it's your turn." She stared blankly. He tapped on the keyboard. A purple light shone out, leaving her stunned. Her eyes widened as she looked. Because preserving an animal as large as a human takes a lot of time. Back then, he was still a child, dressed in a blue suit and holding a bouquet. Beside him, a beautiful woman walked down the red carpet. "Ever since I was little, I've loved beautiful things." That beautiful woman smiled brightly like a flower. The man beside her held out a jewelry set and said sincerely, "Honey, congratulations on winning the award." He smiled brightly too. "Congratulations, Mom." She smiled happily. "Wow, it's so beautiful." She threw herself into the man's arms. "Thank you, honey. I love beautiful things just like myself." Inside the mansion, in the living room, I also loved naturally beautiful things. One day, I gradually grew tired of ordinary beauty. He exclaimed, "Oh, they look so lifelike. They're really dead?" The professor replied, "That's right. Thanks to Professor Wu, who had gotten his family to invest money in the specimen display research room." The professor said, "If you preserve it as a specimen or classify it like this, you can enjoy the beauty of life vividly for a very long time." He listened intently as the professor continued. "Some people have a negative view of taxonomy, but taxonomy helps preserve rare animals and has educational value." The professor explained further, "Even though this butterfly is dead, it still exists as a work of art." He murmured, "Living art." He watched closely. "You don't have to feed them, and you don't have to worry about them flying away." His face changed with overexcited delight. "How wonderful. I learned how to preserve the greatest beauty." The next morning, he turned on a heat lamp for the chicken side. But the maid smiled and told him, "Wow, it's grown a lot already. If you take good care of it, it'll live until it becomes a chicken." He listened intently. He thought to himself, and his gaze changed as he looked at the chick in front of him. Life cannot protect beauty. As time passed, the animals he had collected, because beautiful moments could not last forever. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "What are you doing?" The door flew open. Pictures had been laid out on the table. "What is this? Were you spying on me?" She shouted. "Is that what matters right now? Are you seeing some younger woman and cheating on me?" He tried to argue back. "I was only looking after a junior at the company. Nothing happened, understand?" Then he ended with, "Are you delusional?" That made her furious and heartbroken. "Delusional?" She curled her lip. "Ah, you think I don't know what you've been doing?" She went on, "This necklace, these earrings." The image of their happy family seemed on the verge of shattering. Clenching her teeth, she grabbed his collar. "When you were seducing me, you gave me things like these." He shoved her away. "Damn it, stop hanging around me." She fell hard onto the floor. He shouted, "You damn old hag." Those words made her face go dark. If you can't preserve that moment, then it's useless. That morning, he had just opened the door after returning from school. Before he could finish saying, "I'm home," a girl with pigtails smiled. "You're back." That girl with pigtails wore the same eerie smile as my mother. She turned away and touched her face. "Director Park is quite skilled, isn't he? The clinic director did a good job, right?" Looking in the mirror, she said, "Other places said they wouldn't do it, but Director Park still did it for me. I've decided to do my outer eye corners one more time." She turned and asked his opinion. "What do you think?" He looked at her. "What do you think?" she prodded. "It's beautiful, right? I can't let it become uglier than it already is." The door opened. She was sitting at the vanity. He wrapped his arms around her neck. His mother smiled. "My handsome son, if mommy becomes prettier, you'll help me get back together with your father, right?" He smiled and answered, "Yes. I'll always stay by your side and help you. I'll protect it." Picking up a glass of wine, he reminded her, "Drinking will make your skin worse." He handed his mother another bottle instead. "Drink this instead." She smiled. "The only one who thinks of me is my son." Then she picked it up and drank it. That was his smile turned sinister, the beauty of his mother. Looking upward with a savage smile, he said, "Now that you're by my side, mother, you'll be able to stay beautiful forever." He gazed at his mother inside the glass tube. "Siarekaid inorur." He has no mistress. He stood smiling in front of his mother's tube. He killed his own mother. Aji stared in terrified shock. Why would you do something like this?" He looked briefly thoughtful. "Do something like this?" He explained, "Taxidermy is a beautiful art. It allows beautiful things to live forever. It makes them exist as art." She shuddered in horror. Crazy bastard. He called her name. Sia. He said, do you know how ugly and filthy a person looks when they die? Proudly embracing his mother's tube, he continued, I protected my mother's beauty. The more he spoke, the prouder he sounded. Before she could become ugly and filthy, I left the world the most beautiful work of art. Horrified, Sia said, you're just rationalizing what you did. She asked, then what about the other victims? He smirked and stroked her hair. Don't be jealous. With a cruel expression, he revealed, the only masterpiece I've ever wanted is you. She stared at him in terror, then remembered when she was little. Wow, she had cried out excitedly to him. Look, June, smiling. She had said, Nabi had babies. Aren't they pretty? He had smiled gently. Yeah, he said they're pretty, but what he truly saw as beautiful was her. You're really beautiful. Suddenly, a man called out loudly to her. Sia, my daughter. She happily jumped into his arms. Dad. Back then, he had thought, your father never leaves your side, does he? Calmly, he thought, children always need their mother. Looking at Nabi's family, he concluded, families should stay together, right? Late at night, she dozed on her father's shoulder. Nabi, she mumbled. Where did Nabi go? He stood behind the father and daughter holding a gun. Her father said, what is it? I guess Nabi went somewhere else. I can't see her, but when the sun comes up, I'll definitely find her for you. He raised the gun to firing position. A loud gunshot rang out. He gently lowered the gun. He sneered, so I got rid of him first. She froze in shock as the terrible truth came out. My dad. At that moment, he dragged her father's body away. Then I said that you had disappeared. The police came to investigate. I had people search for you for 2 full weeks, but they still couldn't find you. He asked her, how the hell did you survive alone on the mountain for 2 weeks? Too many things didn't add up. Sweating in fear, she thought I was kidnapped for those 2 weeks. So I actually escaped and survived for 2 weeks? What the hell? He touched her hair. But strangely enough, after that I couldn't find you. That day, he went to the hospital. Which room is patient Hong Sia in? The doctor replied, patient Hong Sia? Then she suddenly stopped short. The doctor stared wide-eyed in fear and said, there is no patient by that name. He was stunned, as if haunted by a ghost. That was the day it all began. A man on TV reported, have you all heard about the serial disappearances in Jangsan? News reports kept appearing one after another. In the warehouse, he used scissors to measure long hair. With savage calm, he announced his journey to get her back. He had gone to her house and met her mother, asking, where is Hong Si? Her mother recoiled in fear. Who are you? Don't hurt me, she screamed. How would I know where Hong Si is? His face darkened as he calmly raised a knife. Then you're useless. Even C.A. was horrified by his words. But how could even my mother not know? Dropping to her knees in fear, she begged him, what did you do to my mother? He sneered, just like your father. You still thought he was alive because they never found his body, didn't you? She looked completely shattered. He patted her head as if comforting her. That could happen, he casually told her. It was my first time back then, so I had no experience. I left the body there. She stared at him in horror. I told you, if bugs eat a corpse, only the bones remain. She was dumbfounded by what he revealed and lowered her head. But he lifted her chin. His face was terrifying. I finally obtained the beauty I longed for all my life. Tears streamed from her frightened eyes. She regretted not listening to CLBM. She remembered his warning. That bastard is really strange. You should stay away from him. You're such an idiot, Hong Sia. She blamed herself. It could have been him. If it had been him, then how could I explain what they said in that news report? In the end, the suspected kidnapper wasn't CLBM. After all, a human is still a human. I said a monster should live like a monster. Please get out of my sight. I took my anger out on BM for no reason at all. Back then, he had cried, hurt, and disappointed. That was so unfair to him. She looked at June. She thought, I can't do anything. He kissed her cheek. Now we can be together forever. Sia, a cart filled with materials stood nearby. He said, as for Hong Aji, that was an accident. Looking at Aji, he added, let's deal with the easy part first. Aji's eyes widened in fear. She struggled and screamed. Let me go, you psycho. Let me out of here. Smiling, he said, didn't you want to become the heroine? You wanted to become the most beautiful one. He crouched down and grabbed Aji's shoulders. Your way of thinking suits me. Aji stared at him in fear. She shouted, you lunatic, and bit his arm. Crying out in pain, June shoved Aji hard, sending her crashing into the cart. A spark appeared before Aji's eyes. She panicked. What is that? He gritted his teeth as he watched the flames consume everything. My masterpiece. He tried to put out the fire. No. The key flew off in the process. Luckily, it landed right beside Sie. Her eyes widened. No, I can do this. She grabbed the key and unlocked the shackle on her ankle. It sprang open. She and Aji clasped hands. The person I can still save. Aji was startled, and CA frowned with determination. He reached out to stop them. Furious, he watched them run. No way. Only me? The two of them ran hand in hand. He shouted, "You bitches!" Terrified, she looked back over her shoulder. Aji was panicking too. Without changing expression, he stared at them. June raised a loaded gun in his hand. "I've been far too nice to you." Inside the warehouse, CA and Aji ran desperately, not stopping for even a moment. The two of them kept charging ahead, then suddenly stopped. There was a dead end in front of them. She moved closer in confusion. "What do I do? There's no time left." Aji urged her, "Do something, hurry. At this rate, he'll catch us." From behind them, he approached slowly. "CA, stop running. What if you fall and get scratched?" She looked at him in fear. "Psycho." Shamelessly, he said, "If your beautiful body gets scratched, that would be such a shame, wouldn't it?" She thought to herself, "He sees me like a work of art." Aji urged again, "Do something, hurry." "Be quiet," he snapped in confusion. Frantically, she tried to think. "What do I do? Where can I hide?" Looking around, she suddenly noticed an open door. Smiling eerily, he held the gun in his hand. "Ah, Sia," he revealed, "I designed this basement myself." CA and Aji hid under a table in terror. He opened a cabinet door. "Do you really think you can run away from me?" Then he lifted the tablecloth. Not here, you little rats." He kept searching. "Where are you hiding?" CA and Aji both held their breath until their faces turned red. He lifted another tablecloth. "Where are you?" He overturned a pile of supplies. "Where?" he shouted angrily. "Why don't you come out already?" CA and Aji continued to hold their breath. Then Aji suddenly saw something. She was shocked to realize there was another woman there. CA's eyes widened in fear. He smiled with delight. "There you are." A bullet tore through the woman's face, blowing it apart. Aji froze when a hand nearly touched her. He grabbed Aji by the neck and dragged her out. Enraged, he spat. "You're the one who ruined my masterpiece, you little rat." Aji writhed in pain, but he kept choking her and demanded, "Where is Hong Se hiding?" Then something sharp stabbed into his foot. He cried out in pain and turned his attention downward, shouting. Taking the chance, the two of them ran again. He yanked the object out. He smirked. You girls really are hard-working, aren't you?" Watching their backs, he said, "If you want to stick together that badly, then I'll stitch your bodies together into a centaur." The two of them ran down the corridor. She cried out, "Where are we even going? It's like a maze." She ran to a door. "Is this the exit?" CA opened the door and panicked. She stumbled onto a pile of syringes, breaking them and cutting herself. Aji gasped and hurried over. "What's wrong? Come on." The room was filled with pictures of CA. "What is this?" CA was stunned. June had gone completely mad. Holding a gun, he walked toward her. "Do you like it?" he revealed. "I prepared it for you." Terrified, Aji backed away. Then she suddenly took off, running for her life. CA shouted loudly, "No, Aji." He raised the gun and prepared to pull the trigger. CA stared at him in shock. The bullet flew toward Aji, making her scream. He grabbed Aji by the head and dragged her back over, making CA recoil in fear. "Do you know why she's running away like a rat?" He threw Aji down. "But she has no value here." With a bitter smile, he added, "But what about you?" He declared that he wanted to show her this place. "Isn't it beautiful?" Furious, she shouted, "You're insane." "What?" he said. He looked at her injured calf in pain. "I told you not to let yourself get hurt. Do you know how precious I've treated you?" "Why didn't you listen?" he demanded angrily. "I asked you. It wasn't such a difficult request. Why are you punishing that body?" Watching him, she thought to herself, "He's really gone insane. What do I do? How do I escape from here?" Then he gently said, "But I think it'll be okay." CA listened in fear. He picked up an axe and called her name. "Sia." Raising his arm with an excited expression, he said, "I think it'll be fine if I just cut you into pieces." Sia fearfully raised her hands. He hurled the axe down at her, but fortunately she dodged it. She stared in terror at the blade that had just struck down. CA cursed the lunatic under her breath. He sneered. Right now, she could hardly believe it. He really wanted to kill her. Licking his lips with delight, June asked, "Say, are you scared?" He reached out and grabbed CA by the hair. Delighted, he said, "If you are." Then he pinned her down, wrapped a hand around her neck, and added, "I'll let you fall asleep first." CA's face turned pale. She couldn't even speak. She struggled to catch a breath. Then she suddenly noticed a knife nearby. CA realized it was her only chance. She tried to stretch out her hand and grab the knife while June was too engrossed to notice. Tears welled in her eyes as she reached for it. "Just a little more. Just a little more." Just as her hand was about to touch the knife, he murmured, glancing in the direction of her gaze, "What are you doing? Why aren't you focusing on me?" When he followed her eyes and understood why, he snapped irritably, "Hong Se, you bitch." The moment his irritation made him let his guard down, she snatched the knife and slashed it across June's face. He screamed and let go of her. Taking the chance, she got up and ran. June raised his hand to his face. His expression changed at once as he frowned and cursed. Damn it. Irritated, he picked up the gun and added, I should have cut your legs off from the start, say. She limped forward in her high heels, blood trickling down her legs. This won't work, she thought. Bracing a hand against the wall, she grimaced and thought, I'm losing too much blood. She suddenly looked up, eyes wide. Her face turned pale. She murmured, looking around at her surroundings. She didn't realize what was about to happen next. By the time she noticed, all 3 doors had already shut. Realizing she had nowhere left to run, she panicked. What do I do? In tears, she pounded on the door, pleading for help in vain, both frightened and desperate. Is anyone there? Please save me. A familiar voice came from behind her, making Sei spin around in shock. The game of tag is over now. Who else could it be but June? He smiled wickedly at Sei, eyes full of excitement. Don't waste your strength anymore. Just rest, Sei. Without moving, she suddenly dashed toward the door. She saw the fish inside the specimen tubes. In fear, she covered her mouth. What do I do? She thought. She forced herself to think. Come on, Hong Sei, think. She tore a piece of cloth and wrapped it around her injured calf, gritting her teeth in pain. He pressed his face against the glass door. Found you. Her eyes widened in terror. As he came closer, he stumbled forward and cried out in pain. He said, Sei, what I hate most is seeing beautiful things get scratched. Then he frowned again. Why do you keep making me so excited? She was so terrified that tears streamed down her face. It's over, she thought. Aji unconscious. The corpses of those girls. What will Bile and Dan do? Beautiful memories from the past resurfaced. I regret it so much. The time she had happily spent with Jang San Tiger now drove her mad with regret. I'm sorry, you too. He pulled a knife from his body. Ca closed her eyes. I am sorry, Yang San Tiger. Suddenly, the gate was violently flung open, making her open her eyes in shock. June shouted, What the? She turned around blankly. It was Jang San Tiger. Covering his nose with one hand, Jang San Tiger rebuked him. It disgusts me to breathe in this rotting stench. June was stunned to see him appear. What is this? Jang San Tiger said. Your own hands are stained with your mother's blood. You are a bastard who has gone against the laws of nature. Because of your cruelty and your disregard for other people's lives, the resentment of those sacrificed cries out as if it could shake heaven and earth. June's body stiffened under the electric force Jang San Tiger unleashed. What are you? Jang San Tiger frowned. Is it fun to flaunt your power before those weaker than you? What the hell are you? Jang San Tiger glared, grinding his teeth in anger. Do you even know what you've done? Everything flashed by like a film. He shouted, I'll tear you to pieces. You bastard. He lunged forward and punched June hard in the stomach. June's back slammed into the specimen tube, and he cried out, Damn it. Enraged, June demanded, How did you get in here? In his eyes now was a terrifying image, something that defied creation itself. He recoiled in alarm as he saw Jang San Tiger slowly approaching. Outside, everyone was in confusion, thinking it was an earthquake. What is this? Evacuate, Jang San Tiger growled. Do you know how grave the sin of going against the order of nature is? The specimen jars began to crack. Not a single one remained intact. Stones fell from the ceiling as well. Jang San Tiger calmly continued walking toward him. He said, These precious lives were meant to live and enjoy their boundless potential and worth. Frowning in fury, he shouted, This is not something a mere human like you has the right to interfere with. Suddenly, flames appeared on both sides of June. No, he cried out. Then he smiled mysteriously, his eyes sharp. I can do that, because there's nothing money can't do. Spreading his arms wide, he laughed. The value of life? I can trade it for money. June continued, In this world, money is power. The next instant, Jang San Tiger's kick sent him flying. Jang San Tiger didn't even give him time to recover and immediately punched him straight in the face. Then he grabbed him by the throat. Jang San Tiger furiously tightened his grip around June's neck. Terrified, June begged, save me. He hurriedly stopped him. You can't, Jang San Tiger. If you do that, you'll become just like him. His brows drew together, his lips turning down slightly. June, confused and desperate, still taunted him. That's right. Life is so precious. Heaven and earth will be angry, won't they? But in the end, you're still just a murderer who harms other people's lives too, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Jang San Tiger answered coldly. Let go. This one deserves to pay for his crimes. Ca cried out. You don't need to stain your hands for this. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she said, Humans should be punished according to human law. Jang San Tiger frowned, unwilling. No tears fell from Sis' eyes as she pleaded, Please stop. Jang San Tiger clicked his tongue, then let him go. June collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. With her eyes closed, Se hugged him from behind and whispered, "Let's go home, Jang San Tiger." He smiled. "All right," he replied. Then he and CA went together to the authorities to report him. Chairman June of the leading construction company is the culprit? Yes, CA answered. I saw everything. Gritting her teeth, she revealed, everyone who was kidnapped was sorted and stored in the basement of Top 1 Gallery. Even his mother is there. Jang San Tiger reached out and held her hand as reassurance. She looked at him, and he looked back at her. The two people at the office said, "All right, we'll begin the investigation immediately." Then one of them placed a hand on her shoulder. He comforted the victim. "Don't worry anymore, child. Go home." Then he made a phone call. "Prepare to head to Top 1 Gallery right away." After that, the two officials left. That afternoon, CA and Jang San Tiger walked home together, both looking shy. She timidly spoke first. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you." He frowned and said, "I was really hurt." Full of remorse, she confessed, "I'm truly sorry." He reproached her, saying, "Because of you, I was really hurt." Sia looked down at the ground nervously and stammered, If I were you, I wouldn't be able to forgive me either. What should I do?" She worried to herself. He must be really angry, she thought, glancing at him. What should I do? Jang San Tiger pursed his lips and leaned down as if to kiss her, making her freeze in flustered shock. She dodged away in a panic. What are you doing?" Jang San Tiger said, "You should kiss me when I say I'm hurt." He pointed to his lips. "I'm the one who's hurting." Embarrassed, she said, "Oh, go away." He bluntly replied, "I don't want to." She blushed, confused. Jang San Tiger pulled her into his arms. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll always stick to you." Slightly flushed, she felt the warmth of his embrace. "From now on, I'm not going to listen to you anymore." Closing his eyes, Jang San Tiger rested his cheek against her hair. "No matter what you say, I'll always stay by your side." She listened in silence to his heartfelt confession. In the glow of the sunset, he held both her shoulders. His expression was serious, and her face reddened again. Jang San Tiger leaned in close, making her shy. Suddenly, two voices rang out, stopping him short. "Big brother, big sister." The two children looked at them with admiration. Both he and CA froze and blushed in embarrassment. CA shouted, "Go away." Jang San Tiger sulked irritably. "Hong Se, how could you order me around like that?" The two children whined tearfully. "We missed you so much." Then the little girl asked, "Big brother, have you been eating properly?" He frowned, but the corners of his lips lifted. The four of them returned to being happily together. Then the scene of Jang San Tiger rushing in to save CA suddenly appeared on screen. A mysterious man watched intently. Outside, the police were forcing the door open and charging in. The three police officers fell silent. June looked down at them. All three lowered their heads. "We're sorry." One of the officers bowed deeply, looking full of guilt. "I don't know how that brat got in here." This area was under very tight security. And wasn't boss keeping the girl named Hong CA here? If we make a move, this will become a huge problem. He growled his order. "That's enough, you bastards. Shut up." He kept his attention on the screen. He thought to himself, strange. No matter how much I try, I can't find any information at all. He remembered the punch Jang San Tiger had thrown at him and that power. It wasn't human, and neither was that strange appearance I saw then. He was startled. "It's the Jang San Tiger." He fell silent, then slowly curled his lips. He burst into laughter, leaving the others confused. He just kept laughing. His mouth stayed twisted in that grin without closing. Then suddenly, he returned to normal. A savage, sinister smile spread across his face. June thought, "I want to turn you into one of my possessions, Jang San Tiger." Just as those words faded, CA let out a surprise sound. On the table appeared a beautifully made rolled omelet. It looked so delicious that she couldn't help gasping. She looked closely. On the surface of the egg, there was even a carefully drawn picture of the three siblings together with her. Forget the taste. Even the presentation alone was enough to impress her. CA couldn't help exclaiming, "It looks so good. I can't believe it. Did you really make this yourself?" Jang San Tiger stood there looking dazzlingly confident. Having his cooking praised, he naturally looked smug. Jang San Tiger kept that satisfied expression, practically sparkling all over. It turned out that her two younger siblings were the artists. Look at them, all bright-faced and celebrating their achievement. Bile and Dan drew this too. But that wasn't the end of the surprise. He suddenly leaned in close to CA and whispered something that made her eyes widen. In a soft voice, he told her, "Today is your day to rest." And he accompanied it with a radiant smile. His face looked strangely gentle and warm. It would have been odd if CA hadn't completely fallen for that look. She couldn't hide the dazed expression on her face, and her eyes didn't blink for a second. It seemed to remind her of the surprise she had once prepared for Jang San Tiger. It was exactly the same, except this time she was the one receiving it. Her heart was pounding wildly, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Then, to hide it, CA quickly scooped up a bite of omelet with her spoon. "Haha, let me try it," she said eagerly. Beside her, Jang San Tiger watched with shining eyes, full of anticipation. But was something wrong? She suddenly froze, standing still with an ominous feeling rising inside her. Unlike Say, he still looked full of expectation. However, it seemed to have a very strange smell. A deep sense of suspicion rose within her. But look, every second that passed, Jang San Tiger remained frozen in the exact same pose, his eyes blazing intensely. That unintentionally put invisible pressure on Say, sweating and wide-eyed. She forced herself to say loudly, "It's good." But even more surprising was that fortunately, she didn't have to keep lying to herself. A cry rang out at once. "It tastes awful." Those who hadn't even tried it yet all shouted in alarm, while Bile and Hong Dan could only comment gloomily, "It's too sweet. It's not good at all." Seeing the dish he had worked so hard to prepare, he clearly couldn't believe there had been any mistake. He scooped up a bite and asked, "What?" while the little boy looked on like he was about to cry. The moment he put a spoonful in his mouth, his eyes opened wide and changed. Then Jang San Tiger realized something. This smell, this taste, it's candied fruit. Is this the legendary Tonghulu omelet? And yet his eyes lit up. Knowing he was upset, Say, he tactfully didn't say it outright. Instead, she went over to him and lightly patted his shoulder to comfort him. "No thank you, Jang San Tiger. It was good." But for some reason, he suddenly seemed to have a heart attack. A blazing red energy began radiating from around him. Seeing that something was wrong, Sie still didn't realize what was happening and just smiled brightly as she asked, "What is it, Jang San Tiger? The kids were just teasing you. Don't be sad." Worried that he might really be upset, Bile and Hong Dan smiled and added reassuringly, "We'll eat every last bite, not even one piece left. Appa, you're the best." But the moment they finished speaking, Jang San Tiger's legs changed back to their true form, covered in thick fur, and sharp claws appeared. His hands slowly transformed as well, the claws turning black. Two wolf-like ears sprouted from his head. A sharp pain struck his chest, and he clenched his teeth, trying to endure it. Until now they had thought he was joking, but he wasn't. Seeing him writhing like that, CA panicked and cried, "What's wrong?" But seeing that he was about to revert completely into his beast form, he used the last of his reason to raise a hand and stop her. "Don't come any closer." The two children were badly shocked by the sight. Their eyes widened as they trembled, hugging each other and shrinking into a corner. Sae didn't seem much different, though she managed to stay calm. She was deeply startled. Then, in the blink of an eye, Jang San Tiger transformed into a streak of aurora-like light and flew away, leaving the three siblings in confusion. But that wasn't where it ended. Something else happened next. From outside the house came a harsh shout. "Miss Hong Sie, are you inside? We're police officers. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down." CA's face turned deathly pale. "What is this?" But before she could understand what was happening, people dressed like security guards shouted and rushed inside, terrifying the three siblings. The two men charged straight in without hesitation and grabbed her roughly. Then they twisted both of Seth's arms behind her back and declared, "Hong Se, you are under arrest for harboring a criminal." As she cried out, "W, what is this?" she suddenly realized something even more disturbing. Her eyes widened in shock. It was that man, the one who had frowned, slung an arm around her, and complained about her. But he showed no leniency at all and kept barking at her in a domineering voice. "You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say from this moment on may be used against you in court. You may hire a lawyer. You may have a lawyer answer questions on your behalf." But before CA could explain anything, she only glanced at them and asked back what was going on. He gave no answer, and suddenly a sharp scream rang out. Though Aji and Hong Dan were just children and physically weak, unable to make much of a difference, they still clung tightly to the man's arm and gritted out, "Our older sister is a good person. You can't take her away." Seth, bound and helpless, was deeply moved but could only look at the two children and cry out, "Aji, Hong Dan." That only made him furious. With a chilling, terrifying glare, he shouted viciously, "These brats." Then he cruelly ordered that all of them be taken away. To CS horror, the two frightened children huddled against her, and soon they were all bundled into a car. It sped quickly down an unusually deserted highway. At that moment, her wrists were tightly bound in handcuffs, and she shouted inside the car, emphasizing every word. "What are you people doing? I'm not the criminal. Rio Duan is." She felt that arresting her alone should have been enough, but too many strange things were happening around her, making CA shout, "Why are you taking the children too? "Where are you taking us?" But the moment she finished speaking, the car arrived at a desolate place, seemingly on the edge of forest. If they were real police, they wouldn't act like this. The man in black from earlier grabbed her by the shoulder and hurled her away hard. Dear God, it was as if he were pouring all his hatred into dealing with CA. Without the slightest concern for what he had just done, he put all his strength into it. Under that blow, her head slammed against the ground. She had been at home, then dragged into a car, and now she had ended up in that remote, overgrown wilderness. Aji and Hongdan shook her and asked, "Sis, what's going on? Sis, where is this?" Say, in that moment, gritted her teeth and rose onto her toes. But before she could recover from the shock, she was struck by another horror. Her eyes widened, her pupils dilated, and she gasped. Ryo Jun was the one behind the entire kidnapping of CA. Only then did she realize it, utterly shaken, and stare in disbelief. "You people are on his side, even though you're police." And then it was his turn to move. Do-won dropped to one knee, lifted her chin with his hand, and asked dangerously, "Why do you look so wronged?" Then he added mockingly, "Don't make that face." He even rubbed Sea's cheek and continued, "You'll get wrinkles." That action disgusted her so much that she clenched her teeth. Then Ca jerked her face away and shouted, "Don't touch me with that filthy hand." Seeing that he couldn't speak gently with her, Do-won immediately turned hostile and said with obvious displeasure, "Hichem, you think I'm going to get arrested? You're so naive." It made her indignation surge, though she could only glare helplessly. At that moment, he looked completely confident, his crazed eyes fixed on her as he stressed, "The police will never arrest me. In this world, money is power." Hearing that, Ca was furious, unable to accept it, yet also deeply afraid. From that, she was finally able to piece it together. "What? So you're the one who told him to arrest me?" But Do-won just waved his hand and said, "No, I'm not interested in you anymore." Yet before he could even finish, his terrifying scheme spilled out. Crossing his arms, his eyes burning red, he said, "I found something far more beautiful." Still not understanding, she just stood there blankly. Then the situation got worse. Do-won lunged forward and grabbed Sea's cheeks in both hands. Delighted like a madman, he shouted, "Jang-san Tiger!" In Sea's utterly helpless, bewildered eyes, the place she had been thrown into was not empty ground at all. In front of her were trees plastered with talismans. Everywhere, whole roasted pigs were impaled on poles, and mats and ritual implements had been laid out. Jun's triumphant voice rang out. "I will tear Jang-san Tiger apart with a large team of exorcists. The ritual formation is fully prepared. Everything is ready." Everything Do-won did made him look like a ruthless, cold-blooded monster willing to do anything to achieve his goal. The surroundings seemed to glow a dark red, while Se stood there completely frozen and powerless. He shouted, "I'm going to tear Jang-san Tiger apart in this ritual." With one hand on his waist, he looked at her. Sia frowned. "What the hell are you talking about? What could you possibly do to Jang-san Tiger?" He crouched down and gently touched her cheek. "Do you know why number 1 construction could become number 1? He answered his own question. "For generations, my family has always sacrificed a goblin, beautiful and powerful, to receive the god's blessing." Ca frowned, unable to believe it. What kind of insane story is that?" she asked. "So the shamans are interested in Jang-san Tiger too, right?" He answered, "Jang-san Tiger is a monster that hasn't been seen in hundreds of years." He smiled wickedly and placed both hands on her shoulders. "Shamans from all 8 provinces of the country." She was stunned to the core as he continued, "Have gathered here." And then he added, "In order to capture the tiger god." She was too shocked to even speak. Gritting her teeth, Se turned toward him angrily. "You think you can catch Jang-san Tiger with such ridiculous tricks from a bunch of shamans?" His face darkened as she glared at him furiously through clenched teeth. He laughed like a madman until tears welled in his eyes. Gently wiping at Sea's face, he said in a deeply mocking tone, "You really are naive." Then he revealed it to her. The best possible bait to lure him out is you. Her eyes widened in shock. He added, "If Siaka is here, then Jang-san Tiger will come here." She was now kneeling at his feet. The more she listened, the more astonished she became. She thought of the monster no one had seen in hundreds of years. Why had Jang-san Tiger suddenly appeared? Then she remembered how he always came to save her whenever she was in danger. He leaned in close to her face with delight. "It's because of you." She trembled all over, gritting her teeth and enduring the fury burning inside her. She spat in his face. Enraged, he shouted, "You bitch! I'm the perfect one." He kicked her in the head with his foot. "How dare you act insolent?" Her head slammed down hard, and she cried out in pain. She remembered what he had once said, "No matter what you say, I'll always stay by your side." Her heart was tight with fear and tension. "Jang-san Tiger, don't come here." He had lost every trace of humanity, tormenting, trampling, and cursing her. You think you can do whatever you want? You're nothing but an insect. She remembered another promise he had once made. He would never leave her. She screamed in her mind, "Don't come here." He stepped on her head. She thought that if he came, he would die. Blood ran from the top of her head. He stopped trampling her and simply stood there watching. A reporter holding a microphone announced, "Has everyone seen Number 1 Construction's official statement today?" "Hello, I am an employee of Number 1 Construction." The reporter continued, "Do you remember the serial disappearances in Jangsan that terrified residents for the past 10 years? People all over the city took out their phones and watched. Our company's mission is to ensure the safety of Jangsan citizens and support their mental and physical well-being." The reporter added, "We have investigated the serial disappearances in Jangsan, and our investigation has revealed." Then the reporter announced, "The culprit behind these incidents is, based on the following evidence, Jangsan tiger, the creature from the ghost story people have been passing around." The reporter also explained, "Jangsan tiger has white fur and possesses supernatural strength and speed. Its age and sex can both change in order to deceive humans. It has no limitations, a cruel monster." The reporter continued, "From camera 492, we discovered footage of the crime scene recorded at our construction site." Someone commented, "What is this? Is this CG?" Another person wrote, "Is this real?" The reporter revealed, "We truly saw Jangsan tiger." Chairman Ryo Jun, who is investigating the case, was also injured. Another comment popped up, "How dare it injure our handsome chairman?" Another comment appeared, "That monster, Jangsan tiger, kill it," tied to a tree with the 2 children nearby. She thought to herself, "How can they?" The reporter declared, "Director of Number 1 Construction, Ryo Jun, says he will personally capture Jangsan tiger." The reporter added that this was the first operation carried out jointly by police, prosecutors, and shamans from all over the country. Comments flooded in. "This is insane. Amazing. I'm so glad I'm alive to witness Jangsan tiger." The reporter added, "And we at GSB will be broadcasting this event live exclusively." Comments appeared. "The hero of this era, Ryo Jun, Hyujong, will love you forever." The ritual began. She shut one eye as blood ran down from the top of her head and thought, "Until then, I still didn't understand. A monster that lives by stealing human hearts." Comments flooded in, praising him endlessly. No one had expected such strong positive support from people. He appeared like some kind of god. One comment read, "Damn it, Jangsan tiger. If Number 1 Construction says so, then it must be true. Damn, I've got goosebumps. Die, you monster. The thing that killed my daughter must be punished and die. I trust the shamans. Destroy that evil monster. Well done, Ryo Jun. Destroy that evil monster." On the other side, all those negative emotions were being received as well. The shamans and spirit mediums suddenly stopped and stiffened. She was startled. Jangsan tiger had appeared. There he was. Those watching through the broadcast hurried to comment, "This is crazy. Is that real? That really is Jangsan tiger?" The reporter announced in terror, "Jangsan tiger has really appeared." Comments erupted at the sight of the white tiger. Something like that still exists in Jangsan? Why is it trying to kill someone? Shouldn't the police do something? Why is everyone just standing there? Shoot it and kill it. Tears shimmered in her eyes in utter despair. "No, I told you not to come here." He had clearly expected this. He covered his mouth and laughed loudly. Its beauty was enough to make anyone shudder. The white tiger roared in rage. "And now you can die." The reporter looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Jangsan's tiger god is coughing up blood. The white tiger in front of them was covered in blood, yet still advanced proudly. "It looks like it's injured somewhere." A commenter wrote, "Is it coming closer? Are you people crazy? Run. It looks incredible." She screamed, "You idiot, run." The reporter announced in surprise, "The progress is good. It's only just beginning. I can already feel its force." Aji was so frightened that tears filled her eyes, while Hongdan was utterly stunned. Both children clung to her and burst into tears. Hongdan asked, "Why are you crying? What's wrong?" Aji cried, "Sis, I want to go home." She told them, "That's Jangsan tiger." The 2 children were shocked. The white tiger coming toward them was Jangsan tiger. Both were so scared they were on the verge of tears. Hongdan said, "Is that him?" Aji asked uncertainly, "Is that really him?" Choking up, she thought, "Jangsan tiger, please." He had already entered the ritual grounds. He frowned as he looked around. She screamed inwardly, "Please leave." Tears soaked her face as she begged him to go. Inside the white tiger was Jangsan tiger. He thought, "I told you I wouldn't leave." Images of the 2 of them embracing intimately flashed through his mind. He told himself, "I said I would stay by your side." He dropped into an attack stance as many objects flew toward him. On her side, she had managed to free herself from the handcuffs. She looked at him in shock. His eyes were sharp and cold again. He thought, I will never leave again. That night, everyone hurried to gossip in the comments. Damn, what is this? What happened? The number of viewers had increased dramatically. I can't see anything. Why can't I suddenly see anything? What's going on? Suddenly, the ritual table trembled. The ground shook too. In an instant, he stood right before their eyes. One man growled an order, move in, move in. That man shouted, take your positions, get ready. Soldiers surrounded him. Furious, June grabbed the man by the collar and snapped, are you insane? Don't use guns. The other man aimed but stammered in terror. A monster. It really is a monster. A stream of fresh blood sprayed out. It had just burst from a gun barrel. The man immediately dropped dead, a bullet lodged in his neck, and the shot that killed him had been fired by June himself. He remained calm, utterly unafraid. A terrified man demanded in panic, what the hell are you doing right now? He said nothing, only lowered the gun and shot that man in the leg. Raising the weapon again, he ordered, everyone, put your guns down. He warned them, if even a scratch appears on the tiger god's skin, all of you will die. Those words filled everyone with fear. They slowly lowered their weapons. Turning the gun toward the reporter, he ordered, don't stop. Keep broadcasting. The reporter clutched the microphone. He said, begin the exorcism ritual. The drums started to sound. The shamans began to write. The live broadcast resumed. We're sorry, everyone. The broadcast was temporarily disconnected. Viewers watching the live stream buzzed with confusion. What's happening? This is terrifying. The reporter revealed, the exorcism is still continuing. Everyone is doing their utmost to capture the tiger god. A spirit medium from Jangsan held a sealed jar. She opened the lid. Inside were insects, spiders, scorpions, snakes, and many other kinds. The spirit medium recited an incantation, accompanied by drums and the chants of the shamans. The insects slowly began to crawl out. He closed his eyes and sensed her from afar with deep concern. What? What is this? Jangsen Tiger, what happened to you? The reporter cried out in alarm. Now Jangsen's tiger god. The insects grotesquely swelled in size. He roared in fury, blood gushing from his mouth. The reporter said, it's roaring as if it's in pain. A sharp blade moved toward him. The shamans held their positions. The insects grew larger and larger under the woman's chants. He suddenly went still. He gritted her teeth in rage and prayed inwardly, please. She was so worried about him that tears fell from her eyes. Please run, Jangsan Tiger. Yet he remained where he was. She thought desperately run, but he moved forward. In his eyes appeared images of Sie, Aji, and Hongdan. He thought, even if I die, I will never abandon her. And remembering how she had run from Dune, he resolved firmly, this time, I will never leave. He thought with unwavering strength, I will stay by her side until the very end. The spirit medium widened her eyes and continued chanting. More baleful energy appeared in the box. She shouted, goo poison, goo poison. The strongest one has succeeded. He smiled in pleasure and satisfaction. She frowned in confusion. Goo poison? Goo poison was an insect with an extremely powerful toxin. If many venomous insects were placed in a single jar, they would fight and devour one another. The last one left alive would become the poisonous creature with the strongest venom. That was goo poison. It was a curse passed down from generation to generation in the Rio family. With a savage look, he said, now the white tiger is inside its stomach. Little by little, it was being used to steal the tiger god's power. A monstrous centipede coiled tightly around him. Sobbing, CA cried out anxiously, Jangsen Tiger, run. Seeing him in pain, she became even more frantic and shouted, no. Beside her, Aji and Hongdan cried too, clinging to her and calling, Mister, Mister. The online community exploded with comments. Some gasped, others wrote, is this real? Some comments jumped up. This makes no sense. Another person commented, Korean shamans are amazing. As for the MC, whose face had turned pale, he spoke quietly into the microphone in his hand. This is truly an unbelievable sight. While he roared a few times in pain, the comments remained lively. This feels like something from another country. Another account commented, it's huge. Just then, the MC added, now, the gigantic tiger god of Jangsan appears to be in such pain that it may be close to death. So, worried sick, couldn't stop the tears from pouring down. Please stop. Aji and Hongdan cried as they ran forward as if trying to help him, shouting, Mister, Mister. Seeing that, Se hurriedly grabbed Aji and Hongdan and held them tightly. When Jangsan Tiger saw that, his eyes flew open wide. He bit down hard on the body of the monstrous centipede. Feeling the pain, it immediately shrieked and coughed up blood. Then the monster collapsed to the ground. He remained standing there, He stared at those people for nearly a full minute, his eyes razor sharp. Seeing that centipede monster dead and seeing him like that, their faces turned pale. He let out a few growls as he walked toward them. Terrified, they all scattered and ran. Seeing everything descend into chaos, Jun ground his teeth and said, "Damn it, where did everyone go?" The two shamans were also running around in panic and didn't hear him. He added, "Keep going." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Jangsan Tiger slash and ram several soldiers to death. Now, there were only a few people left around him, and it made him panic in the middle of his sentence. "Get out of here." He froze in terror when he saw Jangsan Tiger looking at him. His face turned deathly pale again, and he muttered, "Damn it." Jun stepped back behind a few soldiers, holding a gun in his hand as he shouted, "Shoot him!" At that command, the soldiers opened fire on Jangsan Tiger. The pain made him roar angrily several times. Watching it all, Saya's tears kept streaming down as she thought, "Stop." She saw blood trickling from his mouth and thought, "Please run away." But Jangsan Tiger instead went toward him and those soldiers and let out a tremendous roar. Saya squeezed her eyes shut, unable to look. When she heard a loud scream, "Aya!" she immediately opened her eyes. Before her stood Jangsan Tiger in human form, gripping Jun by the throat and lifting him with one hand. Around them, soldiers lay scattered across the floor. At that sight, the comments section instantly exploded even more. "Huh, that guy," another comment read, "Isn't that the Taekwondo guy?" Someone else commented, "Huh, is that person a monster?" Among the remaining soldiers, one cried out with wide eyes, "Mr. Jun." But when they charged forward, Jangsan Tiger sent them flying. Grinding his teeth, Jangsan Tiger tightened his grip around Jun's neck, making him cough up blood. At that moment, Se, who had been witnessing everything, called out, "Jangsan Tiger, no." His face softened at once as she continued. "Jangsan Tiger, stop." She went on, "We have to reveal that this man is the culprit. Then, the misunderstanding about you will be cleared up." He still said nothing. Seeing no reaction from him, she added, "Bio and Dan are watching too." Bio and Dan also called out softly, "Mister." Hearing that, Jangsan Tiger glanced over at them. Then he slowly released Jun's throat, leaving a vivid red handprint around his neck. Once released, Jun dropped heavily to the ground and clutched his throat, struggling to catch his breath. Jangsan Tiger stood behind him, stared at him for a moment, then walked over to Sie and knelt down. Looking at her, he gently raised his hand and healed the wound on her forehead. Then he lowered his hand and healed the marks on her arm. Suddenly, a teardrop fell onto her hand. He looked up quickly and saw that she was crying. Tears poured down her face as she reproached him a little. "Why didn't you run? I told you to go." Behind her, Bio and Dan were also teary-eyed as they called out, "Mister." Smiling, he turned back toward Bio and Dan and said softly, "I will never leave." Suddenly, Bio and Dan fell silent and collapsed. Lowering his head, he said quietly, "When the children wake up, I'll sing them to sleep. They'll forget these terrible things." Sie had stopped crying too. She gave him a faint smile and said softly, "Thank you." He looked at her and smiled gently. Then his eyes suddenly widened in shock. His pupils shrank as he spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, he collapsed on her shoulder. Startled, she caught him and cried out, "Jangsan Tiger." Cradling his head in her hands, she said in alarm, "What's wrong with you? You can heal me." "So why?" he answered softly. "I can't heal my own wounds." His voice turned heavy as he spoke to her. "I don't think I have much time left." She stared at him with wide, panicked eyes and stammered, What the hell are you talking about?" As sweat began to bead on him, he said, "I live by the human heart. The more goodwill people feel toward me, the stronger I become." He clenched her teeth, recalling their memories together. "That's right," she thought. He continued, "On the other hand, the more humans come to hate me, the weaker I become." Then he added, "Now the screen is flooded with hateful comments." Closing his eyes, he said softly, "I don't think I can endure these emotions." Her eyes widened. In a faint, broken voice, he said, "I'm sorry." Startled, she looked at him. He was no longer moving. She screamed, "No, no." Over by Jun, he said irritably, "Damn it." Clenching both fists and grinding his teeth in anger, he muttered, "I'm filming right now." Then he glanced at the sword behind him and said, "Fine. I can't fail like this." Picking up the sword, he muttered, "If you die like this, I'll cut off your hair and turn it into my hunting trophy." Then he swung the sword and thrust it towards CA. The blade stabbed into her stomach. He grinned in satisfaction. Her eyes widened and a tear slipped out. At that moment, Jangsan Tiger, who had been slumped there, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Jun said gleefully, "So damn annoying." Ca still stared at the sword lodged in her stomach. Blood soaked through her clothes. Jiang San Tiger looked in shock at the scene before him, and then June pulled the sword out of her body. She fell, but still turned to smile at him before collapsing onto the ground. He remained frozen in shock. His face turned pale as he leaned forward and gasped faintly. Before Ca fell, she had turned toward Jiang San Tiger with a gentle smile. Seeing her fall, Jiang San Tiger was so stunned that his pupils contracted to the limit. He let Sei rest against him as if trying to embrace her and shouted, "Hong Sen no." Dark clouds began gathering in the sky. A raindrop fell onto Sei's pale face. She lay in his arms without any response. That raindrop slowly rolled down her face. In his mind, Jiang San Tiger said to himself, "It feels like my heart is shattering into pieces." Gritting his teeth, he thought, "It's so unfair that." Jiang San Tiger raised his hand and touched Sei's face while raindrops fell onto it. He thought, "I can't bear losing the one I love." The rain began pouring over the field where the two children, Bio and Hongdan, lay unconscious side by side. At the same time, Jiang San Tiger stared blankly ahead, thinking, how am I supposed to explain this to Dan and Bull? Can the children withstand this shock? He pressed a hand to the left side of his chest. His heart pounded violently, loud enough to hear, and another thought surfaced. I want to run far away. Jiang San Tiger clutched his chest and looked downward with widened eyes. Deep inside, he was screaming, I want to escape from this reality. Then he suddenly thought, so this is why? Memories kept flashing through his mind. Bio and Hongdan staring at him with reproach. The image of the two children kissing him on the cheeks at the same time. The image of Si angrily holding his head. The memory of her reaching out to check his temperature. The image of the two children peeking out from behind Sei's back in surprise as they looked at him. Then came the image of a family of four happily eating together. Finally came the image of Jiang San Tiger smiling in pure happiness and Sei smiling brightly. At the end of those memories was a question he asked himself. Is this why grandmother never wanted me to reveal my feelings to humans? Jiang San Tiger looked down at Ca with a face full of anguish. Tears kept streaming from his eyes. His memories took him back to the year 1400 in Joseon. In a courtyard, three children stood gathered in front of a tiger cub. One child chirped happily, "Kitty, kitty, can't you show us something more amazing?" The child in the middle said excitedly, Yeah. The tiger cub, with its fluffy snow-white fur, looked at them helplessly. At the same time, his inner narration sounded out. Grandmother was always scolding me. The three children stared at the little tiger with sparkling eyes, urging, come on, hurry up. The cub let out a sigh. A puff of smoke rose, and Jiang San Tiger appeared. Seeing him appear, the three children beamed at him with delight. Their affection radiated all around them, sparkling brightly. They came closer to him, exclaiming, wow, amazing. Wow. The kitty turned into a grown-up. Seeing them so happy, Jiang San Tiger also blushed and smiled brightly. The children grabbed his hands and asked, can you do anything else? At the same time, behind a shrine stood a boy quietly watching them play happily. The air around him felt heavy, and his dark eyes stared fixedly in their direction. That was Ryu Chun-sik, Ryu Jun's ancestor. As sunset deepened and the sky turned dusky pink, Chun-sik knelt before a table. A man sat there holding a tobacco pipe. The man smiled viciously and said, Jiang San Tiger. In a house with a straw-thatched roof, Jiang San Tiger sat up while his grandmother slept beside him. Jiang San Tiger quietly removed the gag from his mouth while fearfully glancing toward his sleeping grandmother. Suddenly, her voice sounded out, making him jolt in alarm. You little brat. He had already crawled close to the door, but hearing her call, he froze, sweat pouring down him. Still lying there, she said, today go slowly. Her eyes remained closed as she murmured, slowly. Jiang San Tiger looked at her in confusion. Lying there, she opened her eyes and looked in the direction he had run. Jiang San Tiger's figure ran farther and farther away, accompanied by her words, slowly. Torches appeared in the darkness of night. Along with the torches came sharp spears. Leading the group, carrying torches and clubs, was a shaman woman, along with the man whom Chun-sik had informed. He shouted loudly, bring out the monster that's threatening the people of this town. Where is it? Grandmother lowered her head and calmly said with closed eyes, what monster? What are you talking about? Frowning in anger, the man snapped, isn't there a boy here? Isn't he the monster? Grandmother still answered calmly, it's only a misunderstanding. The shaman woman stepped forward and said, he smells like a tiger. She laughed loudly, raising both hands to the sky as she repeated, "He smells like a tiger." Grinding his teeth, the man said angrily, "Once there's no house left, it'll show up on its own." The blazing torch was raised high. He shouted the order, "Set it on fire." The men behind him surged forward at once and attacked on his command. Jang-san Tiger's small bare feet stepped over the grass. He walked along happily, carrying the gag in his hand. Suddenly, smoke rising in the distance caught his attention. He turned toward it with a small sound of surprise. In the direction of his gaze, his house was burning fiercely, billowing black smoke. Jang-san Tiger cried out in shock. Over there! The house had already been swallowed by flames. Jang-san Tiger stood frozen on the ground. Hearing movement, the man turned to look. Jang-san Tiger had appeared. Chun-sik also looked over in shock. The shaman woman, fan in hand, stared at him in astonishment. He was too shocked by the scene to speak. The yard was full of men carrying clubs, and his grandmother lay collapsed on the ground. He shouted, "Grandma!" The man leading the group pointed at him and yelled, "It's him!" Hearing that, the other men all turned toward him with murderous looks. At the sight of them, Jang-san Tiger was so terrified that he couldn't form a complete sentence. All he could manage was a sound and one word, "No." Struggling to rise, grandmother called to him, "Run, child." Jang-san Tiger's eyes widened in horror, tears starting to gather at the corners. He said, "No, Grandma, don't die." Behind him, the shadow of a tiger roared. As those men tried to charge toward him and attack, they all dropped dead the moment they heard the roar, their eyes left open in death. The man leading them also fell at once, blood flowing from his mouth, dying with his eyes open. The shaman woman screamed in terror as blood poured from both her eyes. Seeing the scene, Chun-sik fell to the ground in fear and lost control of his bladder, where he fell. The tiger's eyes glowed. It stood before Chun-sik, terrifying him so badly he could do nothing but make a strangled sound. Summoning all the strength he had, he turned and ran while screaming. In the tiger's tear-filled eyes, the fallen figure of grandmother was reflected. Jang-san Tiger ran over, lifted her up, and cried out, "Grandma!" As she raised a hand to touch his face, he wept and kept saying, "Grandma, open your eyes." Weakly opening her eyes, grandmother called him, "Beam." She struggled to finish her words. "You must never reveal, and hand your heart over to humans." After saying that, she breathed her last, while Jang-san Tiger lowered his face and clung to her. His memory ended there. He repeated grandmother's last words to himself, "Because it will harm you." The image of Ryu Jun appeared, smiling with vicious delight. He said, "The Ryu family." Unable to contain his fury, Jang-san Tiger shouted, "I'll tear you all to pieces." Jun suddenly appeared behind him and drove a sword straight into his heart. Jang-san Tiger coughed blood in shock. Lowering his hand, he looked down. The rain still fell without stopping. With a twisted face, Jun laughed loudly and said, "This is enough." Then a comment from an anonymous viewer popped up. "Hey, what is this? What kind of live broadcast is this?" Another comment appeared at the same time. "Ryu Jun is trying to kill someone, isn't he?" Realizing this, Jun looked over in shock, speechless. Standing before the live broadcast, showing the scene of Jun stabbing Jang-san Tiger from behind with a sword, Aji spoke in a clear, serious voice. "Hello, everyone. I'm one of the victims in the Jang-san serial disappearance case." An anonymous comment appeared. "Am I the only one who has no idea what's going on right now?" Another comment popped up as well. "What is this?" Aji did not stop. Her face darkened as she said, "The culprit is not the tiger's spirit." Then she shouted angrily, pointing at Jun, "It's that bastard right there." Burning with rage, Aji shouted, "He collected beautiful girls, embalmed them, and turned them into mannequins. He's arrogant and always shifts the blame onto others. He even killed his own mother. He's a completely deranged pervert." As she accused him, the comments flooded in nonstop. "Am I the only one who understands what's happening right now? Hong Aji, isn't she a victim of the Jang-san serial disappearance case? The director of number 1 construction kidnapped all those women and turned them into mannequin corpses?" As Jun's face twisted in panic at being exposed, more and more comments popped up. "Did I just hear embalmed and mannequin? So Ryu Jun is the culprit? Jang-san Tiger wasn't the culprit?" An anonymous comment appeared. "So Jang-san Tiger was on our side? What am I even looking at?" The number of live viewers also kept increasing, along with comments such as, "I'm definitely on Jang-san Tiger's side. Rich people always think we're pigs and dogs anyway." It seemed like everyone out on the street was watching the live feed. Supportive comments multiplied. "Hurry up and arrest Ryu Jun. He's seriously insane. That murderous pervert criminal, Ryu Jun. Damn it. People on the train also chimed in with comments. This is so unfair to Jangsen Tiger. Right? Even people lying at home were shocked enough to comment. I sincerely apologize, Jangsen Tiger. No, Mr. Jangsen Tiger. After being stabbed, Jangsen Tiger clenched his jaw. Jun's face was full of fear. The white tiger's eyes opened wide. People's comments continued to rise without pause. This is exactly why Silver Spoon kids need to be tested. I support Ryu Jun's punishment. Jangsen Tiger is our faith. I'm on Jangsen Tiger's side. Jangsen Tiger saved the people. He's a hero. Jangsen Tiger began to glow brilliantly, casting shimmering light all around. His eyes shone radiantly, and his long, pure white hair fluttered. In his arms he held Sei, her head resting against his shoulder. One day earlier in the evening, kneeling down, Sei pleaded loudly, "Please help me, Aji. If you testify, they'll definitely catch him." Lying on the bedding with one arm over her forehead, Aji stared up at the ceiling and trembled as she said, "No, if we do that, we'll die. Even the police are on his side." Aji kept trembling as she looked at CA and said, "You have no idea how terrifying he is. If he could have been caught, he would have been caught already. Why hasn't he been arrested until now? He'll kill us if we make a fuss. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Throwing off the blanket, Aji sat up and screamed, "I don't want to die. I have to live." CA stood there blankly in silence for a moment. Tears began streaming down her face as she choked up. "Hey, Aji." Back in a live broadcast, Aji angrily pointed straight at the screen and shouted, "You bastards. You've all been fooled. You damn pigs." Several anonymous comments popped up in confusion. "What? Has she gone crazy?" Half shocked and half furious, Aji shouted, "What?" She pointed straight at the still-dazed June and yelled, "Just go down to the basement and see for yourselves. Even the police are on his side." More comments started popping up. That small school was famous for gossip anyway. It's best not to believe him. Seeing comments like that, Aji clenched both hands into fists and shouted angrily, "Damn it, if you didn't see it yourselves, then stop talking nonsense." She couldn't control her anger. Closing her eyes, she screamed, "Damn it, you filthy pigs. That's exactly why you got deceived, assholes. I'm only telling the truth." A comment popped up. "Oh, so you've gone crazy, huh?" Seeing that comment, Aji froze in disbelief. Suddenly, a shout rang out, making her flinch and turn around. "That's right. Our brother isn't that kind of person." 3 children came running over angrily, each holding a stick. "Stop picking on our brother, you jerk." Surprisingly, they rushed in with their little sticks and surrounded him. Furious, they tried to hit him. He ground his teeth in rage. Then he let out a low, blood-chilling sound. Where did these little brats come from, daring to do this? Some comments popped up at the sight. "What is this? What are those kids doing? So cute," cheering them on. The little boy in front shouted angrily, "Brother Beam is completely different from a scumbag like you." Memories surfaced as Jangsen Tiger held his head sadly. The children had once gathered around him teasingly. The child said, "Even if we teased him all day long." Images of a shocked Jangsen Tiger and of him looking sad with tears in his eyes appeared one after another. The child continued, "He still never did anything to us because he was afraid we'd get hurt." Scenes of Jangsen Tiger playing with the 3 children appeared, further reinforcing the boy's confident words. The boy in front shouted, "He's just a fool, that's all." Hearing the child's words, Jangsen Tiger widened his eyes in surprise. Comments from others also started appearing on the screen. "That's right, I was in the same class as Jangsen Tiger too. He's just a fool. He wouldn't even let us pick flowers or catch bugs. He's not the kind of person who would hurt anyone." More and more comments kept flooding in. "Exactly. Look at the situation right now. June is the one hurting that girl, and they're blaming everything on Jangsen Tiger. Kids don't lie." Cheering. "Besides, didn't Aji get kidnapped too? June is the villain. He's worse than an animal." Jangsen Tiger carried princess-style CA and rose into the air. A comment popped up. "Catch that bastard June." Jangsen Tiger. Seeing that, June froze in terror. Jangsen Tiger stepped barefoot across the ground. With every step he took, green plants and flowers sprouted from the earth beneath him. He said, "How is it that none of you changed? Not even a little? Then how could you?" Lush green plants appeared in a mystical blue glow. Under that light, the soldiers' wounds gradually cooled and healed before their astonished eyes. Jangsen Tiger's voice continued to ring out. "How could you so lightly take the lives of those who followed you?" The soldiers lying on the ground also slowly regained consciousness. They looked at each other and asked, "What's going on? Are our wounds healed?" A gentle light spread out. CA lay in Jangsen Tiger's arms, and her wounds gradually began to recover as well. CA opened her eyes and looked up at him. "Jangsen Tiger, are you okay?" He smiled back at her. "It's all fine now." He set her down on the ground and turned away, leaving her stunned. As he walked, he told her, "Get some rest." Terrified, June watched him approach and heard him say, "Didn't you say you liked preserving things for a long time?" Jang San Tiger parted his lips and said, "You think beauty should exist forever." The air around him changed, and his face became expressionless. "Let me show you just how arrogant that idea is for someone as insignificant as you." Jang San Tiger calmly walked toward June, who was standing near the soldiers. June shouted furiously, glancing at the soldiers as he barked, "What are you standing around for?" He kept shouting orders, making the soldier jolt in fear. "Shoot!" June cried out in panic, but still forced himself to yell. "He only looks like that, but he's still weak. Hurry up and fire." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he froze. The soldier had raised his gun and pointed it straight at June. Frowning in anger, he said, "Wah." Duan stepped back a little and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Faced with a gun barrel, he broke out in a cold sweat, but still shouted defiantly, "Damn it, were you fooled too? Snap out of it, you idiot." He pointed toward Jang San Tiger and ordered, "I told you to shoot Jang San Tiger." The soldier remained calm and kept his gun pointed at June, ignoring his screams. "Think about the situation right now. Do you really think your family would stay safe if you did that?" Jang San Tiger looked at June coldly and expressionlessly as June shouted his name. "Jang San Tiger." June roared in fury. "If that's how it is, then I'll kill your whole family." Then the soldier, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "What? Fooled?" Hearing his voice, June turned toward him with bloodshot eyes. Filled with hatred, the soldier clenched his teeth and said, "This is my own will. Do you think I climbed to this position just to serve some beast worse than an animal like you?" June turned pale in shock, staring at the gun aimed at him. His face darkened. "Worse than an animal?" Then June leaped up, grabbed his blade, and charged at the soldier, shouting, "You bastard!" The terrified soldier shut his eyes. Jang San Tiger stepped in front of him and grabbed June by the throat. Frowning, he said, "How have you lived your life to the point that even those who swore loyalty to you have turned their backs on you?" Hearing that, June glared at him furiously. The soldier also looked at them in surprise. June struggled and shouted, "GHK, just shut up already." Jang San Tiger brought his face close to June's. "I told you I had prepared a fitting punishment for someone who committed sins as monstrous as yours." He placed a finger on June's forehead. "This is the punishment of a god." Behind Jang San Tiger, the moon turned blood red. With an expressionless face, he became the tiger god, his face no longer human, but that of a tiger. "He finished for you." The spirit medium collapsed to her knees on the ground. Trembling, she looked up with tears in her eyes and said, "This is." The night sky turned crimson. The spirit medium screamed, the price that must be paid. After hearing Jang San Tiger's judgment, June's pupils dilated. It was as if he had been dragged into another space. He became invisible, standing before a woman holding a doorknob and turning back with a smile. "I'm off." Then his hazy figure appeared before two young women snacking and laughing together. One said, "So that's why you started dating him?" The other shyly replied, I don't know." His invisible figure then glanced toward another girl refusing food from her mother, pouting with a frown as she said, I told you I don't want it." Irritated, June raised a hand near his face and said, "What is this? What the hell are you showing me?" Looking down at him from above with an expressionless face, Jang San Tiger answered, "If you had not defied what is right, then this is the ordinary daily life they should have been able to live." June bent over and gave a twisted laugh. Then he shouted, making Jang San Tiger frown in annoyance, "So what? Do you think I'd feel guilty?" June looked up at him and grinned widely. "No, not at all. They're just trivial things." Images appeared of girls contained in experimental tanks, along with his words. "Even if one of them disappears, it won't affect this world at all. Shouldn't they be grateful that their useless lives were turned into works of art?" He was laughing crookedly when suddenly a voice called out, "June!" Appearing before his eyes was the image of his mother, smiling gently at him. June became smaller, looking up at her as he answered, "Mom." An image of June's mother standing beside him at the dining table appeared as she said, "You have to eat." Next came an image of him and his mother looking down from above at a tiger in a cage. He held colorful balloons while his mother stood behind him smiling, saying, "This is June's favorite tiger, isn't it?" Another image showed him sitting with his mother on a mat. She held out a bite of kimbap and said with a smile, "Here, ah." Flowers seemed to bloom all around June's mother as she opened her arms and said, "June, Mom loves you." June, in the form of a little child, shyly cried as he grabbed his clothes and looked up at her. He ran into his mother's arms and said, "Me too." June's mother placed a hand on the back of his neck, but her face suddenly twisted. Her eyes turned pitch black, with tiny white pupils staring at him. Holding June's head with her hand, she asked, "Why did Mom die?" June returned to his adult form. Dumbfounded, he stared at what was happening in front of him. His pupils became a chaotic whirlpool, and all he could let out was a stunned, huh? His eyes rolled back, veins appearing in them. He could only make another confused sound. Huh? Behind his mother's back were many grotesque faces with terrifying eyes. He stared downward. He had fallen to the ground, gasping, "It's so suffocating. Help me, Mom." Terrified, he screamed, "Save me." Sweat poured down his face as he cried out, "Ugh, get away." He raised his hands to cover his face. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he screamed, "I said get away." Comments on the live broadcast popped up. What's wrong with June? He was bleeding just now too. I think he's really being punished. From a distance, the spirit medium witnessed the scene, turning pale with fear and covering her mouth. June covered his head with both hands and cried out, Mom, I was wrong. I only stuffed them away to protect your beauty." In his eyes, his mother and the other girls staggered toward him. Comments kept flooding in. What the hell? Just like Aji said, June really is the culprit. It's not Jangsen Tiger. The women pounced on him and devoured him. Terrified, June reached toward the sky and screamed, "What did I do wrong? I only made Mom's wishes come true." Jangsen Tiger silently looked down at June, who was curled up on the ground, clutching his head. He stepped forward and said, "You gave yourself the right to act like the strong one, trampling the weak, dividing people by rank, and judging the value of life." Jangsen Tiger stepped on June's chest as he lay there with his eyes wide, crying, "No, you're just a human being like them." June kept muttering over and over, "Mom, I was wrong. 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 I was wrong." Comments from those witnessing Jangsen Tiger punish June on the live stream appeared one after another. They got the real villain. "This is amazing. So cool. Jangsen Tiger is a god. I am sorry, Yangsan Tiger. Sorry for misunderstanding you." Suddenly, a silver chain appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Jangsen Tiger's wrist. Then another chain wrapped around his ankle, making him exclaim, "What?" 4 chains lifted Jangsen Tiger into the air, leaving him shocked and crying out in fear, "What is this?" A voice rang out from the void. "For the crime of breaking the order of the human world because of personal feelings, Jangsen Tiger will be erased." Those words made him widen his eyes in surprise. Jangsen Tiger moved to stand before CA. He knelt on one knee and looked down. CA had her eyes closed, and beside her the 2 children, Bio and Hongdan, were fast asleep. CA suddenly opened her eyes. The room was still dark. She said, "How can this be?" Jangsen Tiger looked at her with a bright smile and suggested, "Let's go on a date today." CA stared at him with wide eyes and blurted out, "Huh?" She sat up while looking at him, and he was still smiling. Until Jangsen Tiger disappears. An image of a clock appeared, showing 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. Jangsen Tiger and CA stood close together inside a clothing store. Interested, he picked up a blue t-shirt and said with a smile, "This looks like it'd suit Bio." Still shocked, CA looked at him and asked, "No way. Why are we suddenly going on a date?" Jangsen Tiger held a blue dress up against CA and said, "This would look good on you." CA laughed softly, blushing as she looked up at him. She picked up a white t-shirt too, handed it to him, and said, "This would suit you." Jangsen Tiger looked straight at CA, held the shirt against himself, and said, "Of course. I'm Yangsan Tiger. Anything looks good on me." She blushed as she looked at him. He smiled back at her tenderly. Flustered, CA turned away to keep looking through the clothes and changed the subject. "Let's buy some clothes for Bio too." The countdown clock showed 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 23 seconds. Jangsen Tiger and CA were together inside a photo booth. She said, "Why are you standing so close to me?" Wearing glasses, Jangsen Tiger stood close beside her, one arm around her waist and the other making a V sign as he answered, "They say this is how you're supposed to take them." Blushing shyly, CA struck a pose and asked, "Who taught you that?" The pictures were printed out right after they were taken. Excited, CA picked up the photos and exclaimed, "Wow, we look so good in these." The countdown clock now showed 3 hours and 12 minutes, 7 seconds. The two stood together in front of a snack stall. CA puffed out her cheeks while chewing and sang out in delight, this flavor." Jangsen Tiger and CA walked happily side by side down the street, each holding a drink. Standing in front of the fried chicken stall's display case, he pointed and said, "Pack some of this for the kids." The two stood together by the lake taking pictures. CA happily posed with finger hearts by her cheeks, while he smiled warmly at her. Then they went boating together and took more pictures. Beneath the brilliant fireworks, they smiled brightly side by side. CA looked at the photo of herself and him, smiling happily under the fireworks on her phone. Jangsen Tiger spoke up again and suggested, "Let's go over there and take pictures too." CA stared at him, making him look back at her in confusion. She kept looking at him and said, "You're really strange today." Startled, Jang San-tiger replied, "WH what?" In her eyes, there was only his figure. She said, "You really are." The next words out of her mouth made Jang San-tiger's face darken. "Are you going to disappear?" He gave an awkward smile and said to her, "Where would I disappear to?" Then he wrapped an arm around her waist and continued. "Now let's," pulling her closer to him, he shyly suggested, "Let's go over there." Startled, he blushed bright red and could only stammer, "Huh? WH dash." And she cried out, "Where are we going?" She could only stare at him in speechless surprise. Jang San-tiger and CA sat together on an open patch of ground. He lowered his head to look at the yellow storybook in his hands, while she looked upward in amazement and let out a small sound. "Ah, this place." He smiled happily, focused on the book with Hong CA written on it. CA noticed the book in his hands and said, "Hey." Then, startled, she asked, "WH, what is that?" An image of her as a child with a cute little tiger appeared, making her blurt out, "Teach this." Jang San-tiger turned to her and smiled. "I still kept it because it was our first memory together." Looking at him as he smiled gently, CA repeated, "Our first memory." Confused and dizzy, she said, "Wasn't that back then?" Faint memories gradually surfaced, a small figure from behind. C, still stunned, raised her hand. "That's right," she thought. The figure in memory also slowly became clear. It was glowing eyes and the back of her younger self. Her younger self looked up in fear. A thought appeared in her mind. Jang San-tiger, a huge tiger with pure white fur, approached Sei, who had fainted on the ground, while the brown dog ran off in another direction. He had saved me, she thought. Then she remembered the moment she faced June. He had said, "How on earth did you survive all alone on that mountain for an entire week?" "That's strange." He reached up to touch her hair and said, "But what's even stranger is..." He looked straight at Sei, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "I couldn't find you." An image appeared of little Do-won staring in shock at something. In her mind, he thought, it was like I was possessed by a ghost. She stood there shocked and speechless, unable to close her mouth. CA looked down at the cave in the distance, and at the same time she thought, the past Jang San-tiger came back to her. Little CA was curled up and trembling, saying, "It's so cold." Jang San-tiger, in tiger form, looked around awkwardly beside her. With a puff and a cloud of smoke, he transformed into a large white tiger and wrapped her in his body to keep her warm. In her heart, CA cried out, "He protected me for 2 whole weeks." Little CA sat with her knees drawn up, crying, "Dad. I miss Dad so much." Jang San-tiger, in tiger form, stood beside her awkwardly, watching her sadly as she cried. Then he suddenly changed into a smaller form, came close, and rubbed against her arm to get her attention. Jang San-tiger brought a banana to little CA. In her mind, she repeated his name again. Jang San-tiger. An image appeared of the little white tiger licking away her tears while she ate the banana. CA turned happily to Jang San-tiger and smiled. In her heart, she was certain he had saved her. Tears fell onto the hand clenched tightly on her lap. She asked, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" CA turned to Jang San-tiger with tears streaming down her face and said, "That's so unfair." Jang San-tiger was startled to see her crying too. He turned his face away and said, "How could I tell you something tied to such terrible memories? I couldn't, just because of my own selfishness, bring back painful memories for you." CA, still crying, said this. Jang San-tiger looked at her and asked, "HM?" CA leaned in, closed her eyes, and kissed him on the lips. She looked at him with determination and said, "From now on, I'm never leaving your side again." Jang San-tiger stared at her in shock, unable to say a word. His face flushed red for a moment. Jang San-tiger threw his arms around CA. She smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "That's right. From now on, we really won't be separated anymore." Jang San-tiger lowered his face on her shoulder and said, "We'll stay stuck together." Hearing him say that, Sei widened her eyes in surprise. Then she closed them and smiled softly. "Now we really are stuck together." Jang San-tiger held even tighter and said, "We won't part anymore." He kept repeating, "We'll stay together." The countdown clock showed only 1 minute and 42 seconds left. CA was startled that Jang San-tiger was still holding her and repeating that he would stay by her side, that they absolutely had to remain together and never be separated. CA frowned in confusion and glanced at him. "Why you? What's wrong with you?" The countdown clock showed only 37 seconds left. CA was still stunned. Jang San-tiger spoke up. "What should I do, Hong CA?" The countdown clock had reached 0. A voice rang out while the two were still embracing. "Jang San-tiger will disappear. CS' eyes flew open in shock. What? The sound of shattering glass echoed together with the voice. Judgment of guilt, breaking the order of the human world through personal emotions. Jang San Tiger rested his head against her chest while clutching his shirt over his heart. Meanwhile, the voice kept repeating, Jang San Tiger will be erased. CA was too stunned to speak. She grabbed his shoulders, turned him to face her, and shouted, "What is this supposed to mean?" She stared at Jang San Tiger in shock. He clutched her hand tightly, crying as he looked at her. "I'm so scared. I don't want to die." Seeing him like that, tears welled up in her eyes too. All she could say in stunned disbelief was, "What?" CA was horrified. "What are you saying, D?" Tears kept falling from Jang San Tiger's eyes out of fear, and CA was heartbroken for the one who would be left behind. At that moment, he was gradually turning into beautiful snowflakes. "No, I don't want to disappear. I don't want to be separated from you. I'm so scared." Hearing this, CA was so anxious she could not speak. Jang San Tiger screamed, "I don't want to die. I don't want to. I don't want to leave you." He did not want to leave the place that had made him feel like he had a family. A home filled with warm, joyful meals. Leaving behind the person he loved was too painful. Before this, he had only been a lonely tiger. He cried nonstop. "I'm so scared. I wanted to become human too." Say bit down hard, tears streaming as she watched him fade away more and more. She screamed in despair, "No, Jang San Tiger, you can't disappear. How are we supposed to go on living if you leave? You promised you wouldn't disappear." Jang San Tiger could only say, "I'm so scared." She sobbed uncontrollably. "I'll stay with you until the very end. I'll hold on to you." CA held his hand until the final moment, but Jang San Tiger's figure kept fading under the force of fate. She screamed helplessly, "No, I won't forget you. I promise." At that moment, Jang San Tiger pressed his forehead to hers and smiled in contentment. "Don't forget me." Then he turned into beautiful snowflakes and drifted up into the sky. CA could only flail helplessly at the air as he rose higher and higher. She kept reminding herself not to forget Jang San Tiger. She began drawing on the cold snow, muttering over and over, No, I won't forget. I absolutely won't forget you. Jang San Tiger, please don't go." The image of the smiling boy when he first came to school surfaced in her mind. CA fainted beside the photographs the two of them had once taken together. In one, he wore glasses, wrapped an arm around her waist, and posed with her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the media was interviewing Chairman Jun's father. "Is it true that your family accumulated wealth by taking advantage of believers and using sacrifices in the mountains? Say something. Did you know that your only son, director Ryo Jun, is a serial killer?" The old man could only sit silently in the car. He had also had an affair in the past, turning Jun's mother into a pitiful woman. The news reported that the serial killer's company, the top construction firm, had been dismantled and gone bankrupt. After 10 years, Ryo Jun, the heir to #1 construction, had turned even his own mother into an exhibit specimen. He was imprisoned, and not long after, he was transferred to confinement in a psychiatric hospital. He kept smashing his head against the wall, muttering over and over, "Mother, I'm sorry." He had gone completely insane, kneeling day and night. Scene change. Sek had become beautiful and no longer remembered anything that had happened. People said she had been missing the whole day back then, but all that remained was a mysterious amount of money in her account. The money in her account kept increasing. She received the house of her dreams, registered in her own name. I don't know who left all these things to me or why. She simply lived as an ordinary girl with good financial circumstances. She had a pretty school uniform to wear. She just went with the flow and lived her life. She was living a life completely different from before. Looking up at the blue sky, she saw a cat staring at her, but behind it, it seemed as though a lovely white tiger was watching her seriously. Was she seeing things? A moment later, she only saw the cat licking its paw, and the figure of the white tiger was gone. Passing by the pet shop, she looked inside. Had she forgotten something? Two chatty girls were eating tteokbokki, laughing and chattering noisily as they ate. She was genuinely irritated. What on earth did I forget? Her friends were talking about Han University. One of them asked, "Say, are you really not coming to the gathering?" She replied, "I'm not interested." Her friend encouraged her. "Come on, you got top honors. You have to go. Even the sports department star is coming." She still firmly refused. "You guys go together." "I'm not going." The people behind them started gossiping excitedly. "She's not coming again? Figures. You can't expect anything from her. She's just pretending to be above it all, isn't she?" Those people were always like that. No matter the situation or circumstances, they could always badmouth her or anyone else. Then Aji suddenly jumped in and said, "You people are still living like this, huh? Hey, I heard all of that, so stop bothering CA." Since when had Aji become this righteous? The others covered their mouths and whispered, "Huh? That weirdo's here. Isn't she the one who always lies?" Aji was fuming, eyes bulging. "Why don't you shut your mouths already?" Aji turned to CA and said, "Are you still living like an idiot? That's why I used to bully you. Back then you acted all high and mighty, trying to lecture me." Aji laughed. "I get it now. You can't do anything because your prince isn't here anymore, right?" CA, irritated and confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" Bet Gundo stepped in and said, "Stop it." The gossiping girls behind them immediately started whispering again. "Wait, isn't he from the athletics department? Wow, he's seriously handsome. So does that mean he knows CA? Is that why he's not going to the gathering?" The crowd of onlookers widened their eyes at the conversation among the three, with CA at the center. Aji smirked and said, "Hey, Bet Gundo, do you still like Hong CA?" Gundo frowned. "That's none of your business." Stuck in the middle, CA could only smile awkwardly while the two friends behind her glared like enemies. At home, CA sat at her desk, already fed up. She couldn't believe the messages from her presentation group chat. One male student, Uji, said, "I have something important to do, so I still haven't finished my part. Can I send it before next week?" Ariel said, "It's my 100th day anniversary with my boyfriend, so I'm busy. I'll do it over the weekend and send it to everyone." Another guy just sent a link and said, "We could just use this, right?" CA muttered, "It's due on Monday. What are these people even saying?" There was still one more person who hadn't even read the message. Aji snatched the phone away. "Seriously, you can't do anything without me here, can you?" Then she directly called one of the people in the presentation group. "Yeah, I posted it on there." Then the person on the other end said, "What? Who are you?" Aji scowled like a grumpy old woman. 100 days is something important? Everyone has personal business. It's because of little bastards like you that group projects exist in the first place. This world really is hilarious. Aji handed the phone back to CA. With the attitude of someone who had to handle everything herself, she put both hands behind her neck, leaned forward, and asked, "Seriously, can't you do anything without a boyfriend?" CA looked baffled. What the hell was this girl talking about? Boyfriend? What boyfriend? In the end, CA still couldn't avoid the group blind date. Caught between her two chatty friends, she said, "I told you I don't like going on blind dates. And the kids are waiting for me too. I have to go." Her two friends tried to persuade her. "Come on, you're already in college. You have to go. Or do you secretly already have a boyfriend?" She denied it. "Of course not." Aji strode over, stomping and flailing in outrage. "Ongsia, are you seriously going to meet some guy and abandon the kids?" CA had no idea why Aji was acting like this. A girl in red said, "What are you talking about? Lying again? Do you like Hong CA?" Aji, boiling with anger, clenched her fists. "She's already taken. Okay. The kid's father is right here." Everyone froze. "What? She's married? That's crazy." CA asked in surprise, "Aji, what are you talking about?" CA grabbed Aji's hand and dragged her cousin outside. "Come with me." That day, the full moon shone brightly. Once they were outside, CA asked, "What are you talking about? Why do you keep saying these things these past few days? Are you messing with me?" Aji looked blankly at her. "Why don't you remember anything? Have you gone crazy too, CA? What don't I remember? You have to tell me, so I can know. Am I really such a terrible person? Why am I the only one who remembers everything?" Aji was still crying. "Even if everyone else in the world forgets, you shouldn't forget." Aji placed her hand on Seiya's shoulder. Ongsia, do you really not know anything? Why on earth don't you remember?" CA asked, "What's wrong with you?" A glow began to gather in Aji's hand, and when Sei looked at it, she saw the tiger god's face, saying, "You said you wouldn't forget me." Tears began to stream down Seiya's face. She remembered the boy she loved disappearing before her eyes. How pitifully he had cried, and how helplessly she had failed to hold on to him. "Jangsen Tiger." He wrapped an arm around her waist and replied, I came back to stay by your side." After all those crazy, outrageous events, Aji went around asking everyone helplessly, "Do you really not remember anything? Jangsen Tiger. You really don't know Jangsen Tiger? You really know nothing about Jangsen Tiger?" Aji asked CA and Gundo, "You don't remember anything either?" Bet Gundo, Hong CA, do you remember or not? CA held a pen, eyes tightly shut, tried to remember who that was, but nothing came to mind. She asked Aji, "Who is that?" Aji became furious and grabbed CA by the collar. "Are you insane? You forgot him too?" Aji's hands began to tremble too. In a firm voice, she said, "You can't do this." CA stared at Aji in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Gundo shoved Aji away, and she fell painfully to the ground. "Stop it, Hong Aji." Aji could only curse. Damn it, everyone looked down at her on the ground. What's wrong with her? Looks like she's gone crazy again. She's always been a liar anyway. Aji clenched her teeth in rage. She ran outside as everyone laughed mockingly behind her. Helplessly, she thought, I've become the idiot again. She ran to the trash area and shouted, this is so frustrating. Why doesn't she remember anything about Jangsen Tiger? Why am I the only one who remembers him? She slammed her fists against the wall. It was a terrible mistake. Yes, I was wrong, but that happened such a long time ago. Could it be that I'm not the main character, right? From behind her, a hand grabbed Aji's wrist. When she turned around, she saw Jangsan Tiger smiling at her. He asked, could you help me? Back in middle school, Bio was being shyly confessed to by a girl with long hair. I like you, Bio. The boy stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking rather indifferent, and then boldly turned her down. There's already someone I like. The girl sadly pulled back the gift she had been holding. The other students gasped. Oh my god, he just rejected Yuni, the beauty from class 3 to 5. Last time he also rejected that super pretty goddess from the lower grade. Still, he looks so cool. That's right, I am Hong Bioji. I'm an extremely special person because I vaguely remember someone no one else can remember. That person is my first love. Sitting on the window frame like some wandering romantic hero, the boy told his friends about his love. The day that person appears, I'm going to marry them. The girls in the class screamed, no, Bioji, don't. Bioji struck a dramatic pose, pressing a hand to his forehead in troubled melancholy. Before he could even finish, Hongdan yanked him by the head and slammed him flat onto the ground. Stop sitting here talking nonsense. When the two of them got home and entered the house, we're home. What caught Bioji's, I was the hair of the boy from his hazy memories. Huh, my first love? Jangsen Tiger turned around, pink lips and peach-like cheeks, with smooth, baby-soft skin. But then looking at his whole body, those muscles, good grief. He said, oh, Bio and Hongdan are back? Jangsen Tiger was cooking in the kitchen, wearing pants, but no shirt, only an apron, with firm, muscular arms exposed. Bio's face darkened as he demanded, who are you? Jangsen Tiger set down the rolled omelet rice dish and smiled brightly. I'm back. Bio looked at the food on the table in shock. As he ate, he cried out dramatically, this is so unfair. Fried rice with tonghulu? How can this taste this good? Bio cried while eating. Yum. Even though Bio was already a middle school student, he was still a crybaby. Wow, my first love. Hongdan wrote in her diary, at last, Hong Bioji's illness has been cured. The boy lay on his bed, mourning the love story that had ended before it could even begin. My first love. Under the full moon on the rooftop, Jangsan Tiger and CA sat together watching the moon from above. She touched the cold beer can and asked, you're the one who put that money in my account and gave me this house, right? Jangsan Tiger smiled and said, you went through a very hard time. Did you like the gift? She answered, thank you. Then, smiling curiously, she asked, but how were you able to come back? He smiled and said, as long as at least one person remembers me, a spirit will never disappear. She looked at him with wide eyes. He said that many people had cared about him. They remembered him in many different ways. Then he smiled brightly and said, please don't forget me.